Welcome back to another Moist Criticals compilation to fall asleep to relax. Grab your premium slumber gear and prepare for a lady tier drowsiness. If this helps you drift off to dreamland, drop a like, subscribe, and comment goodnight below. Sweet dreams, you beautiful sleepy souls.
Halt! You've just reached a smile checkpoint, and it's time to pay the fee, so put a big smile on that face. I'm here to help. I've got some amazing news that's gonna tug on your heartstrings and make you go, aww. A YouTube scammer was just sentenced to over 5 years in jail for a massive fraudulent operation they've been running for the last half a decade. And boy howdy I tell ya, it's always a great feeling watching a scammer get their comeuppance. A nice knuckle sandwich from the law. And honestly, he's getting off easy here. His name is Jose Terran. And he is like the Cobra Commander of scammers. This guy is going to go down in history as one of the largest fraudsters in not only YouTube history, but music history as well. Over the course of the last 5 years, Jose has claimed 50,000 songs, meaning that he then took the rights from these songs and all of the money that those songs would generate online went into his bank account. And over the course of the 5 years he's been doing this, he's made roughly $23 million in royalty proceeds from the music he's fraudulently claimed. Bro straight up found a money tree and couldn't help but take a bite from the forbidden fruit, just like in the Garden of Eden. And now he is paying the price. He may have raked in 23 million bones, but now it's coming at the cost of over 5 years worth of his life spent in the slammer. And I really do think he's getting off easy here because this is an absolutely abhorrent case of fraud. But the wildest part is this is actually a very prevalent and out of control epidemic on YouTube itself. This scam is not something Jose came up with. This is very common right now and used by a lot of other shady scumbags. In fact, I'm not here to start pointing fingers here and, calling out sailors on the ship. I'm not trying to lead a mutiny. But there's even some beloved YouTubers that do pretty much exactly what Jose did on a smaller scale. We'll talk about all of that in a minute. I just want to quickly thank today's video sponsor, Opera GX. Opera GX just has so many tools that really allow you to customize it to your liking, as well as even allowing you to limit how much CPU and RAM the browser uses with GX Control. GX Control allows you to enhance your performance on PC when gaming by changing the amount of CPU and RAM you're willing to allocate to the browser, which makes it a lot less of a load on your system, unlike something like Chrome, for example, which is a resource hog. Another great feature is, of course, GX mods, and there's even a mod pack for me on there as well, if that sounds interesting, where you can change browser sounds. Yeah, baby! So yeah, all kinds of customizable wallpapers, and a lot of other interesting things that you can toy around with and adjust thanks to things like GX mods. And when you download using my link, you can see my latest 12 uploads in the Opera GX corner. So if you're interested in starting with Opera GX, you can download it for free in the description. Thanks again to Opera for sponsoring. Before diving into the bigger picture of this whole situation, let's focus on the particulars of Jose's case here. Now, he's considered a person of high risk to reoffend. They even cited that he obtained more than $6 million in personal profits and continued pocketing another $190K of stolen royalties, which he hid. And the hefty sentence was really necessary to deter him from launching future scams because he's planning to remain in the music business. I want to stop it right there. How the fuck is this even considered a hefty sentence? He stole $23 million. 23 million clams that he had no right to, he stole. Now let me walk you through how the scam works. Someone like Jose and other awful people like Jose will set up these fraudulent businesses and they'll go on a copyright claiming bender. Like, we're talking full-blown, 10 lines of coke, stay up 24 hours programming bots in order to flag content on YouTube that they will copyright claim to take the money from. On YouTube, when you copyright claim a piece of content, you then get the ad revenue from it, even though it wasn't you who posted the video. This happens to everyone's channel at some point. At some point, someone created a piece of music or something that plays in the background of a game you're playing or something, and it'll get flagged in the system, and when that's there, you lose all of the ad revenue from the content, and it goes to the person who made that piece, or is claiming they made that piece. That's how it works. In theory, it's supposed to be there to protect copyright holders from people that are just re-uploading their shit. Instead of just taking it down, you have the option to instead just take the money from it and it can stay up. But there's a lot of people that exploit this process, like Jose, where you don't have the rights to 50,000 songs here, but you're still claiming it because YouTube's system is fucking archaic. and there's not a whole lot of safeguards in place. A great example to highlight how unacceptably dog shit the current system is on YouTube, a community member of Destiny 2, just a person, just a, you know, red-blooded, God-fearing human being, a normal person, noticed that this is a complete oversight from the system. And in the Destiny 2 community, he got really fed up with the way Bungie was doing something. They got very upset. I don't want to go into all the details here, so I'm not going to get like too deep into the weeds. But basically, they were disgruntled, and in order to get back at not only the community, but Bungie themselves, they started copyright claiming a ton of content in the Destiny community. And they were claiming it as if it was Bungie doing it. So Bungie got a lot of flack, a lot of shit for it, and then eventually they got so bold and brazen that they copyright claimed Bungie themselves. Bungie's own content that they were posting on YouTube, their Destiny 2 content, this guy started taking the rights of. So it's very exploitable and has been exploited many times. And it's illegal, highly illegal. That guy's facing some serious life-changing repercussions from all of that. And now Jose is as well. But the point is, it is exploited often. It happened a lot and blew up in a big way a couple months back on TikTok, where people started to notice that there's these Spotify accounts set up that just play like random common sound effects like Roblox oof, or like that gong sound effect when something happens, like when you, I don't know, drink milk too fast on TikTok and it's like gong, I'm gonna shit my pants. Like those sound effects. Someone had made Spotify accounts and were actually claiming those sound effects so that way they could take the ad revenue from YouTube videos that use them. It's someone that obviously didn't work on any of the sound effects or anything, but they noticed that they could claim the individual sound effects and then take the ad revenue. So the point is, this is a very common scam and it's a fucking problem. And Jose did this for half a decade, claimed over 50,000 songs that were not his, stealing money directly from those artists in order to profit himself, and he's only getting a little over 5 years in jail. I think that is a far cry from a hefty sentence. And the only reason that it's even that high is because they think he's at a high risk for reoffending, which he is, made over $20 million. You think this guy's not going to come right back into, hop onto the saddle again for another 20 million doubloons? Of course he will. So 5 years is comical. This should have been like an absolute statement. They should have made an example out of Jose here with a super serious sentence, because they got to put the kibosh on this shit. It's already out of control, and it's only going to get worse as people realize just how profitable it is to make these fraudulent copyright claims. So I totally disagree that this is hefty. This is light sentencing for this guy. And it's not just him. In fact, there is another one of his associates that is facing sentencing soon, but I imagine it's going to be roughly the same charges and the same time in jail. So it looks like there's going to be a restitution hearing soon, and right now the amount is set at $1.4 million to the victims of this scam, but they're trying to connect with more victims, but it's a little difficult because a lot of them are outside the US. A little insight into how this scam works was highlighted here in the Ars Technica article. It said that Batista, which was Jose's, teammate here, they duo queued to start this scam. They began in 2017, and they started the label known as Media Move. And the goal was to seize unearned royalties by claiming ownership of songs on YouTube that they noticed weren't actively monetized, meaning they didn't have any ads running on it, which is something you can see even as just a viewer. If you go on like a video or a song and there's no pre-roll ad, there's no banner ad or display ad somewhere, you can comfortably say that no one's making money from it. So what they would do is they would target content like that and claim it, which they didn't have the rights to. It's not theirs to do that. But that was their whole business model, hunting this content down and putting it under their umbrella. Eventually, they even partnered with a management group called AdRev in order to give it like more credibility. So it wasn't just immediately red flagged as a huge fucking scam. Like 50,000 songs, that's a lot to be claiming ownership of. But no, it looks like they're partnering with AdRev. This must be legit. So it was kind of deeper than a lot of the other scammers that go this route on YouTube, which is probably why they were so successful and made so much money. This is a great section here, just laying out the timeline. This wasn't exactly like a jump scare to the community. A lot of people had been tipped off about this and fighting against Media Move for quite a while, because obviously the people who made the content that was getting claimed knows that it's a bunch of baloney. Like it's straight up fish paste. They made it, and it's getting claimed by a company they've never fucking heard of before. So they did fight against Media Move for years, but it kept getting pushed aside, it seemed. But in 2019, the IRS launched an investigation after they became a little suspicious with the amount of bank accounts Media Move had that were sometimes registered under fake names. And I really like this section here, so I'm just going to read it. Everyone knows how the scam works, and it's unclear if much has been done to stop future YouTube scammers from using the same playbook and targeting more artists. Artists attempted to bring a class action lawsuit against YouTube to gain access to systems to monitor their royalties and stop royalty theft, but that case was dismissed earlier this month before going to trial. I'll answer that question. Nothing has been done to prevent this from happening again in the future, and it is still continuing to happen right now. I briefly mentioned at the beginning of the video that some YouTubers actually use this same fucking method. Unfortunately, it's become a bit of a nuclear weapon that sometimes these creators will use to either silence criticism or just out of pure greed. An amazing example that we just covered a month ago is Alex Edson of Business Casual when he tried to take down a channel he felt was competition to his. He issued fraudulent copyright strikes. So he went above a copyright claim. He wasn't just taking the ad revenue. He was straight up taking the entire channel down because he believed that that channel used an image that was somewhat similar to an image he used in his video. This just highlights just how broken the system is. So if he wanted to, he could continue to do that and copyright claim other channels and keep making that same argument about like, oh no, that's my image and you stole it from me. And he'd get away with it because the system doesn't have anything in place to stop that. Now, Alex Edson at Business Casual was unsuccessful in his nefarious evil plot. Thank God. But he's still an absolute unforgivable piece of shit for what he's done, and there's a lot of other content creators that engage in similar behavior, maybe not always motivated out of like, you know, getting rid of competition. I need to make sure there's no one left in the world except my channel, so I'm gonna take them all down. But a lot of them are just motivated by greed, where they'll start copyright claiming people's content who like maybe make a meme out of something they did, or even criticize something they did. That's happened a lot over the history of YouTube, so it is unfortunately a system that needs a drastic overhaul, and it's not getting that tender love and care that it needs to be in a good state. So squeaky wheel needs the grease. The squeaky wheel really needs the grease. Otherwise, Jose and Batista here that got 23 million from fraudulently claiming just completely innocent artist music will continue to pop up over the course of the next few years and will only continue to snowball. So yeah, I wanted to talk about this. I think it's great that they did get caught and are being punished. I just wish the punishment was more severe because I just don't think the punishment fits the crime here. They likely won't even serve their full time in jail, and they got away with so much money for quite a long period of time. So I think the sentencing needed to be harsher, and hopefully as more people are caught doing this, the sentencing will continue to increase. So that way it can finally deter people from trying it more in the future. But anyway, that's about it. See ya. YouTuber apology videos are always highly entertaining, but I've got something especially wacky for you today. It's not an apology, this is a YouTube response video from the head of a crypto company that recently found itself in some hot water after the iShowSpeed stream from earlier this week. For those that don't know, iShowSpeed is a huge YouTuber who did an entire stream earlier this week dedicated to shilling for a very shady crypto company called Paradox Metaverse. Since then, Speed has apologized, called it a big mistake, and wants to move on and learn from the experience. And I'm not here to tell you how to feel about all of that. That's up to you. I'm not Speed's PR manager or anything, and I'm not really here to talk about Speed. I'm here to talk about that company because the head of it made a response to all of this, and he just pooped out the shittiest shit I've ever seen in my life. It is terrible. This grown-ass man sat down to whine and cry about all of the people calling it a scam just being trolls and bots. He blamed the entire thing on like a cyber terrorist attack from bots trying to bring down his company. Or if they weren't bots, they were trolls that were influenced by the bots calling it L scam. And then he provides no evidence to prove that it's not a scam, and instead just says, if we were a scam, why are we still here? We wouldn't be here if it was still a scam. If this was a rug pull, why hasn't it been rugged yet? He then issues a Galaxy Brain challenge to everyone to find a part in that stream where he said it was a scam, where he admitted it was a scam. And since you can't find a spot where he said it's all a scam, then it can't be a scam, obviously. Checkmate. I'm not even kidding. This is actually points that he's making in his fucking response video. It is so embarrassing. Where's their response video, though? I don't see that anywhere on here. That'd also be a really bad idea for them to post that publicly.
43 minutes into the video, we had on average 40,000 viewers.
That's just speed.
Comments-wise, we had around 5 to 10,000 comments. We had two huge spikes. The first one being when we introduced fake Ronaldo into the stream. 3 minutes.
What does it have to do with anything? He's going to make the claim that these two spikes... Fuck, where'd they go? He's going to make the claim that these two spikes were when bots came in to say L scam. But what he fails to realize is the reason there's these spikes is because more people decided to type L scam when they realized how shady, shitty, and dog shit this whole thing was. It's not bots. These clowns have been very vocal about it being bots that were saying scam. Nobody else, everyone else loved it. Like the actual people with a pulse, they loved it. Everyone saying that it was a scam is a bot. They can't wrap their head around, no, people just realized it was a fucking scam.
We had two huge
So that's why
spikes.
he's showing that, because he's going to make that
we
claim.
are just as much of a fan of Aisha's speech. No comments suggesting that we are a scam. There was just W's in the chat all the way around. What happened next?
That's just because of speed. Again, the reason there are W's in the chat is because it was a speed stream. And everyone spams W's in the chat for speed. But the more that you went on about Paradox Metaverse, the more obvious it became that this is all just shilling for a dogshit crypto scam. So then people started saying, L scam. You started making calls to action for Paradox Metaverse to go follow the Twitter account, playing the game. So it made people more aware of it, and then starting to type more for it.
This caught us all by surprise. This is when the first cyber attack happens.
It's
This
not a
attack
fucking
lasted
cyber
4
attack.
minutes.
Holy shit, this guy's talking like Jack Bauer at CTU.
After the 4-minute attack, all the comments went down, as you can see here. Guys, this is very unusual. It's clear to see that he was botted.
You know what else would cause a spike like this? Let's say Speed went on stream, everything's normal like this, and then he fucking beat a man to death in cold blood. There would be this huge spike then too, and it wouldn't be bots. It would people say, holy shit, what the fuck? L Speed? Murder? Like it'd have a spike then too. The reason the spike happened is because you had more egregious calls to action like following the Twitter, so people started putting out that it is a fucking scam and this is shady.
It's clear to see that he was botted.
No,
Nobody in the chat
Christ.
meant what they said. That anybody that was watching that live stream, they started falling for it. They started thinking, okay, somebody knows something we don't. So started pushing out the narrative that this
This
a
is
scam.
so
Some
embarrassing.
people
Even as like a Paradox buyer, like the community for Paradox Meta, you have to see this and you have to be having your red flags go off. Like this has to trigger your own red flags to see that your CEO is so weak and so insecure that he's writing these things off as bots in pure delusion and cope, calling it an attack. Like in the crypto space, you have to be smarter than that. Like you would know the bare minimum about how shit works. What he should have done is just say, the Speed audience wasn't ready for it, they didn't see the vision, so they all thought it was a scam. And you know what? We missed the mark. Now they all think we're a scam. But we're not. But he's not doing that. Instead, he's placating, he's putting this on some invisible enemy that doesn't exist. It's not bots. Now he just looks really weak to even his own community. He looks so insecure.
actually decided, you know what, this is actually funny. Let's troll the person we look up to the most, that we tune into every single day.
The guilt trip.
Entertains us for free.
classic.
Doesn't ask for anything in return. Guys, please listen very carefully. It's very important.
Our crypto exchange is worth $40 billion and has sent us a picture saying, why is I should see comment saying scam coin? $40 billion. We spent $10 million on this project and every single person in the comment is saying scam coin because we are getting botted. Please do something, we're going to lose. Listen, Twitter giveaway.
Guys, what you have just heard is the aftermath of being completely botted. Scam. The $10 million of my hard-earned money that I've worked so hard for.
What is that even supposed to prove? You still believing it's bots, refusing to accept the reality of things, that people see through this garbage. Like, this doesn't prove anything on your innocence. It doesn't. All this proves, and if you played it longer, is that you asked Speed to shut it down, you asked if he could disable the chat, so you're taking away the people's voice. Which makes you look bad and goes against your fucking stances on things. Like, if you played it further. Like, it doesn't prove anything anyway, even if you take out that part. It is not evidence. It's nothing. It's literally nothing.
Into this project, into this business. And the fact that I'm going to lose it all because everybody is labeling it a scam.
Yeah, well, at least you still have your stupid fucking university. Like, you have plenty of other scams that you can hustle on too, man. Like, you don't need your sob story. 10 million to you is nothing. You made a whole video with money kicks showing off your rented car collection. Like, you have plenty of money. Like, you're got a ton of other ventures that I'm sure you can pull from.
At no point did anyone say we are going to scam anyone. Anyone with half a brain cell can see this with their own eyes.
Yeah, anyone with half a brain cell can see that just by looking at our product real quick and seeing all 7 of our companies that promise things like $500 a day and 10 to 100x returns. Oh, and also the same guy who can't follow through on his bet, where you bet that the Paradox Meta will open to at least like 20 or 30, and if it doesn't, you're changing your name to CoffeeZilla. It opened to 9 cents, and you didn't change your name to CoffeeZilla. But here, let's take a peek at the game that you were so proud of. Man, that really does look like something that is the future and has a lot of work put into it, using so many assets, so many fucking standard packages in the what is this, the Unreal Store? I can't remember. Yeah, wow, this really does look like a lot going on here. Something that could absolutely be thrown together in a matter of minutes. And a game that I'm sure we've probably played before on Steam Indie New Release Night when we go through shitty games. They're called asset flips. There's nothing here that screams, whole team, passion project, we're in it for the long haul with this project.
And what was the label? I Show Speed promotes crypto scam.
Yep.
Guys,
He did.
listen to the audio yourself. Go over it again and again. Mention to us once when we said we are going to scam people.
That's such a non-point. We never said it on that stream, so it can't be true. Prove that we said it's going to be a scam. Do it, pussy. Where did I say it's a scam? Anywhere during that stream.
Is the person you want to label a scam, or is it that you just want to associate I Show Speed with a scam? This is cancel culture at its finest.
Oh, hitting all the buzzwords, all the boo-hoos, the cancel culture. Don't launch a shitty, shady crypto. It's that simple. Your crypto, your Paradox Meta has like 7 components, all of which make no fucking sense and are literally just actual dog shit.
He was not getting done. Everything that was getting done in front of your eyes, no one had an issue with up until we got spammed.
That's actually not true. The smashing, like, you're already wrong. The smashing in the PlayStation 5's gotten a huge influx of L speeds. Chat immediately turned against him with the smashing of the PlayStation 5's. So, I mean, you're just not even right there either. It wasn't just L scam, it was L speed for smashing PlayStation 5's.
There was no evidence. There was no substance. If we was a scam, why would we still be here?
These are such non-points. If we were a scam, we'd be in jail right now. We wouldn't even be allowed here right now if we were a scam.
How is this fair? There's a video. We're going to play the video. This video is in...
Is it mine?
Crying every single day. In tears every single day. But he still manages to continue with his live stream. Just to please his fans. And you guys took it upon yourselves to think it's funny to just troll people. You guys don't understand the stuff that comes after this trolling. On camera, everyone has to smile. Nobody can show other people their fears. Off camera, could you imagine what he's going through? Because we do. We know exactly what's going on.
You're not his fucking friend. He already threw you to the wolves. Why are you still sucking his dick? Speed, like straight up said, yeah, this was a mistake. Like, he at the very least has moved on and said, yep, that was bad. Yeah, that was bad. And yet here you are like, oh, we are there. We are holding him in our laps as he is crying profusely, uncontrollably, because of what you guys have done to him.
He is not ready for what the world is accusing him of. And he doesn't know how to respond. So I'm taking it upon myself to respond on his behalf.
Oh, this is so sad now. You staked the rug pull on a 17-year-old's audience. It didn't pan out. He has now wiped his ass with your whole company, and you are still here begging for that audience to accept you by pretending like things are, like, close between you two. Yikes, that's embarrassing. Jesus Christ, man, have some shame.
Please stop this hate. It takes very little to just be nice. Rather than just...
Calling out a scam isn't just needless cancel culture hate. That's just not what it is. This is so sad. This is so fucking sad. This is a grown man. This is a very, very wealthy grown man
You can see us as founders, we do not even have access to our own tokens.
I literally don't think there's enough numbers that exist to show how many claims have been made exactly like that, only for them to get rugged. Everyone that bought in. That is the number one claim that every crypto makes. No, founders are fully out there, very transparent. They don't even hold any. And they couldn't even get in there if they wanted to. In fact, we have protocols in place to prevent that from happening. And then bang, rug pull. Every single time. Like clockwork. Literally every single time. Still my favorite to this day, there was a Twitter account called War on Rugs, which was a Twitter account dedicated to showcasing and warning people of rug pulls in the crypto space. And then eventually, they rugged their own community. So they had their own coin as well. And eventually War on Rugs was like, yep, we're taking. So they made off with millions, and they made a post saying, you guys should stop blindly trusting people like this. And still, people buy into shit like that. It's crazy. That is a nothing claim. Everything he has said so far is actually nothing. He's provided no evidence to prove that it's not a scam. He has provided nothing other than trying to guilt people and saying that it's all just bad faith trolling.
And we'll make sure we'll see you guys on the moon.
Nice, that's so huge. That was awful, holy fuck. That was a big one. What a masterclass in how to say absolutely nothing. Nah, part 2 might clear up everything. Even burning their founders' tokens they can't even cash out for a whole year, that shows passion and confidence in the project being 10,000, 100,000% legit. Oh, fuck me. I hope that's a bot. I hope that's not a real person. Yikes. Oh, fucking yikes. The comments aren't really on his side either. I really do wonder what the Paradox community thinks of a move like this, but I'm not going into their Discord to find out. Usually it's just a lot of people convincing themselves of absolute nonsense in order to believe that they can make money off of it, and then when it doesn't happen, they just pretend like, oh, they just got fooled by someone who was just too smart, even though the writing was on the wall right in front of their face the entire time. Everything he said is things thousands of scams in the space have said before him. He just copied their playbook. Who the fuck is Lil Xan? Sunny V2 makes these really great videos on a bunch of different topics that I always find interesting. Lil Xan was a rapper, I guess. I don't know if he does it anymore, but Lil Xan's biggest claim to fame was he was a guy who almost died from overdosing on Flaming Hot Cheetos. I remember he got sent to the emergency room because of eating too many Flaming Hot Cheetos, and that changed the way I approach snacks forever. So we have quite a few here that I've stockpiled, because I think all of these are pretty interesting. I don't know Jayus though, but I was talking to Sunny like a month or so ago, and he has been blowing up. And this Jayus one went wild. So I'm assuming Jayus must be a pretty big creator that did some fucked up shit. So I figured this would be fun to learn about, a little internet drama.
Despite having incredibly uncontroversial content.
If you're at a house party and you got a drink in your hand, don't hold it up here by your chest. Try to hold it more down towards your hip. This will make you seem more open and confident, and people will be more willing to come up and talk to you.
She's found
Not true. You could just be a giant fucking loser and you could put that beer bottle up your butthole. It's not gonna help. So bad advice. Stop giving people false hope. You might just suck. And you have to accept that.
You're gonna throw a fit because I didn't make you my priority?
After a petition to ban only
What?
JS from TikTok garnered over 400,000 signatures,
Whoa.
it'd be safe to say that she's a contender for the platform's most hated creator.
Did the petition work? Petitions have always, like, historically been incredibly effective. She's gone up 4,200,000, or nope, exactly 4 million followers. Bro, these petitions are so effective. Not bad.
Did you know that your birth month actually has a huge effect on who you are as a person and the things that could possibly happen to you?
Yo, did you know that your birth month actually has a huge effect on you and the things that can happen to you in your life?
People born in March are way more likely to have asthma, and I can actually speak to this one because my little sister, the only one born in March, has asthma.
What the fuck are you talking about? What? Is that real? Like, these are things she actually believes in? Or is this like some kind of TikTok meme I don't understand? Who the fuck actually believes that? Why do people just like want to disregard basic reasoning? Jesus Christ. Astrology's one thing, like it's harmless. Like you can believe in astrology, it doesn't really matter or whatever. Like zodiacs dictate who you fall in love with, or whatever, your lottery numbers, it doesn't matter, it's harmless. But do people parade it around as like actual real things? Like your birth month changes you? Or has an effect on your life? There's no way people actually like believe in that shit.
Jonathan responded by stating that he'd simply found the information on Google, and as a result, only JS was berated and mocked by her audience, with them stating that she was in the wrong. I have a hard time dealing with the negativity. I still don't know what to do. I don't think I've done anything wrong. Maybe you do, but honestly, I don't see it.
What are they talking about? It's not even like real anything. It's fucking nonsense. What is... You got this information from a Google source. Oh my god. Holy shit, yeah, it's like a full-blown Reddit post. Nice. Man, TikTok is just like its own little ecosystem of degeneracy.
With this in mind, it's barely surprising to find out that approximately 6 months later, an old message would be dug up in which only JS had said the N-word, taking center stage as her brand new colossal-sized controversy.
I love you no matter your sex.
What the fuck was that? What is... Oh, yuck. Uh-oh. Ooh. The abortion didn't work. Oh boy, she's really going full-blown Xbox Live here. Even dropping the racism. Oh my, this is outrageous. On TikTok? Oh, come on now. This was a heated gamer message. Shit got crazy. She went fucking insano style. I wonder what the controversy was. Like what sparked this message? Explain how I'm sucking up to Luna. Maybe like fanfic or something maybe? I don't know.
You're a role model to 10 million people, bro. I hope things get better and I hope you educate.
How did she respond, I wonder?
There were a couple of comments in support of only JS, however, as a whole, and understandably, the response was mostly negative. The best way that JS could have responded to this expose would have either been no response at all, or a short, cool, calm,
oh my god, she's in a Rolls Royce.
Post.
Is this where she did her apology video? This is a Rolls Royce, right? They're the only ones that do this Starlight thing, right? So she was born rich? That's nuts. It's not a Royce? I thought they had a patent on this. We watched the whole video on the dog shit Rolls Royce does. I thought they had the literal patent on being able to do this in the interior of a car. I don't think it's a filter. What the fuck? Now I sound like an idiot. It's not a filter. It's a custom Mercedes. It's a custom Mercedes top. Oh. Okay, I see. Alright, maybe I'm misremembering the video, but I remember Rolls-Royce made a huge deal about their ability to put stars in the roof of the interior and them being the only ones allowed to do it. They had if I remember correctly, they have a full-time star guy. His whole job is putting stars that light up in the roof of Rolls-Royces. I'm pretty sure they must have some kind of patent or like a stranglehold on the technology. They have one designated Grandmaster Star Lord for their vehicles.
Which would have actually
You're
been
right, but she
respectable,
did
as
this
it's 100 times
DIY.
harder than simply
And there is no excuse, and there are no justifications for what I said, and you guys deserve better. And when I first saw the screenshots, I didn't even think that they were real, because I forgot how hateful and how angry of a person I used to be.
All that suspense just for it to be trash. The worst insult you could tell somebody was liking black people. Wow.
With the scandal being shared across every platform imaginable.
Was that in her
NJS would also
apology
lose
video?
all the-
Alright, let me just look at the apology video. Hold on, let's get caught up to speed here, alright? I don't like...
Because I forgot how hateful and how angry of a person I used to be. And
Why aren't you crying? And where's your dog?
No, I know that my words hurt people, and I know that my words have consequences.
Well, not really. The consequences were 4 million new followers, actually.
But I am so deeply
Seemed to walk away pretty strong.
for all the pain that I've caused. The first book that I decided to pick up was How to Be Anti-Racist by Dr. Ibram Kendi.
What?
And this will push readers that think that they're not racist into being something better.
To her credit, she did acknowledge that it was a grift in the title stating,
What?
I know it might come off as performative, talking about this at the end of Black
Alright,
History.
I'm gonna hit you with the cold water. If you need to buy a book on how not to be racist, you've already failed. I think you're already too far gone. What the fuck? Hey guys, I just picked up this book on why murder isn't awesome, and it was a real eye-opener for me. Like, it made some points that I never even really stopped to consider. And I think if any of you are considering murder, you might want to check out this book. Like, it really might steer you in the other direction.
Message.
So I am sorry for basically ghosting you. I didn't mean to do that. I just have a very chaotic schedule and ADHD on top of that, so I genuinely just forgot. And it wasn't me trying to ignore you.
Oh.
You could have just hit me up again, but instead you decided to go public and try to add public pressure onto me, and that's not cool, so I don't want to collaborate.
Which will once again receive a response from Aunt Karen, explaining that she had emailed Only JS multiple times with no reply.
You're gonna put it on me? In your voicemail, you said I should have emailed you again.
Viral
April 4th,
Nation?
I emailed you. How many times
That sounds like
do
a
you
scam.
expect me?
And in classic Only JS fashion, she'd post another emotionally charged response to the
Oh.
drama.
Today's episode of What Are People Mad at Me For Now? Not checking my emails in a timely manner. I wish I was joking. Forgot to respond to an email from this creator that wanted to collab with me, and instead of just like hitting me up again, they made 7 videos about it. Can you please leave me the f alone? I have a diet.
This is like a Chris Farley sketch.
That makes me forget things.
I couldn't check my email because I was living in a van down by the river.
For days.
For example, she will post this video.
You can get your letters delivered for free without any postage if you just put where you want it to go on the return address instead of where it's actually supposed to be.
Which will get the post office activists involved with comments such as, yes, please encourage people to do activities that cause the already failing post office to lose more money. Or when she posts this
What a
video
strat.
saying nothing more than
Life
what
pro
she
tip.
did. However, it eventually got to the point where Only JS couldn't even make jokes anymore without being cancelled. Seriously. On the 23rd of May 2021, Only JS would post the following video.
If a service dog ever approaches you but they're alone, that means that their owner is in trouble and they probably can't move, so you should follow him, because you'll get a free wallet.
It was clearly a light-hearted joke. Can't believe this is still up. It's obvious that it's a joke, but some people may still do it. It could start a trend. What you post on the internet reaches so many people, and some of those people
What
may
are
be
you talking about? How often is a service dog going to be approaching people and lead them to someone who is injured? That surely can't be such a frequent occurrence that it could start a trend on TikTok. What in the fuck is going on over there? Like, it's not a good joke or anything. Like, it's just a pretty generic one. It's like something that your grandpa would send you in like an old email chain. But like, why are they pretending like it's somehow like a terrible thing? It's like, oh my god, someone might actually do this. I see a service dog like once every 6 months, maybe.
She's been tested over and over and over, yet has been unable to switch off and let things go whenever she's been put under pressure. As an end result, there's not only a
Seems
loss
like
of
she's
respect,
only done
but also
2
a never-ending
apology
freight train of
videos.
negativity and
I
hatred.
thought it was gonna be a lot more. That was interesting. I never heard of any of that. Let's see how so she's gone up 4 million subscribers since this video. So she's doing pretty well on that front, or followers. So she's doing well there. What do the comments say? Do they still bring it up? Here, she posted 6 hours ago. No, just everyone being supportive. Yeah. Seems like everything's on the up and up. I was gonna watch this one as well. This is about Sam Pepper. I'm sure a lot of you remember Sam Pepper if you've been on the internet for any length of time. Sam Pepper was an old prank channel who got notoriety when he did the kidnapping my best friend and executing his friend in front of him prank. I'm pretty sure it was faked. I'm not really sure, but either way, it was really disturbing and weird. And then he turned into just a full-blown scammer. So he's taken big part in a lot of the NFT scams over the last 4 or 5 months, however long it's been. He's been like an integral part to scamming people in all of these big crypto scams.
Surprise. As those who know the past of Sam Pepper, from his active persona on Big Brother to his fake pranks on YouTube, know that
Hey,
his
that's the one
entire
I was
career
talking
has been
about.
built on lies in a similar fashion to Dan Bilzerian, who he unsurprisingly happens to be an acquaintance of, judging from an Instagram photo taken out the front of Bilzerian's LA mansion.
I think unironically, being Sam Pepper has to be truly miserable. The man's entire life, from everything I've seen, has been just living a full-blown lie. And I don't think he even has that much money to his name. I remember not that long ago, I think he was homeless. So he just lives a full-blown fake fabricated life and doesn't even make a living off of it because he has so many problems and just wastes all the money he scams. What a crazy cycle. What a absolutely, truly awful existence.
Sandpepper had a prolific reputation on YouTube as one of the fakest pranksters on the platform dating back to the early 2010s.
So I worked out, oh, okay, I can do these pranks that these other channels are doing.
He was one of the first internet punching bags.
However, prior to even this,
YouTube punching
Sandpepper
bags.
had already begun. The point at which Sandpepper's audience discovered that his pranks were fake is pretty damn obvious. On his social blade, he went from gaining 100,000 subscribers every single month consistently between January 2013 and September 2014. However, 1 month later in October 2014, the growth not only stopped, but he began to lose around 10,000 subscribers every single month. The catalyst for this massive dive in viewership was a video titled Fake Hand Ass Pinch Prank. And after receiving a barrage of criticism from other
Cool
YouTubers,
prank idea.
His most recent fake hand ass pinch garnered the most negative attention because he was grabbing women's bottoms without their permission.
as well as a trending hashtag on Twitter stating Report Sandpepper, he had no other choice but to admit that the video had been faked.
You know, another video, and that brings me on to making the best friend killing prank.
Yeah, that's the
best
one.
friend killing prank. Arguably one of, if not the most over-the-top insane YouTube pranks of all time. Certainly crazy enough to put Sandpepper's name back on the map. Involved in the video was the fake kidnapping of two friends, after which one of the friends
I remember
was
this
killed
well.
right in front of
I
the
remember this
other,
very
with the
well.
premise of the video being how will someone react if they watch their friend get killed.
Let's see how he reacts to his best friend of 5 years being killed in front of him.
Obviously, the whole thing was
What a good
fake.
prank.
All three people were
What would happen if I
do a viral
executed
stunt,
your
and we're like,
family?
Okay, cool. We'll help you out with
Would
this
he
viral
find
stunt.
it enjoyable when I
actually
reveal
all
they're not
three
dead?
Came up with the
Sam had some success as an IRL streamer in the CX network, however he was ultimately dropped after an argument with Ice Poseidon, which had partially been fueled by Sandpepper's lack of integrity.
He's like, oh, it's okay to lie as long as it doesn't affect anything. And that's not okay. Like, why are you telling my girlfriend it's okay to lie to me as long as it doesn't affect anything? Like, dude, this is not your relationship.
After this, Sandpepper disappeared from the mainstream. His reputation
Until
was completely
crypto
and utterly
scams,
destroyed. He had nothing
baby.
left to offer.
3, 2, 1. Chris! Chris! I don't want to. You said Chris!
Oh
This video, which
no!
was clearly set up and probably used a stack of fake $100 bills, racked up over 28 million views. Now, the most interesting part about Sandpepper's TikTok blow-up is that it follows the exact same trend as his YouTube journey. He blows up with a genuine heartfelt video about saving some duck eggs from a restaurant, then progressively makes his content more and more staged, and by the end he's claiming that he's won the lottery with absolutely zero evidence.
If I play you rock, paper, scissors and I win, can I, like, rip this down the street? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Oh my god, get fucked,
I'm
idiot.
gonna get in the passenger, I'm scared.
Get fucked, dummy.
Instagram and an old forum post titled as follows.
That's just
Scam
TikTok?
Pepper
Yeah,
living a
man.
life of luxury after
TikTok
scamming
is
his
just-
followers for millions and fleeing
That's
the
a
US.
wild
He's claiming to
wasteland.
have won the lottery while... Although, in order to be buying an $8.9 million island in Thailand, you're probably going to need around 50 to 100 million in order for it to be a comfortable purchase. And while Sandpepper has had a fairly successful social media career, I doubt he has access to that kind of money.
I
Obviously,
can
the
assure
easiest
you
way to
he
put all of
doesn't.
this to rest would be for Sandpepper
He's
to
a
simply
serial
provide some
scammer
kind of evidence
who
for
is
either winning
also
the lottery or the
historically
purchase of the
awful with
island.
money.
However, with a track record like Sam's filled with
No
fake
chance.
video after fake video, it seems pretty obvious that like the rest of his entire career, this is nothing more than yet another
So is this what he
hoax.
does now, like full time? He just full time pretends to be a lottery winner on TikTok? I mean, I guess it's better than the alternative of scamming everyone. Now he's just lying again. What an interesting loser. Yeah, that man's like an OG punching bag for the internet. Hey, thanks for the 10 gift subs, Cobalt. Appreciate it, man. Killing best friend prank is a timeless classic. It really is. Literally Dan Bilzerian. There's a huge difference between Sandpepper and Dan Bilzerian. Dan Bilzerian was a massively rich kid from birth because of his dad. Sandpepper pretends to be a massively rich guy from scamming. They're both, like, genuine full-blown liars living a fake life. But at the very least, Dan does have a lot of money to back it up because of his family. Sam has nothing besides lying on TikTok and scamming 16-year-olds on Twitter out of crypto. Yeah, this will be the last one we watch here, and then we'll switch to something else. Sunny V2 just makes actual bangers, man. I love the way he puts out these things on topics I would have never even thought about. Like, Sandpepper's someone I think about once in a while and remember just, like, how pathetic they are. But, you know, Lil Xan is a name I haven't thought of in so long.
It was just
So
3.5
what happened?
years prior that on the very same podcast, Lil Xan was sitting back and bragging about owning 3 different Los Angeles apartments.
I have the same one 10 floors up now.
Really?
Yep.
What? And don't you have another one down the street
Yep.
too?
And another one on the same floor.
Why? Do you have 3 apartments?
One for my parents, one for
Aw.
me and Eli, my hacker, and then one for the hose.
The hose?
Despite once being in what seemed like an unlosable
My dedicated
situation,
thought
it was obvious
apartment.
That over the long run, Lil
That's
Xan's
where I
failure
send
was
the
not only
hose.
inevitable, but work ethic.
They could never get Xan to do the shit that he
Yeah.
actually had to do for his career. Like I remember.
I don't think I ever
talking
heard
to
one of
Stat
his
about it, and he was
songs,
constantly
ever.
frustrated.
There are going to be numerous examples throughout this video of Lil Xan.
I only
often
know
being
about him from
unable
the
to do
Flamin' Hot
work whenever
Cheetos
it was
incident.
required. We already discussed him dropping out. Lil Xan kept missing the meetings, either as a result of being disorganized or because he thought the meetings were too good to be true.
It's LA. You can't believe everybody. It's LA.
It was a time when SoundCloud
What?
rappers were popping up left, right, and center. To the
What?
point
What
that
does
it
that
was
even
becoming a meme.
mean? This meeting's probably not real, so I'm just not gonna even think about it. I'm just gonna go eat more Flamin' Hot Cheetos till I fucking die. What a just say that you're too fucking dumb to go. Like, no one's gonna look at Lil Xan and listen to him for more than a sentence and be like, yep, that guy is an intellectual. Like, just own it. Like, you're fucking stupid. Like, you are visibly stupid. Every word you say is like a caveman trying to speak while having peanut butter in his mouth. Like, just say like, yeah, I'm kind of fucking dumb, so I kept missing the meetings. There'd be a lot more respect to be had there.
Like I remember when Lil Xan's album came out, right? And I remember having a conversation with Stat and being like, "What do you think of the album?" Because it was pretty obvious that the album was bad. Xan put in like no work for the album, and I remember having that conversation with him. And if it was up to Stat, Xan would have been sitting in the studio recording every night, and instead he was just doing drugs and having random ass girls come over every night.
The other issue might have been that after the insane success of his single Betrayed, Lil Xan might have been lured into a false sense of security about his future and talent
Poison
as
Bear?
an artist.
You have to keep working. What they don't tell you is that you coast totally fine. There's another hill. So you gotta keep going.
From Lil Xan's perspective,
God,
he would
I
state
love
that the poor
T-Pain.
performance of the
I fucking
album
love
wasn't his
T-Pain.
fault, and was instead the fault of his management.
I dropped like a mixtape.
T-Pain
that
is
got
the
way
actual
more,
goat.
Like, positive. Then
Why?
I'm like, I'm mad.
Laugh about ruining a $1,200 hoodie after leaving it on the floor,
So everything's on the floor. Expensive hoodies, $1,200 on the drain.
and then go on to purchase 2 copies of the game Destiny with the goal of showing the store some love.
Honestly, copies of Destiny. Like, dude, let's play something else, you know?
Now, you could probably make the argument that
What
this was
the
just Lil
fuck?
Xan
It's like
spinning
a-
big balls of
it-
candles
it's
in
like
his face.
Target.
However, there was plenty of
Hey, Target, this one's for you. 2 Destiny copies right now in this bitch. And I'm not a hero, okay? I'm just doing me. Alright, I am a hero. Fuck it, fine. Alright, you need an autograph? Okay.
I'll take all my homies. I'll spend $700 to take 7 of my friends in there.
Just to get Butterbeer?
Just to get Butterbeer, and we did. And I don't film it or nothing.
In addition to
Why?
this, Lil Xan would take out
That's
a
just
loan to
stupid.
purchase a
That's just
Mercedes-Benz
really stupid.
G-Wagon, the price of
That's
which
not even
starting
cool.
at
That's just
around
embarrassing. It's not a
$170,000
flex.
US
It's
dollars.
sad.
I'm about to get a G-Wagon.
Nice.
My favorite car, dream car.
Now, if we ignore the fact that Lil Xan would go on to key his own car whilst angry at a later date,
I just did this to my car.
Why? What the fuck?
Scratched it, keyed it up. I just bought it. Keyed all the way.
the levels of stupidity for this purchase go pretty deep.
What
Taking
the
out a loan to buy a car,
fuck?
moron. On the 21st of December 2017, just before he'd buy the car, Lil Xan would make a tweet which read as follows: "If you live in the Inland Empire/LA area and want to meet me tonight, pull up to 100 to 110 North 5th Street, Redlands, CA 92373, United States at 7:30. Now, it's hard to call Xan an idiot for this
I
one.
can't
It was still early in his
imagine
career
more
and the
than
tweet
like
was made only 4 hours
25
prior to
people
the
showed
meeting
up and
time.
the
He
average
probably
age
expected
had to
just
be
a couple of people
16.
to show up.
I gave like a 4-hour notice. I was heading to my hometown, so I tweeted a location, and then I just expected, what, like 50 people to show up? That's just how I am. I got there, and this video's on YouTube. It's like 2,000 people showed up. What?
But I got fined because a lot of damages to cars and streets.
To haunt him.
The industry just doesn't care. They just want you to pump out hit records, and when you're useless to them, just leave you in the dirt. You know.
In this video, Lil Xan would
That is
blame the
true. He is
sober
absolutely right
businessman
about
and
that.
manager Stat Quo for
Very
fueling
true.
his drug addict gang member.
Oh, you're a snitch now, bro. He didn't make you do that, all this stuff. Like, bro, how am I a snitch? Did I go to court and rat on my gang? I don't have a gang. You can't snitch if you're not a gang member, bro. Miss me with that. I'm trying to help other artists in particularly my similar situation.
In the Instagram live stream, Lil Xan would also reveal that his manager.
I paid literally, it's all my money in the car, and he won't give it to me.
Without $30,000 to take full ownership of his G-Wagon, a declining follow count across each of his social media platforms, and no new music in over 7 months, it seems like this could possibly be the end for Lil Xan's career.
Nah, he's about to make a big comeback, I feel it. Man, I didn't know why didn't he talk about the Flamin' Hot Cheeto moment? I don't even know Lil Xan from his music. Back in, it must have been like 2019, maybe it was 2018. There was a big story that broke about Lil Xan of how he went to the hospital in the actual ER because he ate too many Flamin' Hot Cheetos and it made his tummy hurt. That's the only reason I know him. He's pumping a crypto scam on his Insta story right now. That is the most like 2021, 2022 shit ever. Everything's going wrong. Hey, you guys see these NFTs? Like, what's up? There are some questions we may never know the answer to. What happens when we die? What came before the Big Bang? Why am I so short? Why did Dr. Disrespect get banned from Twitch at the height of his popularity in 2020? Dr. Disrespect was the face of Twitch, one of the largest streamers on the platform and one of the largest streamers just in general in the world. And out of nowhere, in 2020, he received a permanent ban, with no elaboration from Twitch's side, nor his. Though he has been somewhat vocal about suing Twitch as a result of getting banned, but he's never explained what the ban was for in the first place. So it's always just been this mystery that's plagued the minds of scholars for the last 4 years. A mystery on par with Area 51. And now, last night, there was a new development in this situation. Now, I want to be very clear, these are still allegations here, but a former Twitch employee on a random Friday night just came out and dropped a fucking bombshell claiming that Dr. Disrespect got banned because he was caught sexting a minor using the Twitch Whisper system and trying to meet up with them at TwitchCon. An extremely surprising statement that jump-scared the entire streaming community. Like, first of all, I didn't even know people used the Twitch Whisper system. That in and of itself was a shock. Twitch Whispers is more archaic than AIM and more useless than flavored toilet paper. It hardly functions. It's a joke of a messaging service. But anyway, these are obviously massive allegations against Dr. Disrespect. Now, they didn't provide any evidence or proof of the claims. However, a lot of other parties, like journalists, came forward saying that they had heard similar things from Twitch employees. Like, their trusted sources had told them similar stories about the reason behind Dr. Disrespect's ban. But again, no evidence has been provided publicly for all of this. Right now, it's just a lot of people saying, like, this is what we heard too. Dr. Disrespect did reply to a tweet talking about it a little bit, saying, "Jake, seriously, I get it. It's a hot topic, but this has been settled. No wrongdoing was acknowledged, and they paid out the whole contract." The vast majority of people were pretty unsatisfied with that response from the doc because it's a bunch of hooey, like mumbo-jumbo legal lawyer speak that doesn't actually say anything. Like, instead of saying he didn't do what the claims are, like he didn't sext a minor, he said no wrongdoing was acknowledged, not that no wrongdoing happened. And then mentions that Twitch paid out the whole contract, which I think the reason he threw that in there is to try and illustrate that Twitch ended up settling with him and paid out his whole contract, which must mean that he was in the right legally, I think is what he's getting at, but it's so obtuse and still doesn't shut down the claim that has been made against him. So most people were left scratching their head wondering, well, is it true or not? So about an hour ago, he did make a follow-up tweet here saying, "Listen, I'm obviously tied to legal obligations from the settlement with Twitch, but I just need to say what I can since this is the fucking internet. I didn't do anything wrong. All this has been probed and settled, nothing illegal, no wrongdoing was found, and I was paid. Elden Ring Monday." He definitely provides a little more clarity with this statement. However, I have to wonder what legal obligations have got him like fucking strangled like Homer Simpson around Bart Simpson's neck that are preventing him from just saying he didn't sext a minor if he didn't. He's still kind of talking around it, saying it's been probed and settled, nothing illegal, no wrongdoing was found, he was paid. Instead of just like outright coming out with a fucking iron fist saying, this is baloney, this is a load of horseradish, absolute fish paste, that's not true. whatever this legal settlement with Twitch was in the Thunderdome here, it's prevented him from being able to talk directly about this claim, it seems, which is so fucking odd. Now, I think it's important I mention just how uncommon it is for Twitch to permanently ban a streamer of any size, period. That's more rare than a total solar eclipse. It just doesn't happen often at all. There was a streamer who went live and she goatsied herself directly at the camera on Twitch, only got a 72-hour ban. A year or two ago, there was a streamer who had full-blown sex on stream and she only got a 72-hour ban. There's so many streamers that also have like 10 or even 12 bans to their name and still get to stream on Twitch without issue. So a permaban doesn't happen often, and it certainly doesn't happen often to the biggest streamer on their platform, and Dr. Disrespect was under a big contract with Twitch at the time of his ban. So for them to permanently ban him at the height of his popularity while he was the face of their platform with a big contract from them, it had to be something big. And the theory I subscribe to, and the most commonly accepted theory for why he was banned, was that it must have been some kind of big contract dispute. This time period was a wacky one, quite quirky for sure. It's when Mixer was still around, God rest its soul. It went out with a sad, pathetic whimper, a little wet fart into the wind, but at the time, it was a juggernaut, and it was scaring Twitch. It had recently bought Ninja off of Twitch to Mixer, it bought Shroud, and there was a little bit of a panic from Twitch, who then started issuing massive contracts to streamers on their platform to keep them there and away from Mixer. So the idea was that maybe Dr. Disrespect was talking with Mixer about a huge contract buyout, and it pissed Twitch off, so they banned him and wiped their ass with that contract, which led to Dr. Disrespect suing them for it, but Twitch in the settlement made sure that he kept his mouth shut about it. That was the main theory most people believed, again, myself included, and now this has come out. And again, there's no evidence to support the claims, but with a handful of other people coming forward saying they heard a similar reason behind his ban, it's got a lot of people believing that it must be accurate. Now, if it is true, it does also make Twitch look pretty bad here, in my opinion, because this is a situation that deals with child safety on their platform, and if the face of their platform was sexting a minor through their Whispers service, I think Twitch has a responsibility to explain what they're going to do going forward to ensure that kind of shit doesn't happen again. Though I guess there could again be some real fucky nonsense in the legal proceedings that followed. I have no clue, really. But in the event that it is true, it still makes it seem like Twitch was covering up for the face of their platform being a predator. And that's not a good look for Twitch. So I guess it's also possible that Twitch wanted to bury this as well to not take some kind of reputational hit in the public eye. Especially, I guess, during 2020 when Mixer was around. So I guess that's possible. I do, however, think now that this allegation has come out, whether it's true or false, I think this is going to be the start of the information around the ban coming forward, either from Twitch or Dr. Disrespect here, because this is such a massive allegation. So someone's going to come forward to set the record straight one way or the other is what I think will probably happen here, but I could be totally wrong. It could be another 4 fucking years before there's even a peep about the Dr. Disrespect Twitch ban mystery. But something I've seen a lot of other people talking about is they're surprised that Twitch was reading Whispers in the first place. I don't think anyone should be caught off guard by that. In the current day and age, everything you send through any service can easily be accessed by that service and is most likely being accessed by that service. All of your data is constantly being harvested and sold. I thought everyone knew that by this point. So in this case, Twitch having access to the Whispers and reading them and then taking action from them isn't like an unheard of concept at all. It's just a matter of not that's the reality of what happened, if this is a true claim or not. But anyway, I just kind of wanted to go over where everything's at right now. It's kind of just a complete mess, so I guess we'll see as the story develops. That's really about it. See ya. I want to start this video off by celebrating something important that's a little unrelated to the overall topic of the video, but one that calls for celebration, so let's pump our fists and wiggle our fingers together as we say rest in peace to James Corden's Late Late Show. That's right, it's finally over. We've survived the bubonic plague of bad television. James Corden's show is off the air officially, and I also love that now we have like some classified documents finally releasing that confirms what we all knew, that nobody fucking watched James Corden's show. It was a colossal flop. It was losing $20 million a year apparently before they finally decided to take it behind the barn and put it down for good, just execute it. There is nobody in the world that likes James Corden. I've said it for years now. He's like one of the only unifying things our planet has to offer. We all have our differences, but somewhere embedded deep in our DNA is this common ground of disliking James Corden. And for some reason his shows existed for so fucking long now. It was always a mystery, and I thought maybe I was just boofing crazy pills and like he had huge fans, but clearly not. They were losing so much money on him, and now they finally decided to stop the bleeding. It's just such a breath of fresh air. Already the world looks more colorful and less gray now that the Late Late Show is dead and buried, just put 6 feet under in its coffin. No more carpool karaoke. I feel like the possibility for our species are limitless now. It's like in Gurren Lagann when humanity goes from living underground fucking cave-dwelling troglodytes to breaching into the surface world, and then they start evolving at a rapid rate. I feel like that's where we're at right now because carpool karaoke is no longer keeping us buried. You know, that was the single thing preventing us from reaching a Type 2 spacefaring civilization. It's so nice. Now let's get to the actual topic of today's video. Enough celebrating the end of the Late Late Show. I'm sure many of you have heard about this massive writers' strike that's going on right now, where the Writers Guild of America is protesting, so they've all stopped their work in the industry at the moment. There's a lot of reasons for it, but really the primary takeaways are they're not being fairly compensated for their work when it comes to streaming services. So right now they're paid a single fixed residual that aren't tied to viewer numbers and no additional payments that come through when the show shuffles between different streaming services. An example they give is one of the writers for Jane the Virgin is only receiving 1 to 2 cents for their residual checks, which is far from the norm or acceptable. And that's because streaming content has blown up recently, and for the industry itself, it's still pretty new. So they're not really getting the compensation that they should be, especially when compared to other aspects of the entertainment industry like normal movies or normal TV shows. So streaming is still in that weird gray area where they're getting face fucked when it comes to their compensation, and now they're protesting, looking for more appropriate compensation and fairer pay for it, which I think is totally reasonable. None of these shows happen without the writers. I understand the A-list actors and celebrities are always going to put asses in the seats and make swamp-ass thrones as people are glued to it for these characters, but those characters are written by these writers, and without them, they'd be fucking flat and worthless. The effect of writers on the actual medium is severely overlooked by just normal viewers, I feel. I've seen real brain rot takes on this from Twitter about how the writers aren't even important to the shows to begin with, which is mind-boggling that we've reached the point where there's a lot of viewers that are unable to wrap their head around the entire show they watch is constructed by these writers. Without them, it doesn't exist, it doesn't happen, and it doesn't work. So it's super weird that people are trying to belittle their role in the industry and downplay their importance, even going as far as to call this whole strike a bunch of mumbo-jumbo, hocus-pocus nonsense and that they're entitled. It's so fucked up. Like, for some reason now people are taking up arms in order to protect billionaires in their right to exploit writers like this. I think it's fucking stupid. Like, again, the writers make the shows happen. It's not like your favorite actors that are in these shows go in there and fucking improv every single one of their lines. That's just not how it works. So yeah, I do agree that the writers deserve better pay, especially because streaming has blown up so much, and yet the pay for writers hasn't grown with it. This sector has exploded, yet for some reason the writers have been left behind when it comes to their compensation. So I think the strike is totally within their right to do. I think it's a good thing. And if you don't believe me that it's a good thing, how about I just show you some of the proof that's in the pudding right now? Get ready, because I'm about to give you a fucking enema of good news. This writer's strike has already been huge W's across the board for anybody with eyes, because since they're striking, a lot of terrible shows have had to go on hiatus, had to go dark. That includes every late night talk show, baby. Every single fucking one of these late night parasites have had to go off air because, of course, they don't write their own material. They're not like real comedians anymore. They don't make fucking jokes on their own. It's all fed to them by these writers. And now that they're striking, they have nothing. Thus, they've had to stop the programs. So no Jimmy Kimmel, no Jimmy Fallon. We're getting everything fucking purged right now and on break. And it feels so good to not have to have YouTube inundated with fucking god-awful late show talk clips. Oh my god, it feels amazing. So there's already a huge W there, already seeing some great stuff from the writer's strike, some good results. But if you want the best possible news from the writer's strike, you know what else is severely affected? Big Mouth. The worst show ever produced by human beings is currently getting hammered because of this writer's strike. It is unable to continue production as of the moment, and we can only pray, have our fingers crossed, that they will just shut down the upcoming season and call it quits. Just put the kibosh on the entire series, because Big Mouth fucking sucks. Just close your eyes and envision this utopia with me. No James Corden Late Show. No Big Mouth. That is a serene existence. That would actually unlock the full potential of our brains. It'd be like taking that pill from Limitless. We would fucking invent teleportation technology the next day. Now, even better news, even if Big Mouth does unfortunately continue, if we're cursed for another season of Big Mouth, it's the final season. So there won't be any after that, which that's great news, but it's bittersweet because we could just not have that season air to begin with. So regardless, though, Big Mouth on the horizon is soon to be finished, kaput, which is fantastic. I also forgot one other big one that's currently going dark. Another stinker. Saturday Night Live! Saturday Night Live is also affected by the writer's strike, so they're unable to currently continue as is. So just a lot of good W's all around here. Now, there is more to the purpose behind the strike. It wasn't all for the compensation. There is another component to this that I think it's worth mentioning here. They're also wanting to regulate AI when it comes to the industry. AI is also exploding, and it is evolving at an unbelievably fast rate. Which is, of course, a legitimate concern here. AI is already fucking wild. It is frightening how good it's gotten in such a short period of time, and it's still very primitive. It is still very early on in this technology, so it's only going to get better and more refined. So what the Writers Guild is looking for here is some regulation where the AI can't be trained off of their works would be protected, so that way the AI can't be building models based around their scripts, can't be like generating scripts of their own based on their work, and also they can't really be using AI to go through and change some of their work or undermine it and shit like that. It's just looking for some level of protection for the writers. It doesn't seem like they're trying to completely outlaw it, make it illegal when it comes to AI in the writing room, or forbid it entirely, because AI can be used as a good tool for writers as well. It's just looking for some level of like regulation or just some openness to discuss how they can utilize AI in different ways there. At least that's how I understand it. I could be wrong, but it doesn't seem like they're just trying to get rid of it entirely from the writing process. So yeah, overall, wishing the best for the writers here with the strike. From what I can tell, it doesn't seem like the powerful suits out there are really responding at all to it in any meaningful capacity at the moment. It seems like the attitude's kind of just rub some fucking dirt in it, get over it kind of thing. But I guess we'll see how that goes when their biggest programs start to feel the effects of the strike, because the WGA is huge. They do a lot of writing, so I guess we'll see how everything plays out, but just want to talk about it a little bit. That's it. So yep. I don't care what your plans were for today, they're about to change. So call in sick to work, and I don't give a shit if it's like the biggest day of your life, your wife's in labor right now, delivering your brand new baby into this world, you're on the way to the hospital right now to be supportive and help. You're about to pull over, because I'm going to show you a man that's going to make you too horny to function. You're going to black out from pure ecstasy. I'm talking, of course, about Dimitri, the lover. A couple days ago, I gave you just a small appetizer, a little taste of Dimitri, the lover, and my god, it tasted like ass. Now, I mentioned in the last video, Dimitri the lover was actually an alias used by a pickup artist named James Sears. James Sears used to be a name that'd strike fear into the hearts of women everywhere. He's like the boogeyman. But if the boogeyman was like 5 times scarier, he looks like if Tommy Wiseau and Harvey Weinstein did a fusion dance. And yes, he has been rearrested, like I mentioned, but today I wanted to finish the voicemails that he left, because in the viral TikTok video we covered, it was only half of the story, and I think it's not right that we don't get the conclusion here to this wonderful fairy tale of sadness and disaster. This dude, I have to imagine, was collecting restraining orders like Pokemon cards back in his prime. Like, goddamn. So, we're picking up right where we left off.
I had a long-distance relationship. You know, went a year. It's very tough to maintain it like that, and it didn't work out. There's nothing wrong with me. Matter of fact, I'm one of the few men in the city that has nothing wrong with him.
It's about time, finally, a man with nothing wrong with him. A sane, rational, nice guy. I don't even know why he brings up a long-distance relationship that failed. I guess he's just still very upset about it, and you can still kind of hear that pain in his voice. It's just an old scar now, a battle wound that he can't help but pour salt in. Oh yeah, the relationship failed all because of her, no fault of my own. There's nothing wrong with me, she did it. But it doesn't bother anymore, I'm completely over it, I've moved on, I swear to God I've moved on. I've had sex 50 fucking times a day ever since, and I'm much happier now, I fucking promise you, and don't you ever question whether or not I'm happy about it. Also, I have to doubt whether or not this relationship ever existed in the first place. It seems like another classic manipulation tactic from pickup artists where you're supposed to make yourself look as pathetic as possible in front of a woman, hoping that she feels bad enough to have sex with you.
So I'm giving you that 3 o'clock deadline. If I don't hear from you, you lose my number. I'm erasing yours right now, so you won't be hearing back from me. So that's it. 3 o'clock tomorrow, or you can just completely forget it.
Actual serial killer vibes coming off of this guy here. Straight up the Riddler from the new Batman movie. Hitting him with the less you have of it, the more valuable it becomes. But instead of the answer being friends, in this case, it's brain cells. I don't understand how someone becomes this delusional, this out of touch, and not have a single iota of self-awareness like, damn, this is creepy. He is actually pretending to be a fucking movie villain.
Now, I understand if you've got other issues, like maybe you're not playing games, maybe you've had, I don't know, maybe you were abused in childhood, maybe your mother has cancer, you're going to chemo, maybe you're just a person who's extremely frightened or has an anxiety disorder, maybe you're on some medication for that, I don't know. There could be another issue that I'm not aware of.
Honestly, that's the only logical explanation for why she hasn't called him back yet. That she must have been abused as a child. All of that trauma from her childhood makes it very difficult to fall in love with a real, good man like James Sears. Honestly, this voicemail reminds me of the movie One Missed Call, the old horror movie that scared me when I was a child, where you get like a phone call and it's a voicemail of you dying on the other end and then you die in real life. Getting a voicemail from James would be scarier than if One Missed Call was real. Like, this guy is so unbelievably creepy, he's making my butthole pucker. Like, I just feel like I'm going into fight or flight mode just listening to this voicemail from the outside. I briefly hinted at deeper lore in the last video with the whole James Sears anime, and once we're done with the voicemail, I'll get into it a little bit more, but he actually had his own weird, creepy newsletter too. So it wasn't just directly harassing women and making them feel unsafe, he also did it using writing as well.
But nobody says, call me, hands a person a business card, and then doesn't return calls. It's extremely passive-aggressive. You should actually look that up, passive-aggressive personality disorder. And you let me know if you've got issues, psychological issues, if you're on any sort of medication for anxiety or depression, I'm not interested.
Dude's making this sound like one of those dick-growing pill commercials like Cialis or whatever. If you're taking any of the following medication, then Dimitri the Lover's not interested, and then just goes into list potential side effects. You also gotta love the pickup artist classic of insulting the women. Oh, you should look into passive-aggressive personality disorder. I am a licensed psychiatrist, so I'm diagnosing you, in fact, with that personality disorder. And you're lucky that I'm even taking the time to continue talking to you because you're diseased. You're filthy. That is an actual pickup artist staple. Just point blank insulting women and being obnoxious assholes and expecting sex in return. Just like, hey, you stupid bitch. You disgusting harpy. I bet you suffer from loose pussy disorder. But whatever, I'm a nice enough guy to give you the time of day. So when are we fucking? It's so baffling to me, because almost every pickup artist guru I've ever listened to recommends some type of manipulation tactic that includes belittling and insulting the woman. And you can see it on full display here in these voice messages.
Okay? But if you're psychologically normal, and you haven't called me because there's been some horrible thing that's happened in your life which prevented you, that's fine. But otherwise, don't call me. Okay? Bye.
Yeah, that's right. There's only one excuse for not calling Dimitri the lover back, and that's if you've been kidnapped, or maybe severely injured by a falling meteor or something. That's the only possible explanation for why someone wouldn't return Dimitri the lover's phone calls. I love that perspective. Oh god, she hasn't called me in a week. Something must be wrong. She must have been kidnapped by terrorists. I'm gonna have to leave her an angry voicemail about it. It's so wild. She must have been abused as a child. Otherwise, why didn't she call me back? It just doesn't make any sense. I'm just such a catch. I'm the only guy here that is just perfect for her, and she hasn't called me back. Thus, something must have gone awry. Maybe she has some kind of psychological disorder. Yeah, that's probably it. She's not sane like I am. So weird. But anyway, that's the end of the voicemails from Dimitri the Lover, at least the ones that I find. This was the director's cut of it. However, that's not where James Sears' story ends. So like I briefly mentioned, James Sears had a publication that eventually got him tossed in the slammer. That's what he was arrested for. The publication was very anti-Semitic and misogynistic. He was arrested on hateful conduct and then rearrested after breaking parole. I've only been able to find a few snippets of his publication, and you can see just how deranged this shit looks. It's like an old GeoCities internet page in like the late 90s. It is formatted like it's actually from a crazy person in Arkham Asylum. This shit is bafflingly wacky. And it's not easy to say this, but I'm gonna say it anyway. It makes me question whether or not Dimitri the Lover really was as sane as he said he was in those voicemails. He said he was the only man in the city with nothing wrong with him, but then I look at this publication and I think to myself, are you sure? You sure there's nothing wrong with you? You know, I just have to doubt it. But again, it's Dimitri the Lover, alright? The savant of seduction, the savior of sex, right? Like, who am I to question his expertise? But yeah, anyway, I just wanted to at least finish the voicemail and tell you a little bit more about James Sears, aka Dimitri the Lover. Yeah, that's about it. See ya. I'm about to drop a name on you like an anvil out of a Saturday morning cartoon. It's a name that you probably haven't heard in quite some time, like Hoobastank. No disrespect to Hoobastank. They had some bangers back in their day. But this is a name that you're gonna have to dust off the cobwebs for to try and remember who they are. The Island Boys. Back in late 2021, they went viral for this song, I'm an Island Boy, that one. They became the punching bag of the internet, the biggest clowns that were not afraid to just keep dancing for everyone to laugh at, throw tomatoes at, and shoot spitballs at. They were the biggest joke online for quite a while. And everyone already knew that their time in the limelight was limited, but I don't think anyone knew exactly how long it would last, or rather, how short it would be. Because just like Hans Gruber at the end of Die Hard, they fell off, and in a big way. And to clout goblins, that is a fate worse than death, because that attention is the most addictive drug in the world, and the Island Boys are some very strong addicts. They need attention more than they need air. They need attention more than their body needs water. It's like the most crucial nutrient in their diet. So when they stopped getting that attention, they lost their goddamn minds. They went fucking wild. They tried everything to get back in the public eye. They tried YouTuber boxing, they tried starting drama with other internet creators, they tried everything. They even did military recruitment for a little while, which was a wild arc in the Island Boy saga, and none of it was enough to get people to talk about or laugh at them again. Man, what the fuck? So I just noticed that for the entire opening of this video, I had a booger stuck in my mustache, just hanging on for dear life there. I'm not going to redo any of this, so I'm just gonna let it ride. But I'm very disappointed that none of you stopped me to tell me about it, letting me just go on, continue making myself look like a fool, a greasy loser with boogers in his beard. Yucky. But anyway, the Island Boys, they fell from grace just as quickly as they rose to popularity, and everyone forgot about them. The end, right? Wrong. Because in the Island Boys' desperation, at the deepest pits of the Shadow Realm to which they were banished to, they hatched one last nefarious idea in order to get people to talk about them again. Incest. I'm not exaggerating and I'm not lying either. The Island Boys are back in the public eye because they are making out with each other, and just today announced that they're releasing an oral sex video with one of the brothers sucking the other brother's cock. If you didn't know, the Island Boys are actually brothers. It's not like some kind of, stepmom porn genre thing, like fake incest thing. They are legitimately brothers. And their plan has been for the last week or so, maybe a bit longer, to just keep making out with each other in videos and keep ramping up how sexual it gets from kissing all the way till now, where one of them's sucking the other's dick. I'd be willing to bet by the end of the week they'll be fucking each other on OnlyFans as well. I guess their strategy is to farm clout off incest enthusiasts? I don't know, but they're over the moon about being talked about again. They've been making tons of response videos, even going on streams and doing podcasts and interviews about it. So they've been fully back in their press tour grind, and they have been doing everything possible to milk all the juice out of this tit. They've been giving all of these statements to publications. Initially, they were saying that they're both straight, and this is just a normal thing to do with your brother, which is a wild take. I can't imagine that that's a normal sibling activity. It shouldn't be. I can't picture a Thanksgiving meal where, your brother comes into town bringing some food, and you're like, man, food was fire. Come here, let me see that neck. And you start, sucking on his neck like a vampire or some shit. It's just not a normal thing, and I'm sure the Island Boys know that. They're just saying things to get people to keep talking about them. And then the following day, basically, one of the Island Boys went on a stream and came out as gay. And then after that, I actually saw some people come forward to say that the only reason people are outraged at the Island Boys is because of homophobia, which I think is a delusional take. It's 2023. I don't have any problem with anyone being gay or anything at all. Most people in the world don't. This is incest. That's a whole new ballgame. That's an entirely different planet. And their incest is driven by the desire to get attention from people that are finding it and being understandably perturbed by it because it gets them attention. And then it gets them talking. And then the Island Boys keep feeding that flame to keep the perpetual motion machine going. And obviously that gets even more people talking about them, which seems to be the only thing in the world they care about. And it's just so fascinating to me how people's minds can be so poisoned by internet attention, to the point where it deteriorates in their brains so much that they will scratch at their neck desperately trying to think of a way to get that high of clicks and conversation about them going again. And then they resort to something this degenerate. Like, oh geez, most recent Instagram post only had 50 likes. All right, that's it. I'm going with the nuclear option. Bro, get out your meat and your iPhone. We got business to take care of. We're not being talked about enough. We're throwing the Hail Mary. It blows my mind that we are at this point in society where these two people never should have been famous in the first place. They got famous because everyone was making fun of them. And it became the most important component of their existence. And when that 15 minutes of fame finally dried up, they didn't know what to do with themselves. They couldn't imagine going forward in life without it. So for the last almost 2 years, all they've done is try to do everything possible to get people to talk about them again. And it's culminated into this shit now, where they're literally sucking their dicks because incest is alarming, obviously. And by alarming people, people will obviously start talking about it. And since people are talking about it, the Island Boys are happy. That's all that matters to them. They clearly don't care that it's negative attention. In fact, I don't think they've ever once in their life had positive attention, so this is an all too familiar feeling. All they know is negative attention and being that clown in the circus. It's so fucking sad what people will do just for attention. This is disgusting stuff that they've resorted to now. They're no longer just cringe goofballs, very silly goobers with some embarrassing shit and constantly making an absolute mockery out of themselves. They're no longer just on that cringe department. They've gone into a totally different realm here with all of the incest shit that they're putting out there. And I have a feeling that it's only going to continue to escalate. Eventually, people will stop talking about the incestuous island brothers here. And by eventually, I mean immediately. I think within the next couple days, people will stop talking about them altogether forever, because now, there's nothing to laugh at anymore, it's just gross incest. So, before the Island Boys had, you know, mainstream attention because it was something everyone could flip on, laugh at, dunk on them for, make fun of them for. It was cringy, it was silly, and even the Island Boys seemed to be in on the joke and laughing with everybody as the kings of cringe. They were all aboard the cringe train that left the station, and they were the conductors. This situation is completely different. This is just two brothers slurping each other's wieners. That's not exactly a wacky thing that people are going to share around to, like, laugh at as some kind of, like, wholesome, cringy thing. That's just something people are going to be like, no thanks. Don't really want to watch incest. So then most people just turn it off and forget about the Island Boys forever. Again. It's just such a crazy situation. To be so attention hungry, so clout driven, that you would resort to just filming incest porn with your brother to sell on OnlyFans. But yeah, anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. Darkest TikTok iceberg. Why do people keep asking for that? Oh, I actually remember this story. I haven't seen his video on it, but I remember this was on Reddit. There was a random TikTok that was taken, well, at least this story, I guess the whole thing might not be connected. A random TikTok taken of a girl with like a black eye and shit. And then Redditors actually were the ones that maybe potentially connected her to a missing persons case. I don't remember the result. I don't know if it actually turned out to be true or not. But yeah, I guess we'll check it out. Sure.
We're doing it from most tame to most gruesome. This video gets really, really, really dark, and it sounds so ironic because it's TikTok, but you guys would
no, TikTok's a fucked platform.
There. Also, I made
Shit's
this
nutty.
list. I hope you guys watch the whole thing. By the way, make sure to follow me on Instagram and subscribe to the channel if you are not already. Actually, don't subscribe yet. I'll earn your subscription by the end of this video.
Hey.
Without botting accounts. Like most social media, TikTok has
underwhelming.
Users that want followers can easily look
Everyone
up
knows
how to buy
TikTok's
TikTok
botted the
followers
fuck.
on Google. I don't know how lame you have to be to do that stuff.
Hey, fun
Jail
fact.
talk.
That's how Travis Scott started. Travis Scott bought all of his followers on SoundCloud when he started. His manager came out and said that Travis Scott, paid him to set up a bot farm for his SoundCloud engagements, and then he was able to pitch that manufactured success to a record label. So yeah, that shit really works.
Fetishization of murderers. TikTok
True
is
crime.
a place for anyone with any interest.
That was big
It's
on
like how
Tumblr.
Some people are push the boundary a little when they begin romanticizing these murderers. Take Cameron Herron, for example.
Oh,
in
Jesus,
April
yeah.
of this year, this
Fuck.
21-year-old man was sentenced to a total of 24 years in
Actually
prison
forgot
for
about
killing
that.
a 24-year-old mom and her baby during an illegal street race. Yet people on TikTok were begging for his freedom because he is quote-unquote cute. With dedicated fan edits, comments like, chances should be given and he deserves it. And he is innocent. Please let him go, or justice for him.
They
I think
still
it's safe to
exist.
say
I see
that
them
the
on Twitter
teenage
all the
girls that are writing
time.
These comments have no real
All the
sense of
time.
murder. And it's not only male murderers that are
Exit
simped
tier
for,
one
though.
chaotic
There's also the
meatball,
case of
resub
Isabella
kitten.
Guzman, who in 2013 was the age 18 and stabbed her mother 151 times, killing her.
Holy
TikTok teens
shit.
began requesting for her freedom because 1, they just thought she was cool, and 2, people said that the only reason she killed her mom was due to being abused, though that was never proven, so people were just going off word of mouth.
Jesus
Fetishization of
Christ.
school shooters. Just like young teens simp for murderers, they also simp for school shooters. Most notably, Devin Erickson, which we actually
What?
talked about on this channel back in March.
Who the fuck is
That's
that?
exactly what you'd expect. Fan edits, comments saying he's hot, and I wouldn't doubt some asking for his freedom. Speaking of romanticizing school shooters, I remember FTP made a couple
Wait,
shirts referencing
who the fuck was that? I've never heard of that guy. He was a school shooter? Dude straight up had like cotton candy hair. I guess that's good that I have no idea that dude's name. But yeah, no, I had no clue. I've never seen that guy before in my fucking life.
I don't know who started this trend of thinking school shooters are people you should idolize, because they're not. They're shit humans that took away lives of innocent people. The surface. Faking disabilities. There was an instance
Ooh, this
last
was
week
big.
when this girl
Still
on TikTok
big.
did some detective work and found out that the account at Adopted and Disabled Child was actually a guy pretending to be disabled. For what? All credit to her, because she actually found out that the quote-unquote disabled man in the video is a soccer player for a Norwegian football team. I don't know
What?
what goes on through your head to say, you know what? I should fake a disability
Holy
today
shit.
and post it on TikTok. Lopez brothers. Okay, I honestly don't want to waste my breath on these fucking idiots, so I'm gonna
I
make
don't
this
know
one
them.
really quick. Yes, they are both guilty of soliciting minors. Yes, there is proof.
She's 14. And you are how old?
Who the fuck are they? I've never heard of them.
You can end up in jail.
I do realize that.
Man, that video didn't really pop off. Let me take a peek. I bet they're doing just fine on TikTok. Honestly, it might even be good marketing on TikTok, so that way the little girls think they have a chance with them, I guess. Which they very well might. Tony Lopez has 23 million followers, and he's doing real well. Posted a day ago. Let's go! He rated his attractiveness. Look at this. Nice. Yeah, no, that really, man, him being outed as a pedophile apparently really, fuck, it really ruined him. Who was the other one? Andre Lopez? He probably took the brunt of it. 21 million followers. He's doing even better than his brother. Hey, look, he's doing a dance. Nice. See, that's the beauty of TikTok. No matter what you do, you can't be canceled on there. And you know why? Because kids don't care. Kids do not give a shit. These two could have literally executed a child on TikTok livestream, put a gun to his head, blew their fucking brains out, and then did a dance on their corpse. Kids would have forgiven them. Literal next day.
For some reason, little girls still love them.
Oh, he even mentions it, yeah.
His TikToks would get millions of views, and I'm sure you've seen them on your For You page at some point. Well, last month, multiple minors came out explaining that Glorb had groomed
I guess
them.
Tori.
One of them, the one that got the most views, was a boy by the name of DYLG16. Joe would send him and his minor friends online BDSM tests and would ask to see their scores so
Jesus
he could see what
Christ.
their kinks were. He even offered to buy him alcohol, and if that wasn't damning enough, Glorb ended up deleting his account shortly after these allegations came out. Bro, if there's one thing I don't like, it's fucking groomers, bro. Get the fuck out of here. You're weird. You're weird. You're weird. Cartel TikTok.
To be fair, that dude probably wouldn't have recovered. I think you're probably right. The people that are fine and uncancelable on TikTok are like the dudes that are decent looking. This guy stood no chance. This guy was fucked the second he got outed as a child groomer. But yeah, the other ones are doing just fine for literally being outed by multiple people for preying on minors.
Zombie Woman is the nickname given to a woman in distress recorded from a neighbor earlier this year in May in Seattle, Washington. Now, I've tried researching what actually is the story behind this video, but there isn't really a solid story. So, I'm just gonna read you guys some popular theories. The first theory is that this woman is a victim of domestic abuse due to dyeing her hair pink and her boyfriend not liking it. Also forgot to mention that in that same theory, the boyfriend allegedly ripped her hair out due to not liking the pink. That's the most I could find for that one. The second theory
That's
is
probably
that this
not
woman
it.
is just on some type of heavy drug like bath salts. The third theory
That's
is that this
more
woman
likely.
is a victim of human trafficking and she had escaped her abuse.
That is
Someone
possible.
said
Man, that actually does look like a fucking scene from Martyrs, if any of you guys are unfortunate enough to have watched that movie. That movie's disturbing. This actually does look like a scene from that. So this was real? This wasn't like some theater promotion thing or something? Like some kids doing high school theater? Because the cops are actually here, so I'm guessing this was a real person. Damn, that is fucking sad. Martyrs isn't that bad? Bro, that movie hits hard. That movie, like, not just like the gore shit they show. That movie, like, even its message is disturbing. The whole movie is about torturing women so they can get as close to death as possible, so hopefully they'd have an out-of-body experience and see what's on the other side. And to accomplish that, they torture the women, like, by literally, like, peeling all of their skin off, like, degloving their whole body. Like, that movie's nutty. That movie is, like, really nutty.
Holocaust challenge. Yo, I can't
Oh, I
even
remember
believe some
this
of the
one.
stuff I'm saying right
I remember
now. Like,
that one.
This is real stuff that happened on TikTok. In August of 2020, a new trend began emerging in US TikTok. In this trend, teenagers would pretend to be Jews that had died during the Holocaust.
Yeah, that one was pretty fucking crazy.
Diane Saltzman, the director.
One thing I always found pretty interesting about this is, like, what is the thought process here? Like, so they died at Auschwitz and they went to heaven, and yet they're still, like, covered in dirt and, like, hurt and stuff, even while in heaven? Like, that's gotta suck. You go to heaven in the same state you left the world. Like, if you get hit by a fucking train or something, you just go to heaven in pieces? That'd be terrible. What a horrible, like, entrance.
Is offensive to survivors
Easy
and
tier one
trivializes
macaroni
the
and
history.
cheese.
I don't know how fucking stupid you have to be to do this shit, bro. That's just weird and disrespectful. Ronnie McNutt video. In
This one,
2020,
I remember this
normal
one too.
TikToks would be posted onto the app.
Fuck,
Well,
this
that's
one
what
was
people
heavy.
thought. Until the TikTok would then cut to a clip of a man shooting himself in the head with a rifle. Well, he actually shoots himself in the face, not... Well, like we're like right here. I'm sure you guys have probably seen the video. These TikToks were disguised as your
Yeah, that
average
one was
dancing
wild.
videos.
That was a
memes,
fucked up
K-pop
trend.
fan cam confirmed that the rumor of Ronnie doing this, quote, because his girlfriend broke up with him, is entirely false. He explains that Ronnie did this due to suffering from PTSD and depression.
Oh, yeah, that one was super
TikTok
sad.
beheading video. In the summer of
That
this
one was
year,
really fucking
the video
sad.
began Cassie Compton. In January of 2021,
This one I remember
a
from
video
Reddit.
posted on TikTok went
Mhm.
viral due to showing a woman sitting in the backseat of a car. People compared this woman to Cassie Compton, a 15-year-old who disappeared from her home in Stuttgart, Arkansas on September 14th of 2014. Though, these were later found out to be two completely different people, and
Oh,
the
it
woman
wasn't
in the
right?
video was confirmed by family to be Haley Grace Phillips. She had been reported missing by a family member
Oh,
who saw the
well,
video.
it was
but
right, though.
on her own account, had just left home due to a falling out with her father. So,
Oh.
you know, she didn't think she was missing. She just like left home. And when asked about the black eyes, she explains that she had been jumped and robbed by two women when leaving the store. And the men in the car were friends of hers helping her track down the attackers. Many were still skeptical to if she was telling the truth or if her abusers were telling her.
So
the
Reddit
truth.
was almost right,
Though we
kind
have
of.
no idea what the Austin 13. Austin Morosky was a TikToker with many followers who was accused of raping his 5-year-old sister. Yup, you heard that right.
Jesus
So basically, there
Christ.
is no hard evidence that I could find to this case. It's all just word of mouth from people that went to high school with him.
That if you happen to get in the same scenario like myself, don't beat yourself up. Let this be a lesson to my followers and whoever's watching, that words will and can affect someone's life along with the cyberbullying.
Which, by the way, is one of the worst apology videos I've seen.
What?
It's right up there with James Charles and David Dobrik. You'd expect them to be like, no, I did not rape my sister, or yes, guys, I did.
Holy
but
shit.
He just dodges the question. He acknowledges nothing.
What the
Lady
fuck?
Cat Killer.
Wait, what the fuck? That was actually like his response? I imagine he's doing just fine on TikTok. He probably didn't even need to do that for his TikTok followers. They don't give a fuck. What was his name? Austin 13? He does not have a TikTok anymore. That's a first. Yeah, I typed it in right. The AWS. Yeah, I typed it in right. Oh, 316. Oh. Okay, hold on. No, still not. And it was Austin 13. Man, fuck you guys making me think I was wrong.
On July 28th in San Antonio, Texas, this girl and her friends saw someone hanging from the railing of a drainage ditch. The 25-year-old man had just committed suicide, and instead of calling the police, well, one of the teens filmed the other one stealing his necklace. Yes, removing it from his lifeless body. To make matters even worse, they filmed it and posted it on
Full-blown
Snapchat.
Logan
I have
Paul.
no idea how stupid you have to be to film yourself committing a crime. I mean, because if you think about it, they could have gotten away with it. And I'm not condoning them getting away with it. But seriously, how stupid, like, just don't film
Holy
it. Again,
shit.
I'm not condoning what they did. Good that they got caught. I'm glad they were idiots and filmed it. When asked by the police why she stole the necklace, she says that it matched her fashion style. Honestly, I didn't.
That's
I
a
didn't
good.
expect any better
That's a
reasoning
good
from this
point,
girl.
actually.
The police,
How are they doing on TikTok? What was her name? What was it? Bethany? What? I'm sure if I type in how many people are actually fucking named Bethany in 2022, I'm sure it'll come up. Bethany 3160. I'm not falling for it twice. No, it looks like she has also been banned. Man, maybe TikTok actually does sometimes take action. Then why not for the other? They're like predators. Yeah, it looks like she is also off. Her name was Bethany Martin.
Zachary Lathan.
Her account still exists.
Often
It's at
dubbed
50K.
The TikToker who killed his neighbor for clout.
Gives you some
Zachary
Dal
Lathan
stars.
did just that. Eventually, the family's son and father confront Zach by going to his house, and meanwhile, Zach's wife is recording everything. Yeah, the dude had a wife at the age of 18. Anyway, Zach ends up going ape mode and stabs William in the armpit, puncturing his lung, killing him. People say this was an attempt to gain TikTok clout since the wife was recording, but I personally think it's just a man with mental and anger issues not knowing limits. Also,
Jesus.
the argument, the people came up to his side, and I'm not defending it again, that kid's a fucking idiot. But yeah, rest in peace to that man. Rest in peace. Joseph Jimenez.
I'm assuming
Another
that
recent
TikTok
event from
guy's
this
in jail
list is
now.
this. When explaining why he did it, he says that voices were telling him that by killing both of those two teenagers, he would be saving the world.
Fuck, maybe, Jesus Christ, maybe that Reddit commenter really was real then. Fuck me, oh my god. What? Jesus Christ. Yeah, going out in public's scary, man. What's the name of that old song from Under Oath? It's dangerous business going out of your front door or something? The shit is super true. And it really feels like more and more people are becoming unhinged. I don't know what it is, but it just really feels like more often now than when I was growing up, people are becoming significantly more on edge and dangerous. Thanks to Tier 1 Dat Boy and the resub up down. It might just be like more access to information, but goddamn, this fucking scary.
Claire Miller is a 14-year-old girl that murdered her disabled sister, Helen, that had cerebral palsy, a disorder that affects a person's posture, muscles, and balance. Claire hysterically called 911 and just admitted to murdering her sister. And when the police arrived, they noticed that she had tried washing the blood that was on her hands in the snow on the ground. So I guess there was just bloody snow everywhere. And they had found a knife inside of the older sister's neck. They are charging her for murder as an adult. She's not being charged as a minor. She's being charged as a full adult. So
that's good news.
Consequences.
God damn.
Nicola Priest. This is by
I think as TikTok continues to grow, pretty much every criminal ever is going to be able to be traced back to a TikTok account. So literally every criminal from this point forward, I imagine, will be able to watch TikTok videos of them doing the Doja Cat dance or some shit at some point. Because it's just everyone has one now. So literally every single murderer is also going to be a TikToker by extension. That's a pretty wild future.
So this woman from the UK named Nicola Priest would post TikToks mourning her dead daughter. This woman actually murdered her own kid and then went on TikTok post mourning her own daughter. People found this out because you can actually search her up on public records and it says there that she murdered her kid. That's what she is. And if you go back and watch some of the videos, her account is still up, by the way. If you go back and watch some of the videos, it's so fucking creepy seeing like just no.
Why is her account still up?
Acting like she didn't fucking kill her own daughter.
What? What was her name? Nicola Priest. How is she doing? No, it's down now. Okay, so it must have been up in August. It is down now. So far, almost all of them have been. I'm very surprised. Usually they're not. Why just 15 years? I have no fucking clue. I have no idea. I imagine, if I had to take a guess, I would say it's probably the UK. Let's see, in fact. Mom who killed 3-year-old for interrupting her having sex posts... What? Posts apology to her parents. And yes, she was from Solihull, England. She made a fucking YouTube apology video for killing her 3-year-old daughter. She was having sex with her boyfriend and got interrupted. And so she killed her daughter. What was the thought process? It's not like she was going to go back to getting laid after committing a murder in front of the boyfriend. Oh shit, the boyfriend is also implicated in this. The vomiting was the result of the severe beating you were both responsible for inflicting on her. No doubt you irritated by her crying, asking to be let out. It interrupted the two of you when you wanted to have sex. You lost your temper and you were joint participants in the assault. Holy shit. And they got 15 years. It's a fucking joke, man. That's a fucking joke. Yep, that should be life for both of them, I would say. And what's even wilder, she used it for clout on TikTok.
All right, yeah, that was the iceberg.
That was a lot of shit.
Let me know what you guys want to see.
There's a shark trend as well. Now that just sounds like good fun. No one's getting hurt in a shark. Damn. Yeah, that was a lot of shit I'd never even heard of. This is a type of video I've never made before. I'm making this purely out of spite. I'm just a vengeful spirit right now. I had to suffer, and I feel it's only fair you suffer too. On Twitter today, a few people tagged me in 2 TikToks that were just so insultingly offensive to my eyes. I was more disturbed than a Christian youth pastor going to see the director's cut of The Human Centipede. It was so yucky that I just feel obligated to inflict this pain upon you, the viewer. And I'd like to talk about them a bit further. It's from a trend on TikTok where weird dudes try and be sexual and do like sexual shit, but it's super fucking creepy. And you know, who doesn't love a video like this? Just massaging spit into a blanket that you're pretending is a clitoris. Like, who is this for? I can't imagine there's a single sentient human being out there that's like excited about this or being turned on like, fuck, I'm wet now. Or like being cheered on in the locker room. Yeah! Oh, baby, yeah! Keep fucking rubbing her clit. Yeah, look at him go. Yes! It's vomit-inducing, especially considering that the majority of the TikTok user base is children. And then he finishes the video by like grabbing and squeezing what he's simulating is supposed to be a vagina. So he's basically just fucking like grabbing on it like he's trying to start a lawnmower. He's fucking trying to pop a balloon in his hand. Like, it's so disturbing, like the whole thing. And he's not the only one. There was quite a few videos I saw just like this. I don't really get it. Maybe I'm just getting older. But how would any woman see this and be like, damn, I gotta hit this guy up. He look at the way he's massaging his spit into that blanket. That could be my pussy right now. Oh my god. He could be massaging my pisser, and it'd feel this amazing like what I'm watching in this TikTok video. This guy's truly an expert. A sexual wizard. A pleasure wizard. From what I can tell, this trend is supposed to prove that you have sex. Like, hey, no, look, I fuck, and I'm good at it. And then they have, like, whatever song's playing here, Arctic Monkeys or whatever is going on, I don't know the song. It just doesn't make any sense. You know, like, if I was to participate in this trend, I'd want to go, like, full-blown Alpha Chad Thundercock status. Like, I not only know how to massage one pussy, but 50. So I'd have, like, some inspirational music playing, you know, like maybe Scatman or something, and I'm just going all over the place. Fucking southpaw on him, maybe get, like, the Zoidberg going. Just simulating rubbing over 1,000 clits around me. And then maybe I'd be considered the most sexual man on TikTok. Which, when said out loud, sounds like a crime, actually. The thing is, this whole trend is so disturbing as a viewer. Like, how is this content that anyone would leave a like on? But what's crazier is I saw so many people trying to duet with this video in particular, so there were so many people moved by it and turned on by it that they wanted to respond to it and, like, fainting, oh. It's wild. TikTok is truly an absolutely baffling cesspool. Just why? My fucking day is ruined now. Dude hits a swan dive into a cunnilingus true combo. That's like a Tony Hawk Pro Skater line right there. I mean, good for him. You know, connecting all of those tricks together. And he sticks his tongue out, and his tongue is like 20 feet long. Which I think is supposed to be like a turn-on for the women that were watching. But I just feel like it'd be more of a detriment than anything. Because if this man goes to eat some vagina, he's also going to be eating butthole by accident. Like, his tongue is going to wrap around her like a G-string. It's going to be like tentacle porn, but with a tongue. So I don't think it's like necessarily the best thing in the world to have a tongue this long. Especially not for him in particular, because when you're going to administer the doctor-recommended dose of vaginal eating, you'll just get a taste of ass too. It's like, oh god, babe, why does your pussy taste like shit? It's like, well, you know why. Your tongue is fucking deep in my colon right now. How do you not realize that? But I don't even understand, like, this doesn't even show that you're good at sex, which I think the whole trend is supposed to. Because who the fuck is like, hey babe, you ready to bang? You ready to make a bedroom ham sandwich? Alright, here I come. And you do like a cannonball onto the bed, and then you just start like... But yeah, I just wanted to show these two videos from the trend here because I had to watch them, so I thought it was only right that you also had to experience this with me. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. This week, a creator on TikTok began selling their own special homemade dipping sauce, and it got extremely popular, not only on TikTok, but across the entire internet. It's called pink sauce, and it became a sensation because it's so concerning. Even just its appearance is alarming. It looks like runny Pepto-Bismol. It looks like Majin Buu donated blood and it got turned into dipping sauce. It looks like the paint they use at glow-in-the-dark mini-golf courses. It just doesn't look fit for human consumption. And it turns out it's not exactly safe to eat. So let's get into it because this is a wild rabbit hole. So TikTok creators started making these posts promoting the pink sauce, and then it eventually went up for sale for people to buy. And right away people noticed something was really peculiar with the bottle because it said there were 444 servings per bottle, which is obviously wrong, unless of course it's just the smallest serving sizes of all time. Like one tiddlywink of sauce is all you're supposed to consume before you like actually die from it, like cyanide. And not only is like some of this shit on there mislabeled, but some of the ingredients are misspelled. But the thing that really stood out to me is one of the ingredients in the sauce is milk. And this is shipped over state lines, and it's packaged in just these baggies, like these small bags. There's no like ice or anything to freeze it, no dry ice to keep it cool. So you're just getting shipped hot milk. Also, there's no preservatives in it, so it has nothing to keep it stable. There's no way it survives the shipping process intact. It just becomes unedible. There's no shelf life here. The second this thing leaves a refrigerator, it's on a tight clock. You have maybe like 1 good hour with the pink sauce before it just turns to nuclear waste. It's just a disaster. So no doubt by the time you receive your pink sauce, the milk is already spoiled. So you're basically just buying poison. Like fundamentally, this is the Tide Pod challenge all over again, but in a bottle. By the time it reaches you, You've just got yourself like a goddamn container of rat poison. You may as well just go down to your local Walmart and just get a can of Raid Wasp Killer and start chugging that, or dipping your chicken in that. You'd get the same flavor out of it.
Need to talk about pink sauce and why a lot of people are concerned for the people that have bought this sauce from the lady that makes it on TikTok, because the hue of the sauce keeps changing. Every photo, every video, the sauce color looks different, and also she doesn't describe what it actually tastes like. I don't know if it is to promote it, get people to buy it just to see what it tastes like, but she will not describe the taste. She says it's because she cannot describe the taste. I've been hearing it kind of tastes like ranch, not exactly ranch, but basically ranch.
I think it's important to note that the pink sauce that they're eating in the TikToks is probably safe. Like, that was probably refrigerated and kept at the proper temperature, so that way it didn't just turn into a bottle of rancid sludge. But the pink sauce people are receiving are the bottles that were just shipped through the mail in the hottest summer on record. So I think they're getting a very different sauce here. So they're probably fine in the videos you're seeing, but if you're one of those poor souls that ordered this, I mean, Godspeed to you. You're gonna really be training your immune system, have that shit working overtime, because this is a recipe for disaster. Like, this shit seems like it would give you botulism and COVID at the same time. Also, fun fact, I decided to look into this a little bit more, and a food safety expert weighed in on it and actually confirmed what I was just joking about, that you can actually get botulism from this product. Imagine paying $20 just to get murdered by some viral sauce you saw on TikTok. This shit is just basically paying $20 for an assassin in a bottle.
Now that people have purchased it and received it, they're noticing that there's a lot of stuff that's really sketchy with the bottle. The nutrition facts seem to be off. It says there's 444 servings. Some of the ingredients are spelled wrong. The website also just seems so poorly put together. Like, what is this? Why does it say this? It's literally like $20 for a bottle, and a lot of people are now worried that this creator is going to be facing a lawsuit.
Yeah, if people keep reporting that they're getting violently ill from the pink sauce, I think there probably is grounds for a lawsuit. But I also think it's entirely their own fault for being stupid enough to buy sauce from a complete stranger on TikTok.
The sauce was also arriving in the mail in these bags. They were not like boxed up with bubble wrap, and we're talking about liquid sauce here. So obviously some people were receiving them literally exploded. It's honestly so sad. I'm really rooting for small businesses, but when it comes to food, you need to be careful with what you're buying and the safety and everything.
I see a lot of people putting the focus on the wrong thing here with the shipping, talking about how it would always spill and all of that. And while it's true, since it was packaged so inefficiently, the spilling should be like the least of your concerns. That's a blessing. If all of your pink sauce spilled into the box, that means you can't consume it, which means you won't die from it. The most important problem is that they shipped it without any like refrigeration to keep it cool. And if the ingredients are accurate, there's no way that that can get as hot as it would during transit to get to you. Like, by the time you get it, it is no longer safe to consume. So, yes, it is true that it was packaged so poorly that all of them spilt. Like, here, I'll show you a couple more videos. Pay attention to, like, the color, too, and also look at how they always, like, arrived spoiled in most of the videos.
I can't even respond to that. I'm just gonna let that one fly right on over. I'm gonna let that one fly.
Didn't even like actually arrive pink, just ooze, just revolting slime. Now, the creator of it did respond and posted a video about it, but it's not exactly a good response, and she just chalks a lot of it up to being a small business and new to it. But when you're selling a product like this, you're literally being entrusted with people's lives. You know, like, they're trusting you not to give them foodborne illness, salmonella, botulism, you know, all of that. So it's kind of hard to just be like, oh, it's just a small business, they're learning. So what if a few people have to die for them to get the pink sauce right? You know, it's not exactly, like, super excusable if you ask me.
Time to acknowledge the elephant in the room. So I want to start off by saying, number one, my apologies. I'm only human. I'm not perfect. The grams got mixed up with the serving size. There's 444 grams of pink sauce inside of each container.
So she starts by addressing the 444 servings thing, saying it was just an honest mistake where grams got mixed up with the serving sizes and that it was being fixed, so all the labels going forward would have the proper serving size.
This is a small business, y'all. We are working to try to get the price mark down on the pink sauce. I want to also say I appreciate y'all for supporting me, for spending $20.
She also mentions they're going to work on getting the price down, but again, I don't think there's any price you could pay me to even take a single lick of a spoon that was even anywhere near a pink sauce bottle. This is just an absolutely horrible venture, and I don't know how people actually bought it. But anyway, let's see how she addresses like the actual safety concerns of consuming it.
Yes, we are following FDA standard. However, we are currently in lab testing. So once we go through lab testing, we will be able to pitch to stores to put the pink sauce in stores, and we're so excited about that.
Good news, they're still in the lab testing, and you all are the guinea pigs. So they'll be able to see what the fatality rate here is on the pink sauce and be able to fine-tune it to be an even deadlier weapon in the future, I guess. They don't address the actual safety concerns of it, obviously, but I would have at least liked some insight on refrigeration instructions, like why does it get to you discolored and fucking hot? It gets to you like molten lava when there's ingredients in there that shouldn't get to that temperature. So yeah, that's where the pink sauce rabbit hole wraps up. I hope no one's gotten extremely sick or have died from it. If they did, it would actually genuinely be their own fault. They'd have no one to blame but themselves. This is an entirely avoidable illness here. You don't have to be exposed to the pink sauce epidemic when it's very clearly not up to FDA protocols, it's not regulated, and it's not been done responsibly. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about it because this was a pretty wild one. That's about it. See ya. In the UK right now, there's a product that's more valuable than gold that people are going absolutely wild and wacky over. It's Prime, which is the drink from KSI and Logan Paul. It's being treated like a holy elixir that's understocked and absolutely making people ravenous to get their hands on it. The Prime panic is sweeping the UK, and there will be no survivors. It's like the blood of Christ has been bottled and people can't help but just go fight for it. And it's not because of the taste that's led to this situation, it's because it's become something of a status symbol. Having it makes you cool if you're very young. And if you're very old, having it means you can charge a huge markup for it and scam those kids that are desperate for the attention that it brings online. So there's been a lot of videos of people fighting each other for it. I'll show you a couple of clips.
Oh my god!
People getting in there, throwing hands, boxing each other out like it's basketball, getting ready for a rebound, all just to get their hands on some Prime. I've had it before because in the States it's not rare, it's not hard to come by. I could walk outside right now and find like an unopened pallet of Prime. It's really just in the UK that this hysteria is sweeping the entire nation. It's going absolutely crazy there. So I've tried it, I think it's good, I have no complaints. But I certainly wouldn't be beating some ass and being that desperate to get my hands on a bottle. But you know who is extremely desperate is a place called Wakey Wines that I just recently learned about. Their entire business right now revolves around reselling Prime at a huge price increase, all the way up to £100 for a single can or bottle of Prime. Usually a bottle will be about £2, but Wakey Wines is treating it like it's the fountain of youth juice here, selling it at 100 bottles, or £100 per bottle in some cases, and they're still successfully making sales. They've actually become extremely popular for this. A lot of people are buying it from them. That's how outrageous this whole thing is. Now I want to show you a great video that breaks it all down. This comes from a channel named Fat Memer, and I learned everything there is to learn about Wakey Wines here. You hear the Wakey Wines people made their own drink. What's special about Wakey Wines? They price gouge everything they sell. How are they successful then? Oh, here, wait, here's a whole thing on it. Let me see.
Mohammed and Abdul, aka the Wolves of Wakefield, have been hitting national headlines over the...
The Wolves of Wakefield. I don't know anything about these guys. They seem like some real goofballs. I promise you, no one is calling them the Wolves of Wakefield besides them. They absolutely gave themselves that name. No shot anyone actually gives that much thought to them aside from like, wow, what a joke.
The last few weeks for reselling Prime at extortionate prices and their viral videos. Ironically, they haven't become known for selling wine, but Prime. Now, of course, because KSI and Logan Paul
I'm assuming they
faces
sell
of
more than
Prime,
that, though.
They know that kids are willing to do anything to get their hands on this drink. For months...
But why? But like, actually, why? I still don't see why people are fighting themselves over Prime in the UK. It is abundant in the States. I can go anywhere that sells drinks and they have, like, Prime filled to the fucking brim, literally leaking out of their toilets. It's everywhere. There's not that same chaos here. Why do kids in the UK want to fight each other for Prime? Even if it's from their favorite YouTubers, I don't really get it. Because you just drink it once and then you're done. Expensive and therefore cool. I guess... That's kind of become like a pretty common thing. Like if something costs a lot, it's like a status symbol to have it. But it's not like you collect Prime. What, are they putting it in like an acrylic box and stacking it on their bookshelf? I doubt it. They probably get it, drink it for the sake of a TikTok, and then they're done. €100 down the shitter. They collect the bottles to flex on TikTok? Well, you can just order empty bottles though. The flex is they drink it. But it just seems like such a huge price for one TikTok of drinking Prime.
With fluctuating prices between £15 and £30 for the standard Prime drink, and prices now reaching an eye-watering £100 a can for the brand new Prime Energy cans. Wakey Wines have taken
I see. Okay, so the energy's an increased premium because it's newer. I'm assuming it's even more understocked. So now they're charging the moon for that shit. It's like an NFT at this point, goddamn.
Which has led people to discover his dark past. In 2015, Mohammed received an 8-year jail sentence and served 4 years behind bars. At the time, it was reported that he pleaded guilty and was convicted of selling cocaine and heroin. With this...
Yeah, it just reminded me of something totally unrelated to his charges. You guys ever see this video? It just resurfaced today. About the turtle that was smuggling $53 million worth of coke. It was back in like 2017. There was a sea turtle that had $53 million worth of cocaine that was strapped to it. That was like fucking El Chapo's pet. They finally got him though. They finally got him. That bastard. He'd been importing this shit for years. 1,800 pounds worth. How long did the turtle serve for? I don't know. I didn't see anything about his trial. All I can tell you is Crash did not take it well after the flop of Finding Dory. Shit was rough. In all seriousness, I hope the turtle's alright. Yeah, I imagine they probably got the cocaine off of it and then just set it free again. Like, I don't think they actually threw it in cuffs or anything. I don't think it's currently sitting in, you know, county. Thanks, Yusuf Panda. Did I get the name of the turtle from Finding Nemo wrong? Isn't it Crash? It's Crash and Squirt, right? Why are you saying it's Crush? Oh my god, it is Crush. Oh, I'm such a fucking idiot.
For my money now, I've got a shop. My dad bought me a shop, and I work hard, and I don't sell drugs now. So I just thought I put it out there rather than everybody else saying Azza's doing this, Azza's doing that, and I'm a changed person. I'm reformed. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I see no reason to doubt him. He served his time. I think he doesn't even need to deal drugs anymore. He's selling something far more addictive, and that's clout. So he's able to easily tap into an even bigger market now. Like cocaine, yeah, I'm sure kids are going to get cocaine somehow, but it's a lot harder than just going down to his shop and getting fucking Prime for €100. So it's I believe he probably doesn't deal drugs anymore.
Amounts and high values. It shouldn't be worth £100 for a can of Prime, or 10, 15, 20 pounds for a bottle of prime hydration. It's absolutely ridiculous and I hate it. To the owner of Wakey Wines, I mean, what you're doing is just unfair. And it's
Challenge him to a boxing match, beat his ass.
It's not ethical, it's not nice.
Although to
KSI drops the gauntlet. If you can beat me in boxing, you can actually double the price and I'll endorse it. But you lose, you shut down the shop. Make some high stakes out of it. Scalpers are dicks. Yep, no one likes scalpers, literally. I don't know how they're in business, to be honest. They must just be very lucky that some people are so starved for the clout of that TikTok flex of drinking the prime that they'll pay the £100. But, yeah, no one likes them. Literally no one likes them. I think scalpers are probably like one of the only unanimously hated career paths in the world. Like even a drug dealer, you can make some arguments for like a good drug dealer. He's peddling escapism. Well, he's doing it because he has to feed his family at home. With a scalper, no one's making those arguments. Scalpers just fucking suck across the board. I just checked, it's like 120 American dollars. Yeah, if you convert it to freedom units, it's over $100. It is outrageous. I mean, that's scalping in a nutshell, though.
fair play, Mo. In fact, if you're a kid and you're paying £100 for a bottle of Prime, then you deserve to get scammed. You've got to write the kid off. He's got no chance.
You know what? I'll make an argument in defense of Wakey Wines. He's teaching kids an important lesson about getting scammed early. And hopefully, it'll be something that stays with them for the rest of their life. Like, wow, what a fucking idiot I was paying £100 for this bottle of Prime. Never doing that again. It's a low-level scam. It's very expensive for a kid. Very expensive in general. So it should be one that would resonate pretty profoundly, I would think. It's not the kid's money, it's the idiot parents. That's possible, I guess. Well, it'll teach the parents an important lesson about not raising a dumb kid. I don't know.
Video emerged of Mo in a nightclub dancing the night away with women of the night. One Twitter user stated, sniffing lines, banging nines, and selling Prime. I mean,
cool slogan.
can you blame him?
Put that on the store.
He's paid his dues to society, and anyway, these kids wouldn't know how to spend their money properly. Wakey Wine seems to be going from strength to strength, and now even have their own song.
Oh! Wait! This is the Paradox Metaverse crypto place? Where the Amio Talio tried to get like Wakey Wines endorsement behind him and not even they were able to make anything out of it? That's crazy! Wow, they actually just do go scam the scam. So they're even in metaverse scams. Holy shit. Crypto scams. Wait, that's fucking wild. That's a full circle. They're just like this giant fleshlight that scams will filter through. Cool.
Thank you so much for watching this video. Make sure to follow me on all of my socials.
This is a great breakdown of it. I didn't know shit about them.
Subscribe and comment below what you want to see next.
Huge. Good work. That's interesting. What a nice little cameo from previous season supervillains with Paradox Metaverse crypto. How's that coin doing, by the way? Let's take a peek. Oh, jeepers. How did it all go so wrong? Oh, I can't believe it. That's the day chart? Oh, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. We should look at how it's doing over the last week. Oh, no. How's this possible? Whoa! What was this little pump here? Amio Talio buying on bot accounts. Good work. That was a nice little pump and dump for a day. Literally a day. And then back to rugging it. Did you see kids opening Prime at Christmas? They reacted the same way as a kid getting his first Xbox. That's so cute.
I got the honor and privilege of interviewing one of YouTube's most mysterious and most talented artists, Glorb. He lit Bikini Bottom on fire with some of the best music we've ever heard, and he has graced us with an interview where he gets a little emotional. He gives us a little peek behind the curtains. So we really get to see a side of Glorb that no one has seen before. I think it's also important we recognize I'm not a professional interviewer. This is very much out of my wheelhouse. I'm just a greasy little Neanderthal who did his best to ask the most pressing questions people have been begging for answers for. So hopefully I did it justice. I really appreciate Glorb giving me the time of day to do this interview.
Hey, so it's Glorb coming at you straight from Bikini Bottom. You're in the cut with me, Mr. Moist. Let's get it.
Obvious question.
What drew you to make this kind of music? Why SpongeBob-related music in general?
I think it was me wanting to go back into the past and bring something from back then into now. And the only way that I knew how to do that was through music and rap, obviously. And as well as that, like, it also came a lot from boredom, you know? This whole thing kind of started as a bit of an in-joke with me and the homies, and from there, people started to really pay attention, and before I knew it, I'd kind of built this, I guess, community of people that wanted these SpongeBob raps. So, yeah, it started out as a joke, and then very quickly started to heat up.
You mentioned you've been doing this for a while. There's been speculation, some theories, the old tinfoil hats going around that you might be a big industry player. Can you confirm or deny these rumors?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people out there that definitely would have heard my main artist project, and they also listen to Glorb and probably don't haven't connected the dots that it's me. So yeah, you know, I won't give away too much, but there's that.
Oh, okay. You're saying you are an industry veteran. You're not someone that just picked up the old SpongeBob voice changer and let it rip after, you know, graduating with a bioengineering degree or something. You've been in the scene.
Yeah, so aside from the bioengineering degree, which I definitely have, I've also I've been in the industry for a while. So if you're tapped in with modern rap, you've definitely heard of me.
Who are you?
Well, you know, I'm Glorb, I guess.
Yeah, but like, who is Glorb?
Well, you know, Glorb is Bikini Bottom's finest. I'm the top dog out here. I guess, I get not what you're looking for, though. My main identity, I've got to conceal that, but I will say this, listen, so if you've been looking over the series for a while and you've been a fan for a while, you may have caught some breadcrumbs about little things, and maybe I've said some stuff in lyrics, or, you know, maybe something in the visuals somewhere, but I've definitely left little breadcrumbs that might lead you to who I really am, if that helps.
Oh, wait, what the fuck? So wait, you've got your own little clues hidden in there, like it's national treasure that'll connect to you, the Glorb?
Yeah, so there's little bits we've left here and there, and if people have an eye for it, they're gonna find it eventually. I think it's just a matter of time, to be honest, before it's leaked, but I guess that's the fun of it, right?
That's such a banger little scavenger hunt. You're gonna have, like, super sleuths going through there frame by frame, dissecting that now.
Yeah, I mean, once my address gets leaked and people pull up at my house, I'm probably gonna regret making this little scavenger hunt, but you know, we'll see how it goes. We'll see what happens.
Who are your main influences?
I'd definitely say the genre of rage music in general is a huge influence. Any of these new modern rap wave sounds that we're hearing, and to be honest as well, probably my main artist project as well, but obviously I can't really go into that in too much detail, but yeah, just a bunch of these new synthy, rage-driven beats that we're hearing, a bunch of that is inspiring. There's a ton of underground artists that obviously I've got my finger on the pulse, and I work with a lot of these people, so I've been listening to a lot of that stuff and just combining it with this nostalgic childhood dream, you know what I mean?
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm picking up subtle hints, some flavor of the gentle min in some of the Glorb tracks, such as our track Filthy. Is that correct to say?
Yeah, I think I might owe you some royalties for that one there, Charlie.
Have you ever ghost written for other artists?
Yeah. I mean, I've done some writing work within the industry, and probably, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to come out here and act all cocky and say, you would have heard my stuff, you would have heard my writing, but yeah, I've done some ghost writing for people, and obviously my main project as well, so, but that's something I really want to dive into more, because throughout, I think, this entire SpongeBob thing, I've really realized that I enjoy writing from the perspective of these characters or other people that exist out there. So this whole thing has been a giant experiment in ghostwriting in a way.
Awesome. Well, I love to hear that. I mean, you're clearly very talented at it.
No, thank you, my friend. You know, that means a lot. I do appreciate that.
So something that I think is, well, you already kind of mentioned this to me, but we'll put it on record. Has Viacom ever reached out to you?
Nah, so Viacom haven't reached out to us yet. And, yeah, we're hopeful in the future that when they do, it's for something insane. Like, the ultimate dream would be this, crossover Glorb show where we get to do our own thing and, you know, they're a part of it and everything. But, you know, it's so far in the future, it's hard to say. I just hope that when they do come to the table, we can really agree on something and there's a way that we can both benefit each other. Because, it could be a bit crushing if not. But, yeah, either way, at the end of the day, I'm just, I'm very thankful. You know, I grew up watching this show, so it is what it is.
Have you faced any problems at all doing this kind of music, using this property?
Yeah, well, we ran into some issues early on, so me and my team, we basically had to deal with a group of scammers online. There was a group of these dudes in a Discord, and they ripped down my song, the Sandy song, That dropped. that was going viral, and then they ripped that down completely offline, and they re-uploaded it and basically stole all of the royalties from the song. Yeah, there was this big back and forth between us. They would put, what they would do is they put a copyright claim on the song. They'd rip it down from my Spotify. Then they would re-upload back to my Spotify, but their version. So they would basically be able to claim all the royalties. And this speaks to a way larger issue at Spotify in general, where independent artists don't really have any protection against this stuff. So, like for example, with the gentleman, are you independent?
Yeah, that's just us.
Yeah, so in that case, and this is going to sound horrible to say, but I could just go onto your Spotify, put a fake copyright claim in and say, oh, Charlie used my snare at 55 seconds. Like, even if you did it. And then Spotify essentially, they legally have to believe that, and they have to rip the song down. And this goes for independents. It's a different story if you're with a major label, but this speaks, like I said, this speaks to a way larger issue with Spotify and the music industry in general, where you basically have a bunch of these kids going around, scammers, literally just taking people's money, and they can target anyone that is an independent. And hell, even some major label artists get hit with this. So that's what we dealt with, it was insane.
No, there's some dirty scoundrels out there for sure. And I have no doubt you probably handled them accordingly. They're probably dead now and buried would be my guess.
Don't go digging in the jellyfish fields. I'll leave it at that.
To what degree do you, like, how does the AI work here? Do you sing the track and then put an AI filter over it? Is it entirely AI and you're just inputting the bars? How does it work?
So I've seen a lot of comments, especially on TikTok about this, where people, they're saying, like, AI is getting so scary, it's now writing these full songs. But no, I'm writing these songs as Glorb, and then in terms of the beats, 80% of the beats are made by me and my team. So it's all done in-house. We're all running that stuff. There's some beats like the bottom 2 beat. A lot of people pointed that one out. That was a beat that we found early on, and we got the license to and blah, blah, blah. But yeah, we've used some beats online and other stuff like that. But for the most part, everything you hear is coming, I guess, from the Glorb factory, which is basically me and the homies. So yeah. And when it comes to the voices of that, so right now you hear me as Dankton, but basically what I do is I make sure that I hit the voices as close as I can. So when it comes to Mr. Krabs, I'm going, you know the crab like money. You know, we're doing it as close as we can, and we're voice acting it 95% of the way there and letting the AI do the rest.
Yeah, I think that's what makes it so crisp. I think if it was entirely AI doing most of the work, it wouldn't sound as clean. It wouldn't hit as hard.
Yeah, it'd probably sound like shit, let's be real.
So, how many people have reached out to you for a feature by now? I imagine you've got a Rolodex full of some heavy hitters coming at you for some Glorb features.
Oh, yeah, well, no, aside from Drake, we keep getting hit up by this guy, these guys called the Gentlemen, I think they're called, but never mind about that. But yeah, no, look, we get a ton of emails from kids, and there's a bunch of younger kids that are artists trying to come up that really want to feature, and then there's also some established acts as well, but you know, at the end of the day, it's very hard to bring features into the Glorb universe because obviously it just comes with a bunch of moving parts. We have to figure out ways to bring it in. But I mean, hell, man, it just makes me happy to see all these emails from kids. Even if they're just wanting a feature, I know that in some way I've inspired them. And, you know, we get emails as well of people saying like, man, we play your stuff in our college dorms, or we all love you, we listen to you on the school bus, or whatever it is. It's just so cool to see so much love and so much passion for this project that I've created. So yeah, it's awesome. But in terms of features, man, I mean, we might have to make a little exception for the Gentleman. We'll see how that goes, huh?
All right, well, that's pretty exciting, though. There could be a Glorb feature. You could do like a Hatsune Miku style live concert at some point. Is that something you're thinking about?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to go too much into detail, but all I can say in regards to live shows is keep your eyes peeled. Something's coming.
Have you ever thought of branching out beyond SpongeBob for this style of music? Is there any other, like, properties you have your sights set on, or is Glorb always going to be in the SpongeBob universe?
Yeah, so there's a fabled Family Guy track out there, and I've never released it, but I put a snippet into the Discord early on, and then ever since then, it's whenever someone new joins the Discord, they eventually come to realize that there's this secret Family Guy track that's hidden, and, you know, I love it, though. Everyone in the Discord really wants that song, so eventually, maybe. I might drop that song, but once you involve all these other different, I feel like once I bring other shows into this, then it kind of convolutes the storyline that I'm currently trying to go through, and I also just really, I really want to see this whole SpongeBob Bikini Bottom storyline played out. I really want to tell my story and what I have in mind for the future of the Glorb universe. So I kind of want to get that done, but there's definitely a part of me that wants to really crack into some other stuff. But, you know, at the end of the day, I always have to keep in mind, the more IP I go after, let's say I do Simpsons or Family Guy, you know, the more problems it can bring into this whole thing. So I have to be very careful, you know?
That's a really good point. That's the deep cut Glorb lore right there. But you're right. If you started targeting other IPs that might not be as chill as Viacom right now, you're collecting like the Infinity Stones of lawsuits, so that could be pretty dangerous.
Yeah, they'll punch my shit in for sure.
So then you mentioned the storyline here. Why don't you tell everyone what the whole story is for the Glorb universe here that you've crafted? Because it's more than just music. You are actually telling stories. Like, they have like a continuing plot thread that runs through them.
No, 100%. And I think this whole Glorb universe really just came to life once I sat down and started to write from the perspective of these characters. It's like they took on a life of their own. So, you know, it's this whole world inside of SpongeBob that's almost a continuation of how their lives have gone since we left the show as kids. So since we've stopped watching it, we've grown up. It's almost like these characters have grown up alongside us, and they've gotten into just as much shit as we have. So, you know, obviously I'm not blind to the dark realities of the world, I guess. So there's a lot of violence in this show. There's a lot of, you know, there's gun violence, there's drug sales, there's a lot of shady business dealings. There's also, you know, there's heartbreak and there's relationship problems. And, you know, it's basically the world that we grew up with as kids when our lives were innocent is, it's become like our lives now where we're adults and it's not so innocent. Essentially, it's SpongeBob on crack.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And you don't have to tell me about the fuckery that's afoot there, man. I'm still checking over my shoulder daily just in case Dankton's around the corner or something airing it out. Like, it's scary. Like, you've got some villains out there. Karen's getting run through by everyone with a pulse in Bikini Bottom. Like, that bitch is everywhere. It's crazy.
Yeah, you know, she definitely had her time around there, but I feel like she really brought it back to how things are meant to be with that Vengeance song. But you gotta watch out for Dankton too, man. Like, he's a block spinner. He's an op shot. And speaking on that, I will say this. So I'm not too sure when this track is gonna, when this interview is gonna drop, before or after, but yeah, we will be seeing the return of Dankton very soon, and things are gonna get pretty hectic, and people might even say things are about to get a bit puffy. She might be taking this to motorboat school. That's all I'm gonna really say about her. But in terms of other characters coming into this show, I do want to get the entire cast. So pretty much every single character from the SpongeBob series into the Glorbiverse. And, you know, when you've got that many personalities mixing and there's so many different characters, you're bound to run into so much fuckery. So I can't really say too much, but I'm thinking the Bikini Bottom might need a mayor soon, and we may have to have a little bit of an election. But you never know what could happen. I've heard those things get pretty violent.
Yeah, anything can happen. Anything can go wrong there. What's your what's the track you're most proud of? What's the favorite track you've worked on?
You know, that's a hard one. So I think in terms of the song that I think bangs the hardest, it's got to be the bottom two. And I think everyone knows that too. That song is fucking crazy. It goes off. And I think that song, I think a lot of people resonated with it because it went above and beyond the whole SpongeBob universe and into, you know, just a banger, a viral banger. And I guess coming from that, I think a personal favorite of mine has to be Vengeance. Rapping as Karen was such a challenge, but that was a heap of fun. I really loved that one. And I gotta give a shout out to Can Gangsters Cry. I really do not make that type of music too often as my main artist project. I'm not known for it at all. So to do that track and see how well it was received and see people genuinely just loved hearing it, even though it was so different to everything else we've done, it was honestly heartwarming. It was amazing. So yeah, there's that.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about, experimenting. I bet this is a really nice creative outlet to try things you don't normally do in your mainline projects.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing that makes it so exciting and new is I'm not writing from my perspective, you know, so I get to dive into these characters and, like, man, as my main artist project, I'm never gonna sit there and talk about jellyfishing or spinning the block and leaving holes in them like SpongeBob, you know, it just can't happen. So the fact that I get to do this like this, it's really good. It's like a creative writing exercise, and it's also, I get to dive into these characters, and in a way, like, I'll find myself taking on attributes of these guys when I'm done in the recording session. Like, I'll have an imprint of Dankton in my brain, which, I gotta watch out for that one. No, it's awesome, man. Like, I get to really dive into this and fully express myself in different ways. It's insane. I love it.
Yeah, I totally get that. So then, I'm sure you know of some of the other SpongeBob AI related artists. Have you listened to like Boy What and all of them?
Oh, yeah, of course. So, yeah, Boy Watt is fire. He actually DM'd me shortly after he started because he was like, oh, yeah, the Glorb stuff inspired me, blah, blah, blah. And we had a great chat. He seems like a lovely dude. Fully support what he's doing. As well as that, there's your boy Sponge, who is amazing. He's been at it for years. That guy's amazing, too. We've spoken on Discord and that. Great guy. And you gotta give props as well to Oddwin. I'm not sure if he's still doing this stuff, but his shit was fire, man. He was really dope. So, big love to him, too.
Let's shout out the animation, because another thing that really stood out about the bottom two when it really popped off was people like talking about not only is the music incredible, but the visuals that accompany your tracks are always top notch as well. Your animator is Thrill to Will, correct? At least for some of them.
Yeah. So the 3D guy who does most of the Glorb stuff is Thrill to Will. And then a lot of the earlier videos too, stuff like the bottom number 1, that was done by a guy called Cyrenek, and he's awesome. And I guess aside from that, too, so those guys do all the 3D stuff, most of my videos and whatnot, but for the short-form content that's on TikTok and Instagram and stuff like that, we mostly go with these 2D kind of animations and skits, so the people that do those are, there's a guy called Silly Incorporated, he's an absolute legend, and there's a guy called Fell Animated, I believe is his Instagram, and he is dope, man. So both of those guys are awesome, and, you know, Will and Cyrenek, too, they're a massive part of what makes this whole reality come to life, you know, because I can make all the music and do all that, but being able to see these characters dive into this world and actually being able to see them spin the block and do all this, that's what brings it all to life. So shout out to those guys for...
Yeah. So I don't know if even you knew this, but just to further drive home the point of how deep the gentleman's influence is, Thrill to Will is actually the animator behind one of our music videos called Perfect Oblivion a couple years back. So he is a fantastic guy. He also was the mastermind behind a game that I was addicted to speedrunning called Mr. Krabs Overdoses on Ketamine and Dies. I speedran that game.
Oh, wait, he made that?
Yeah, he made that game. That's his game.
Oh, man, that's like a Nardwuar moment for me. I can't even believe that. That's wild, man. He's never, not once, brought up in conversation with me that he made that game. I played that game too, dude. That's so weird. What the hell?
No, he's way too humble to bring up like his success in his career. He is such a talented guy. Like you've got a great team around you, and someone like Thrill to Will on the staff is such a huge like shining star to have there. So yeah, kudos to everyone you've built up around you, your 2D team, 3D team. Yeah, absolutely top notch shit.
Oh, no, hell yeah, man. And that even gets me thinking, like, I might have to look at making a Glorb video game. I might have to jump off this call soon and have a little chat to Mr. Will, huh? The past few months of my life, with my main artist project and with Glorb, have been absolutely insane. So I guess mostly what I just want to say is thank you. So to anyone out there who's watched my stupid-ass SpongeBob videos or stuck around or dove into the story, like, I truly appreciate you. Thank you for being a part of this. And to you as well, Charlie, thank you so much for having me on here and giving this a platform, man. Like, I appreciate that for real.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you guys are extremely talented. Like, it's hard not to talk about how great what you're doing is, especially using a tool like AI, which has an extraordinarily negative reputation. Using it for a purpose you are is exactly, like, the best use of it. It's harmless, creative, it's fun, it's engaging, like, it's something that deserves the praise. So you've earned all your flowers here. Like, I can't wait to see where Glorb is in a year from now, because I really do think maybe you don't do the Las Vegas Sphere, maybe there are a bunch of sticklers over there or whatever at the Salty Spittoon, but if you start doing like the Glorb live concerts and all of that, like, I really think it's the sky's the limit for something like this. You guys are super talented.
No, thank you, man. And yeah, like I said, like, none of this would be, I guess, possible without the people supporting me and also the team involved in making this, from the animators to the producers and everything. So yeah, I just want to say thank you, man. And I guess one thing that we have really been looking into as a team is kind of creating our own Glorb television show. And nothing's in works yet, but the idea is there. I would love to have like an Adult Swim-esque, hip-hop infused, violent-ass kind of kids show. I think it'll be sick. But yeah, nothing concrete yet. Let's hope I don't fumble the bag.
That's all I got on my end. If there's anything else you want to talk about, mention, Feel free, let me know.
I think we're about done here, but Charlie, genuinely, thank you so much for having me on, and anyone watching this shit, I appreciate you. My name is Glorb, and until next time, see you in bikini.
What do the two best movies of the year have in common? Sand. Dune 2, and now Furiosa. I don't know why sand seems to be the new thing for high-quality productions, but God bless. Furiosa is extraordinary. I am a huge fan of Mad Max Fury Road. I think it is a masterpiece that will probably forever stand the test of time. I think that movie will always be good, even 100 years from now, no matter what the standards are then. When our fucking existence is just like little brains in a jar, we'll probably still be highly entertained by Mad Max Fury Road. So to say Furiosa had big shoes to fill in my eyes is an understatement. And I'm happy to say that I think it absolutely succeeded here. Now, I'll go ahead and get this out of the way right now. We'll get down to the brass tacks. It's not better than Fury Road, but I would say it's almost as good as Fury Road in a very different way. These are totally different experiences. Fury Road is a spectacle that's a little light on characters because it didn't really need to. You just get so lost in this unbelievable experience that you don't really need a whole lot of depth to the world and the characters around it. Furiosa, however, is all about its characters and world building, while of course maintaining that iconic DNA that Mad Max has become known for of beautiful action set pieces, practical effects, fucking combustion engines that rattle your testicles in your seat, fucking pumping gasoline into your veins as you watch the film, pumping your fist at the set pieces. All of that is still very much intact, and it now has a much deeper lore-rich world and characters to accompany it. So, let's get into it. This obviously focuses on the origin story of Furiosa taking place before Fury Road, kind of explaining how she got to where she is in that film. It starts with her as a child getting kidnapped by the new main villain here, Dementus, played by Chris Hemsworth. I love the name Dementus, by the way. It's very reminiscent of old George Lucas Sith Lord ideas with Darth Insanius and Darth Yucky. I love that name. Dementus is so good. Now, I initially thought he'd be like a diet great value Immortan Joe, but he's not at all, just completely different. It's like comparing me to a tall person, like it's not even on the same scale. The only thing that Immortan Joe and Dementus share in common is that they're both worshipped by their followers, but Dementus is completely unhinged while also being extremely crafty, and it's very clear that Chris Hemsworth loved playing this role. Every time he is on screen, it just seems like I'm watching him like have the time of his life. I'm not kidding when I say I half expected him to bust out some of my dog shit dance moves when he was going into like a villain speech that he was given. I thought he'd be hitting him with like the "Where's my hug at" when he's threatening Immortan Joe or something. Like he is just, it's hard not to be entertained when Dementus is on screen. I'm trying not to get into any like spoilers or anything, but I love the way that he approaches this world. He knows that he is an evil piece of shit. He's well aware of it, and he just tries to have fun with that. I'm talking about Dementus the character now, not just Chris Hemsworth playing him. So like, for example, when he goes to try and strike a deal with Immortan Joe, he has a hostage, and he has this weapon that's attached to the hostage that he's like holding back, and he's got little nipple clamps attached to it at the same time, so that way if he lets go, it's gonna rip his nipples off. For no reason other than he likes having his nipples clamped and thought it'd be fun. Like, I don't know, like, how can you not enjoy that? That's so fucking good. So, I am a huge fan of Dementus, and I am glad that it's not just doing the Immortan Joe character again. They made a completely unique one here with Dementus, and I think they crushed it, and Chris Hemsworth nailed the performance of it. And I also think Anya Taylor-Joy did an amazing job as a young Furiosa here. She doesn't have very many lines, but the lines she does have are very powerful. When she uses her voice, it is a big deal, and it carries a lot of weight. She's also extremely badass, so she's like a one-woman army, just like fucking slaughtering tons and tons of people, but she's so far from invincible. She gets beat up, she loses more than she wins, try not to get into spoilers, but she suffers great loss, like physically, emotionally, obviously. Like, she is not, some superhero, but she does what she needs to survive, and she is great at that. But anyway, switching gears back to the overall story, the narrative, After kidnapping Furiosa, Dementis does something unforgivable, and Furiosa dedicates her life to revenge. She will do anything she can to get the chance at killing Dementis for what he has done. And it's a really, really good revenge movie. I have no complaints at all about the characters or the writing. I do, however, have like a bit of a nitpick with a couple of things that happen in the story, but they're not a big deal. It's not an overall detriment. But there was a couple moments where I really thought it didn't make sense that the people around Furiosa wouldn't have taken notice of a couple things that she had done. It's not that big of a deal that they didn't. You can kind of just write that off as like, everyone here is kind of out of their fucking mind. They're off their gourd. They're literally like chroming their face and shit. Like everyone's very, you know, in a different mindset. So maybe they just wouldn't notice, or they wouldn't, you know, recognize faces or pick up on certain things. So now let's get into something that I'm sure everybody wants to hear about: the action. Mad Max Fury Road became very, very well known for its practical effects, using all real stuff, stunts, actors, cars, vehicles, you know, all of the explosions, all of it being very authentic, very little CGI. There is CGI in the movie, contrary to popular belief. There is CGI in Fury Road, but it's used to enhance a lot of the practical effects to make them even larger than life, and it never really feels like there's CGI there when it is there. Furiosa does have more CGI. And Furiosa's CGI isn't used in the same way it was in Fury Road. What I mean by that is there's a couple of scenes that it's very clear they're in front of a green screen. It is still majority practical effects. Like, don't mistake me, this isn't like a fucking Marvel movie level, you know, CGI out the wazoo or anything here. But there is noticeably more here, and it does stand out, especially because I went in expecting there to be pretty much none, like there was in Fury Road, where it's, you know, sprinkled in here and there for some flavor. But in Furiosa, there are entire sequences that definitely have a lot of CGI elements to them. It's not horrible CGI or anything. We're not talking like it's Beast Wars from the 90s or anything. You know, it's not looking like Jimmy Neutron. But you just do notice them because everything else is practical effects for most of the scenes. So when there are scenes that are a lot of green screen, you're like, huh, that looks super different than what I just saw. What kind of fishy business is afoot here? Now, I understand it's a much bigger movie in terms of like scale than Fury Road, so it's hard to expect all of it to be practical, but it is definitely worth noting that there are some scenes here where it does stand out. Like, I hate to just keep comparing it to Fury Road, but it's super hard not to. So like when you had the big CGI moments in Fury Road, like the storm, that shit still looked like amazing. Like that looked so like vivid, like it really felt powerful. Like that CGI was there to enhance and bring more flavor to everything we were experiencing, like physically, like all the practical effects. The CGI here, it doesn't really do the same thing. And I know I already mentioned that, but I wanted to give like a direct example, like with the storm in Fury Road. But overall, I was still very pleased and highly entertained by all of the action sequences. It is so fucking incredible to see like the war boys jumping down, slamming the explosive sticks, throwing the explosive sticks, and they had like some paramotors going and dropping more explosives on the war rig. Like it was all so good. So fucking good. And one thing that I have to mention here is I just love the world. Like, I love all of, like, the silly character costumes that George Miller comes up with. They're so good. There's just nothing else really like it. It's just so fucking unique. I'm a huge fan, and I really do think Furiosa is a great film. I don't have any, like, major complaints. Like, even the CGI thing that I harped on a little bit, to me, didn't ruin it. It didn't take me out of it. It wasn't even, like, really disappointing or anything, per se. It's just something that I noticed, where I was like, oh, Fury Road I do think was definitely better in that regard, but Furiosa is still better than the vast majority of things that come out in terms of its action and its practical effects usage, as opposed to putting all of the budget, all their eggs in the basket of CGI. They say, fuck it, we'll do it live, we're gonna do it with real actors, real stunts, real environments, real vehicles, fucking run it. And it's still so thrilling, and it just breathes so much life into a film like this. So Furiosa, I definitely think, is a must-watch movie, especially if you like Mad Max Fury Road. I imagine you probably didn't need my seal of approval on that. If you liked Fury Road, I guarantee you were going to see this no matter what. But plugging Furiosa into the moist meter, I'd easily give this a 90%. It's still a very, very, very good movie. It's about 2.5 hours long, and it tells like 5 chapters. And I don't think it feels 2.5 hours long. Like, this was a like full throttle, just blast. It was great. So yeah, Furiosa, absolute banger. It slapped. That's about it. So yeah. Hello and welcome to my Grease dojo. Most likely when you look at me you see an alpha male, a very intimidating specimen that encapsulates everything it means to be a masculine man in today's climate. But just like Qui-Gon Jinn says, there's always a bigger fish. Today I'm going to show you what a real alpha looks like. It looks like something straight off of a Greek god statue. Looks like something you'd only read about in the Bible, basically what God wanted when he created men, but something went awry in the formula and we were left with only one true chosen alpha. And this alpha lives where all great men do, on TikTok. So join me as we take a look at the only alpha left in the world. Hopefully you're wearing pants you don't mind getting a little wet, panties you don't mind getting a little sodden, because you're going to need the disclaimer, because you're not dealing with just a man, you're dealing with the alpha.
My bitch got a body like Alba. What up, dog? I'm the alpha. So you better watch out, bruh. And that goes for anyone around us.
You beta male cuck, I bet you're shaking right now just even looking, gazing upon the ethereal presence of the alpha. Oh, but wait, what's that, swag lord? You think you can Gangnam Style with his girl? Well, he's gonna repeat the message to you again. Since you clearly didn't understand the first time, you must have some kind of beta male force field that's blocking common sense and not recognizing threats when you see them. So, Alpha's gonna break it down for you again.
My bitch got a body like Alba. What up, dog? I'm the alpha. So you better watch out, bruh. And that goes for anyone around us.
He's beating your ass like a fucking drum, huh? You should have just listened to him the first time. He was very nice about it the first time, simply getting his girl away from you and informing you, hey, he's the alpha, so you better watch out, bruh. But then you came back, stepped on his toes again, and he had to beat the fuck out of you. Should have gotten the hint the first time. He shouldn't have to repeat himself. That's your fault. The reason you're spitting up blood right now in the emergency room with your butthole feeling a little sore, well, it's because you went near the alpha's girl. You should know better, and he warned you, and then he had to get a little aggressive.
Just cause I fuck you, that don't mean I trust you, I don't. You got some high hopes.
I don't know if this account is real or a joke, but I scrolled back to the inception of this dirty diaper of an account, and I didn't see any indication that they made it as like a satire account. From everything I can tell, he genuinely thinks he's the fucking alpha. And she pretends like she thinks he's the alpha. I don't know if I necessarily agree that he's like the ultimate alpha. I definitely think there's men that outmasculine this guy, such as like a Henry Cavill. But hey, maybe, this guy's a close second. If you have only ever seen men at a Reddit meetup, this guy could very well be the alpha of that group. So yeah, I absolutely love this shit. I love his like fucking karate off camera and shit. Fucking, I'm the alpha. I'm getting him with like some side kicks and some of these boxing maneuvers like it's a Tekken game. I love it. I think it's fantastic. I don't know if he does it earnestly or not, and you know what? It doesn't fucking matter to me, because he's crushing it. My man's out here open up cans of whoop ass on TikTok. Any fucking tough guys talking shit about his girl or him in the comment section, he probably personally DMs them a picture of his fist and says, knuckle sandwich delivery, order up, bitch. Or maybe he just profusely apologizes that they didn't like the content. Hey, I'm sorry I didn't like it. That was actually quite mean, though. Take it back.
Hello? Hey! How are you? No, I can't hang out with you today. I'm just gonna hang out with a few of my friends today. No, I don't have a boyfriend, so I hang out with my friends.
Who is this? I know you're afraid of the alpha. This guy hung up. This guy's soft. You're cheating on me with that? Somebody who can't even speak to the alpha? You can do a lot better than that.
It's a prank, babe.
This one honestly feels like something Alpha wouldn't want you to see, where his girl is not satisfied and she's calling him a friend right to his face because she just shows so little respect towards Alpha.
And then Alpha shows that he doesn't have a whole lot of self-respect either. He takes the phone, he's like, who is this? You're cheating on me with this soft guy? You could do so much better. Let me give you the number of some hard guys. It's like he was gonna be like her fucking agent or something and start setting her up with guys that are better than him. Yeah, no, this Joker here, he's not better than the Alpha, but I do know guys that are, if you'd like me to set you up. Like, it just seems real weak here. It just feels like this prank, he shouldn't have posted it, because the whole thing, he's been oozing pure testosterone and masculinity throughout his entire TikTok career, but this one, he looks kinda soft.
When he raised the pulls, she liked the way I
Good technique.
make the ground shake.
Biker boy alpha male checking in now. This is when he's in his final form, his perfect cell evolution here. I would love to know the body count of this man. The amount of people he has beaten up off camera on TikTok is astounding. Half of the fucking videos on this page are him just throwing fucking haymakers right off a camera. I am wondering who the fuck is getting beat up over there and how many people. Because this guy's piling up corpses out here. There's just a lot to unpack with that one right there. And I don't think I need to. Just more good stuff, I guess, from Alpha. I was gonna put some makeup on myself with like a black eye, bruises and cuts all over my face, pretending like he just like beat me up or something, but it just wasn't worth the effort. Me doing that would be more effort than these two have ever put into anything they've ever fucking done on TikTok, and it just didn't seem worth it. But I do love the storyline here, the narrative they've constructed. So she was with Alpha, and then she got tired of Alpha. She said, you know what, I just want a beta male, a nice guy beta male. And then she turns to that guy, and it turns out he's trying to fucking kidnap her and strangle her. And then Alpha comes to the rescue, saves her, beats his ass, and then beats my ass. I was just watching.
Okay, baby, so then we're gonna go like this. 1, 2, and then we're gonna turn it, and then 1. Do you see that? Okay, stop. I can't even see your face.
Diana, what are you doing? Diana, stop.
Why are you calling me Diana?
Because that's your name.
No, but I like baby.
Now, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to hit you with the cold water. Most of the content I was showing you was Alpha's older content, where I believe he was more of a man. His recent, 10 posts are all about baby talk, and why baby talk is good. And you can see the dark spiral that's happening to the Alpha familia here on TikTok. I don't necessarily agree with the baby talk position being like an alpha thing, but I'm not like this, primordial alpha like he is, so I guess maybe I'm just not knowledgeable enough on the topic.
So I Googled it, and it said that baby voices are healthy. Don't be a meanie, don't hurting my feelings. So this is 4 reasons why baby talk is good. So come here, baby. So number 1 is you get attached. You get attached to your partner. Number 2 is it gets you what you want.
That's true. Number 3, when she does it, I just want to protect her. And number 4, I really like it. And whatever the alpha likes goes. If you don't like it,
Well, you can't argue with those points. Pretty bulletproof, watertight, and honestly, the only point that matters is that Alpha likes it. And if the Alpha likes it, then we're fucking idiots for not liking it. So, honestly, that's a problem for us, for people that don't like the baby talk. If the Alpha likes it, that means it is an objectively good thing. But yeah, anyway, that's about it. So yeah. I learned very early on in life that you can tell a lot about a person based on how they treat workers, whether that be retail workers at a store, waiters and waitresses at a restaurant, fast food workers, anything. It's like a little cheat code into the human psyche. You can tell if someone's an insufferable douchebag based on how they interact with
employees out in the world. If someone's being mean and disrespectful to someone that's just trying to do their job, then chances are they're a worthless asshole. And I don't need to be a licensed psychologist in order to diagnose them with terminal douchebag personality syndrome. But by far the most infuriating are the stupid douchebags, the troglodyte imbeciles that will get mad at the employees for decisions the company made, as if the employees had any say-so in whatever the fuck you're complaining about. You saw it all the time during the early pandemic when companies asked that the customers wear a mask, so the employees were forced to enforce the rule, and would face so much backlash from the customers as if they were the ones that made it. Like, they're just trying not to get fired. So you'd have all these inbred weirdos losing their mind like, how dare you muzzle me, you goddamn communist, telling me how to live my life. I will beat your ass in the parking lot, bend over so I can suck a fart out of your butt. As if the employee that you're yelling at and threatening to beat up had anything to do with the actual thing you're complaining about. They had no say-so. They were just a fucking employee of the company doing their job. And it happens all the time in retail, but this was the first example I could think of since that was happening all over the place on Facebook back during the early pandemic. Just being rude, mean, and nasty to workers who are just doing their job is by far the easiest way to identify a piece of shit. And I'd love to show you a perfect example of this. This is a customer who's melting down at a fast food worker who quite literally did nothing wrong at all.
Hey. Can I ask you something, by the way? No, it's just that every time I come here, like, at the late night hour, I don't know why, you're, like, very, like, it's not even me, because I know it's not just me. Like, I'm sure you're, like, this way with everyone. You just, like, are very impatient. Like,
this man's face really tells the whole story. Hitting this guy with the Kubrick stare and just a little bit of shock, like, are you fucking kidding me right now? You're gonna lecture me at, like, 3 a.m. here on absolute nothing? Man's hitting him with a goddamn thespian troupe monologue here. He's absolutely rehearsed this in the mirror, hyped himself up like, I'm gonna give this employee a piece of my mind over nothing.
If like, you don't want this job, you don't have to be here. Like, I'm just letting you know, like, you literally rush my order every single time, and I hate having you.
Imagine going to a fast food drive-thru and complaining that the food came out too quickly. That's the whole definition of fast food, is that it arrives in a timely manner to you. What are you there for then if you wanted slower prepared food? Go to a moderate speed restaurant. Or you can go to IHOP and never get your food, because by the time you get your food, you will have died by old age. Like, I don't understand what the complaint even is. He's mad that this guy rushed his order. That is the whole goddamn point of fast food. That it is prepared quickly for you. You are arguing a non-issue to a guy who is very clearly not interested and doesn't deserve it. This guy is just doing his job at the late night hour to serve your absolute incompetent, disrespectful, entitled ass, and you have the audacity to shit on him for it.
And I mean, I'm sure my word means nothing to you, but I'm just telling you, you have the choice to have a different profession. This isn't a profession. I'm sure you're just very incompetent and you have to work here. But I'm not being ignorant either.
Yeah, definitely not being ignorant at all. Just some kind of unhinged lunatic going through the drive-thru to insult a worker who's done nothing wrong at all. Saying that it's not a real profession and that he must be incompetent. As if the guy recording has a fucking job. He absolutely just came from an affluent family and is entitled. You can tell just by the way he talks. He probably has his pinky up on the cup that he just got there.
It's just like, I come here to get food. Who cares, like, if I've been drinking or doing whatever? Like, I come here at a late night hour, I get food. Every time I have you, I fucking hate it. It makes me sick.
Yeah, this absolute brain-rotted goofy goober just self-reports and says that he's been drinking. So the man is drunk driving through a drive-thru, and he has it on camera and posted it himself. How dumb do you have to be? And to publicly go out there and embarrass yourself like this is so wild to me because he recorded it himself. He planned to go to this guy and confront him for justice, you know? This one's for the people. It's time we rise up against this one employee just doing his job. So he films this, watches it back, and posts it himself saying, yep, I look pretty good here. Can't wait to share it with my friends. Post it on Facebook for all of his friends to fucking laugh at him. And now he will never live it down. He is forever known as this shit stain. This greasy goblin that insulted a worker for no reason whatsoever. And it is the ultimate delusion that he is the one belittling and insulting this worker for his job,
while I imagine he himself doesn't hold down a steady job. I don't know too much about the guy personally. There's not a whole lot of info behind this person here. But just by the way he talks, I can tell that he's very entitled. He most likely came from an affluent family, driving around right now in a car his parents paid for, probably wearing a stained plaid shirt after a night of drinking with the boys, desperately trying to get laid, but getting rejected for the millionth time. So now he's just mad at the world, just full-blown bah humbug, going Scrooge right now. I'm going to the drive-thru, and I'm just gonna give this guy a piece of my mind. And this is the result.
Sorry about that. No, I'm sure you're very sorry about it. I'm sure you're very sorry about it. But you are very shitty to me every time I come here.
I'm so sorry.
No, I'm sure you're not actually sorry, and you're just saying that because like whatever's happening or you're being recorded. So
there is nothing this guy can say or do from this point forward that will convince me that he's not an absolute insufferable douchebag. This guy could quite literally put on the cape and become the real world Batman, and I would still think he sucks. I have no respect for people like this guy. I hate it. It drives me fucking nuts. And the fact that he also loosely admits to drunk driving in the video just makes it even worse. He is two of the things I have the least respect for. Someone who's rude to workers for no reason, and a drunk driver. This man is the whole package, like the entire starter kit for being a douchebag. An actual piece of shit. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. It's finally happening. P. Diddy has been arrested. Anything is possible! This is a moment for celebration. For so long, P. Diddy has gotten away with heinous crimes that tons of people knew about. From car bombs to assaults to sex crimes, it's like P. Diddy was going for some kind of high score, trying to catch every possible crime like a Pokemon. He has terrorized the music industry for decades and ruined so many lives. In recent times, the evidence against him to support all of the allegations that have existed for decades has been overwhelming and led to a large investigation against P. Diddy, and now it looks like we're reaching the climactic finale with him being arrested. When this story broke last night, the indictment was sealed, but this morning they said, "Open the gates. Let them see." To sum it up, he has been charged with sex trafficking by force, transportation to engage in prostitution, and racketeering conspiracy, alleging he ran an enterprise that engaged in sex trafficking, forced labor, or kidnapping, arson, and other crimes. He abused, threatened, and coerced women and others around him to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct from 2008 till now. The allegations mirror 11 civil complaints filed against him since 2023. Really, that's only the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the P. Diddy lore. He is a horrible menace that has been around for decades. Also mentioned is that he had thousands of bottles of lube and baby oil that were seized from his home during those raids as part of his freak-off supplies. He also had tons of narcotics as well. So Diddy became infamous for his freak-off parties that would go on for days, where he'd force attendees to not only stay there and perform non-consensual sex acts in front of him, but he would just be pumping them full of drugs, and he would be watching while furiously masturbating like a coked-out goblin. So in relation to the drug charges, he'd allegedly distribute cocaine, oxy, Xanax, GHB, MDMA, and ketamine. I'm gonna be very brave here for a moment and say, that's not alleged, that is confirmed. The amount of drugs this guy had here, he was like Charlie in the Chocolate Factory, but drugs instead of candy. The amount of freaky shit they found in his house must have been like entering a separate dimension. Thousands of bottles of lube, like so much lube would make Bad Dragon's headquarters jealous. Thousands of bottles of baby oil, more than Johnson & Johnson's warehouse probably. I wouldn't be surprised if they found the goddamn Death Note among those freak-off supplies. His legal team seems very optimistic that things are going to go well for P. Diddy. They even released a statement saying, "We are disappointed with the decision to pursue what we believe is an unjust prosecution of Mr. Combs by the U.S. Attorney's Office." Hi, Mark. The fuck is wrong with you, man? Are you serious? Like, I understand it's your job. I get that, but holy cannoli, an unjust prosecution, huh? So what if there's overwhelming evidence to support the decades worth of allegations against Mr. Combs here? And so what if there's that video of him brutally beating Cassie in that hotel? He said he's sorry. Did we forget about that? He apologized. Let's all move on from it. Racketeering? You're gonna try and come after him for racketeering? Mr. Combs' brain is so rotted from years of drug abuse, he can't even spell racketeering, much less engage in it. This is a load of hooey. It's unjust. A miscarriage of justice, even. He goes on to glaze him a little bit, sucking on his cock, calling him a music icon, self-made entrepreneur, loving family man, proven philanthropist. He then has the gall to say he's imperfect but not a criminal, and then says he's been nothing but cooperative with this investigation, and he voluntarily relocated to New York last week in anticipation of these charges. Please reverse your judgment until you have all the facts. These are the acts of an innocent man with nothing to hide, and he looks forward to clearing his name in court. See, that's the thing, Mark. People have all the facts because there's so much evidence with the facts. There is video evidence to support the facts. What do you mean? Again, I know he's just doing his job, but that shit is so shameless and foul. I don't know how you sleep at night when you have to defend someone that is obviously guilty like P. Diddy. It's fucking wild to me. P. Diddy. 31 minutes ago. Sean Combs arrested in Manhattan after grand jury indictment. They done caught the diddler. They also had that video drop of him beating the shit out of her recently. And then he released the apology video about it. It's always, like, I understand it's their job to defend their clients, but it's always just so crazy. A statement from Mr. Combs' legal team said that they are disappointed with the decision to prosecute him and noted that he had been cooperative with the investigation and had voluntarily relocated to New York last week in anticipation of these charges. Ugh. We're so disappointed that they're actually trying to hold him accountable. Like, we're really upset about that, actually. Yeah, there's overwhelming evidence to all of these awful, awful crimes that he's committed, including that video of him beating the shit out of Cassie. But, like, why would you, like, I thought this was a free country. Why would you try and, like, punish him for that? I'm assuming the apology video didn't work. We don't know yet. We don't know. Maybe they'll send the apology video out to the powers that be, and they'll be like, wow, he is reformed. This is a good man. We can't punish him for... He's changed. He has changed so much. Look at this apology video and how sincere it is. We're dropping the charges.
I was up. I mean, I hit rock bottom. But I make no excuses. My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video.
Now, Combs
It takes... I'm not going to show any of that. It's brutal. It takes a big man like Puff Daddy to take full responsibility after saying he's going to make no excuses and immediately starting the video with an excuse about hitting fucking rock bottom or whatever. Ah, man. A beacon of strength, really. It took a lot. A lot of courage for that apology video. I respect 50 Cent being a massive hater and selling the documentary Diddy Do It. 50 Cent has been, like... I would say an elite level hater of P. Diddy for quite a while. I don't remember how long ago this was, but there's a comment he left on an Instagram post of Diddy's that I think about from time to time and giggle on. It was P. Diddy riding a bike, and 50 Cent left the comment under it saying, "We all know there's no seat on that bike." That shit, like, I was grabbing my belly when I first read that one. I thought that was so good. Earlier this evening, federal agents arrested Sean Combs based on a sealed indictment filed by the SDNY. United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York, Damian Williams, said in a statement, "We expect to move to unseal the indictment in the morning and we'll have more to say at that time." Federal grand jury in Manhattan returned an indictment against Combs, which set in motion his arrest. The charges remain sealed. Oh, keeping him a mystery right now. A little loot box of charges here for him. What was the name of his camp for kids? Where you, like, brainwash kids and shit? Was it Puff Daddy Pastry Parade or something? What the fuck was it? Puff Daddy Love Care? Puffy Flavor Camp. That's what it was.
The singer and producer...
Puffy Flavor Camp. That's right. Basically, like, abducted kids. That's exaggeratory. He didn't, like, abduct them himself. But that shit was foul. The 48 Hours with Justin. Oh, yeah. The P. Diddy clip with Puffy Flavor Camp. He was like, I don't remember the whole... I'll pull up the clip, I guess, in a second. But there's a clip where there's an interview, and he's like, No. Justin's got 48 hours with Puff. He's got a 48 Puffy hours. No interruptions. It'll be good for him or something. It's so weird. Fucking diddler. in plain sight, right under everyone's nose for years. Finally, though, they're acting on all of the shit. Much like Epstein, it feels like everyone knew he was on some heinous shit, but no one came forward because he's so influential. Well, that was one of the big things. If I remember correctly, he had like a lot of dirt on everyone through throwing his Diddy parties. So I think that was a big piece of leverage for him in keeping people quiet for so long. But yeah, tons of people knew all about Diddy and the terrible shit. Today I watched a video that was physically painful for me to sit through, which is pretty uncharacteristic because I'm not really the kind of guy to cringe at anything or find it hard to finish a video. I've never failed a try not to cringe challenge or anything like that. I'm the kind of guy that could watch 2 girls 1 cup while eating chocolate ice cream and not feel a thing. But I saw a video today that was just hard for me to watch because it reminded me so much of me. A while ago I made this video telling an embarrassing story from my life where I hyped myself up in the mirror for days leading up to this climax where I would go to GameStop and tell the girl that worked there she was beautiful, and then I finally did it. I panicked and ran away from her, just sprinted out of there as if the building was on fire. It was basically a ding-dong ditch with a fucking creepy compliment attached to it. To this day, I'm still shocked she didn't report me to authorities, just call the police as I was running away. I wouldn't have been surprised to see a police sketch of my face posted on all the wanted posters or something looking for the creepy GameStop guy. But anyway, this is relevant because the video I want to share with you today, it's a video of a guy who did almost exactly what I did, but without running away. And my god, it's bad. It proved to me that I made the right call sprinting out of there that day, because it could have been much worse. It could have been as bad as what you're about to see here. It's very clear that under no circumstances does this ever really work, because real life is just not like anime.
What?
Are you in high school?
No.
Graduated?
Yeah.
So you're in college?
Mm-hmm.
Where
Kent.
at?
Yeah, it's about 40 minutes.
This guy's smooth, the small talk is going well, you can see that she's really engaged in the conversation and enjoying every second of it. This is, I think what the pickup artist community calls the Shogun method. It's like a forbidden jutsu because it's deemed too powerful. It makes women just want you all the time and you drown in sodden panties. So the Shogun method is just outlawed in most countries for being just too strong. But this guy, he's breaking all the rules. He's busting out the Shogun method right here, right now, and you can really see just how effective it is.
19. I think you got it. Yep.
What city is Kent in?
Kent.
I really do wonder how long he'd been here trying to flirt like this for, because she stopped and started the recording multiple times and he was still going. She also started this video like in the middle of a conversation that he was trying to start. So I have to imagine it'd been like 10 minutes of him just unsuccessfully fucking diarrheaing out bad small talk. Like, I don't know why he'd continue when it's very clear she's not interested. She's giving one-word answers. Yeah, no, Kent. And he's like, yes, fuck, nice, jackpot, bang.
There's a city called Kent and the college is called Kent. Is that like East Cleveland?
No, it's Kent, Ohio.
So it's not even part of Cleveland?
No.
It's part of Northeast Ohio?
I guess.
I'm gonna take this.
Okay.
My country.
My man's been stun-locked by Kent. He's on like a whole side quest with the Kent lore here, and it's not really doing him any favors. And then he gets a little quirky and takes money out of their tip jar, I guess. I don't really know what that is about, but, you know, all power to him. You know, if I can't get this girl's number, I might as well take the money from the tips over here. So that, she'll remember me then as a bad boy.
321.
Should I pay with this? And you, oh shit, it's already in there. Is both these mine?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, You wanna know my pin?
I'm good.
Damn. Shucks, I can't believe that one didn't work. You know, they say chivalry's dead, but come on, this guy's doing his best. offering to give away his PIN number to her. I mean, that's sweet. There is no doubt in my mind this guy doesn't give a fuck about stickers. He came in here because he must have seen her when he was walking by. I think this is a hot topic, I'm not sure. And he's like, oh my god, I've got to go in and at least try. So he just sat there for a little bit. He's like, I can do this, I can fucking do this. He went in there, panicked, and grabbed a handful of fucking Adventure Time stickers or something. He's like, oh my god, shit, I have to commit to this. Maybe that's what ruined his chances. She thought less of him because he was buying stickers. He should have just done the Always Sunny in Philadelphia method. Should have just went in there and just, hey, where do you keep your Magnum condoms for my Magnum dong? Also, what's the deal with Kent? You know, he really likes Kent, I guess, because he's treated this lady like she's the goddamn tour guide for Kent. So, I mean, I feel like there might have been a better play if he had only just grabbed a better item. Because there's no doubt in my mind he is not here actually shopping for stickers. He just happened to pick those up because he needed some excuse to be at the cash register.
Do you want your receipt? Alright, you're all set. Yep.
Are you sure about that? Do you have Instagram?
No.
You're too cool for Instagram?
I don't like social media.
Why not?
Perpetuate some bad vibes from people.
You're cute.
Thanks.
I didn't even know it was this possible to look so uninterested and uncomfortable in a social situation. She is like actually collapsing into herself from the fucking cringe of this guy right now. It's unbearable even from an outside perspective. I can only imagine how awful it must have been to like literally be there. I bet other shoppers in the store, if there are any, also haven't forgotten this day if they overheard this conversation or saw this from a distance, because my god. So this is when he finally drops the "you're cute" line, which in my case was beautiful. You know, mine was a little better, I'd say. And then he didn't run away. He sat there and just fucking waited for a long time. He should have just ran away, honestly. Like, he should have taken a page out of my playbook from my embarrassing fucking history of trying to talk to girls, because it would have saved him at least a little bit more embarrassment.
Protect yourself?
No.
You ever go to the beach?
Not really.
Or Lake Erie? On a boat?
It's not really a beach, is it? It's a lake.
You can start to feel the desperation setting in as he knows that he needs to get out of the store quickly before security gets called, so he just starts talking about items he sees around the store like a game of I Spy. Hacky sack. You like hacky sack? Fucking feet. Do you like feet? I'm wearing shoes. Do you like my shoes? You know, you can really see that he's trying his best, but knows that, you know, the clock's kind of running out here. It ends kind of in a bit of a cliffhanger because you can hear him sigh, so you know he's still there. And I have to imagine that he probably just walked away after this because there's no follow-up or anything. So hopefully that's like the happy ending here. She didn't have to continue being bothered. And hopefully he learns a valuable lesson. I know I did when I did something similar. So I can only pray that he also learned the same lesson. Just don't really bother people while they're trying to work. You're not the main character in the world, so stop acting like it. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah, there's a viral video going around on the internet right now that really struck a chord within me, deep within my soul. A video that is about a short man getting very angry and he becomes a massive douchebag asshole. I'm sure most of you have seen this, but from the perspective of a short man, we're a rare breed, so I figured you'd want the unique perspective of a man who's below average male height. I'm 5'6". And one thing I'd like to say about this video before I play it for the few of you that haven't seen it, is this video is so embarrassing on this guy's part that it made me feel tall. Watching this video made me forget that I was short, and I was just laughing at this guy like, this fucking loser must suck being short. And it didn't occur to me until I went to take a shit and I looked at myself in the mirror that I was like, God damn, wait, I'm short too.
You're great women. Why is that okay?
You're great. Why is it okay for women to say, oh, you're 5 feet on dating sites? You should be dead? That's okay?
Who said that to you here? Nobody.
Women in general have said it on dating sites.
So you're looking at the protagonist for this new sitcom called 2.5 Hobbits. He's very upset that he's short, and allegedly, according to the girl who posted this video, this took place at a bagel shop, and he was just being misogynistic asshole to all the women, and that's when they started filming it, and he immediately starts talking about dating sites where girls make fun of him, which leads me to believe that he had just got rejected on Tinder, and Bumble, and Match, and Christian Mingle, and his favorite Twitch streamer rejected his application to be a mod, so I'm guessing just all around was a bad day, and he took it all out on women at this shop.
You think I'm making that shit up? Everywhere I go, I get the same fucking smirk with the biting lip. Shut your mouth. You're not God or my father or my boss. Dude, you want to step outside? You want to step outside? Huh? I'm not standing, pal.
This is the highest level short man rage I've ever seen documented. This is the kind of shit you only read about on Reddit. I actually couldn't even believe that this was filmed. It's like filming Sasquatch. This is such a high level of short man rage. It's like DEFCON 3 of short man rage. It's unreal. Just looking for a fight, constantly on edge, looking to be disruptive. I wouldn't be surprised if before he even got into the bagel shop, he started sizing up a 7th grader, thinking to himself, yeah, I can take him. He may be a little taller than me, but I can definitely beat his ass. That'll impress the girls around here. But by far my favorite thing about the entire clip is the little chest bump on the guy ready to rumble. He chest bumps the dude's nutsack. This guy is so short, and the guy he's trying to tussle with is so much taller than him that when he does the little chest bump to be intimidating, his tits are rubbing the man's penis. His nipples are handshaking his scrotum.
You shut up too. Just like, no, go ahead and attack me, Jake.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I just wanted bagels. I recorded the whole thing.
The classic, what are you gonna do, stab me? Says the man who got stabbed. Hey, go ahead and attack me, as he gets fucking tackled by a dude 5 times his size, a fucking college linebacker out of nowhere. I imagine he immediately regretted that decision to try and act that tough around that guy. And the video goes on, but this is the one that's viral, but there is a follow-up to it that shows what happens after he got taken down.
Look, and a guy 3 times my size. That's okay?
Get your food and
What happened? What, I'm sorry?
Get your food and eat it.
You know what? Fuck your fucking breath.
There's no need to
You think that's fine? That's funny? That's funny. Now I'm gonna take my breakfast. You think that's funny? All you women.
What a fucking roller coaster he took us on there. First he says, fuck that bread, wants nothing to do with it, he's above that bread, an alpha male doesn't need that bread. But then Alvin and the Chipmunks start laughing at him, fucking Looney Tunes style laugh comes in, and he changes his mind immediately. You know what? Fuck you, give me that bread, bang. Snatches it up. I wish he had scarfed it down for a power move, or since he wants to really puff his chest out and be an alpha, I'm surprised he didn't drop trow and start peeing on the bread just to show his dominance over the bread. But he kind of pussies out, picks up his bread, and then goes back to just being a really huge asshole and insulting people.
All you women treat shit like shit! All of you! All of you! Yeah! All of you!
You need to go.
No! You women need to stop being so fucked up!
He then went home to make a blog post about why nice guys like him don't get the good-looking girls in society, and it's a shame. He is a nice guy, as you can clearly tell, well-adjusted. He seems to have a good head on his very small shoulders, but I think it's really sad the lack of self-control and most likely self-awareness. I guarantee he went home thinking he did nothing wrong and that society was just beating down the short guy again. Now, he says he's 5 feet in the video. I don't know if that was an exaggeration or if he's under 5 feet or above 5 feet and he was just exaggerating on either spectrum. Doesn't really matter. You know, there's nothing you can really do about your height. You can either be an insecure little bitch like this guy and take it out on the world, you know, shaking your fist at the clouds because you're upset that you're so goddamn short and it's unfair, or you can just live with it, fucking deal with it, and don't be such a little pussy. Have fun with it. Make jokes about it, but why act out like this at a fucking bagel shop? No one wants to be around a guy like this. But I mean, yeah, I don't really have a very super unique perspective on it. To be honest, I just kind of wanted to make jokes about this. But it really is sad that my fellow short brethren act out like this, and that's why a lot of people expect short man rage occasionally, you know? There's no reason to be this insecure about something that you just don't have control over. And that's about it. So yeah.
People don't always see eye to eye with each other. Everyone has their own set of opinions and beliefs, and historically, humans have fought each other over this difference. Now, while we may be divided by land or belief, there's one thing that unites all of us, something buried deep inside the human DNA that makes us all on the same page. And that's our extreme dislike for Amy Schumer. God bless. Amy Schumer is like the common evil that unites the world. It's like in that anime Code Geass where Lelouch becomes the ultimate evil that the entire world rallies against, and then by the end of it, it brings everyone closer together. That's Amy Schumer, but in reality. Whenever she's present at like an award show or something, the entire internet, nay, the entire human race gets together and says, we just don't like her. She reminds us that we're not so different from each other after all. So why am I talking about Amy Schumer today? Well, it's because she was at the Oscars recently and decided to make the entire thing about her, about how she's now traumatized because of the Will Smith slap on Chris Rock. And I'm sure a lot of you are tired of hearing about this, but she just keeps fucking going. And it's making me sick to my stomach. It makes me want to puke and shit. This is of course a very stupid statement and just performative to put her name back in the news about how now she's a victim somehow. I don't think there's any world where Amy Schumer is right now sleeping with one eye open, just fearful that Will Smith, the boogeyman, is going to rappel through her window and slap her while she's asleep. But I'm going to set aside this stupid statement for a minute to talk about what really got my ass all grinded up, which is what she came forward with today. She bravely stepped foot in the Thunderdome today to reveal the jokes that were too edgy for TV. Her side-splitting comedy that was just too intense, and she had to cut them from her monologue. Just like Voldemort's name, she wasn't allowed to speak of these things, but she decided to tell one of these super stinkers anyway, which is horrible news for anyone with ears. Don't Look Up is the name of a movie? More like Don't Look Down, the barrel of Alec Baldwin's shotgun. It's incredible how she can't even accidentally almost say something entertaining. And this probably isn't even her own joke. She has a history of stealing jokes. She probably just saw this shit on Twitter and it had like 100 likes, so she said it's mine now. And it's still fucking stupid. None of it makes sense. Alec Baldwin wasn't even in Don't Look Up. The joke doesn't work. I don't care that it's edgy. Edgy jokes are fine. It's just this is so poorly done from top to bottom. Alec Baldwin is not in that movie, so it doesn't even make sense. It'd be like me saying Moonfall, more like Poonfall, because Amy Schumer's talking about her vagina again. It's just dog shit. Sex in the City, more like Amy, stop having sex with the whole city, we're tired of seeing you on stage. Or He-Man, more like help me man, I just had to listen to Amy Schumer tell another fucking awful joke and now I'm in need of medical assistance. I don't know why she would think it was a good idea to tell this joke after everyone told her not to tell it in the first place. They gave her a gift of shutting her up. Like, she didn't have to tell this joke. They were like, we're not allowing you to say it, we're putting the kibosh on it now, we're doing you a favor. And then she slaps them and all of us by telling this joke anyway. This whole situation is like if Amy and her friend were on like a walk and they approached this cliff and Amy didn't see it, but her friend did, so her friend reaches out to stop her from falling off the cliff, literally saving her life. But then Amy Schumer just blasts her hand away saying, don't tell me what to do, I'll walk where I want to walk, and then throws herself off the cliff. She then gave us a sneak peek at some other gut busters we missed from her here, some more of her comedic stylings. She said that she was also going to take aim at Joe Rogan and James Franco, but wasn't allowed to say any of that. But you can just come up and slap someone. That statement doesn't even make sense either, Amy. No one invited Will Smith to go up there and slap the shit out of Chris Rock. The man went up there and slapped the taste out of his mouth off script. The man had a full-blown Winter Soldier episode. It wasn't planned. You had a script that you were getting approved and everyone said these jokes just fucking suck. Don't tell them. It's not the same. She's always so incredibly desperate to put herself at the center of everything that ever happens, even when it doesn't make sense or even involve her in the slightest. She had a golden opportunity just to say nothing and everyone would have forgotten her miserable presence at the Oscars, but she just had to tell this awful joke and remind everyone why she was universally disliked as one of the worst comedians of our time.
The only reason she ever even made it into the industry in the first place is because of getting a lucky spawn in life. She was born into a really rich and powerful family, and through leveraging those connections, she was able to make it to the big time. And it's one of the saddest stories in all of entertainment. But anyway, back to how traumatized Amy Schumer was from the slap. She said she's gonna need some time off to process it, and I think I speak for everyone in the world when I say, Amy, you take as much time as you need. If it's years, if it's forever even, god damn it, you take that time until you feel better about what happened. We will all understand. No matter how long it takes. No, it should take a very long time to recover from something like that. So, wishing you the best in that road to overcoming that experience at the Oscars, having to watch that, and yeah, that's about it. See ya. Wow. What a crazy day this has been. So I'm sure pretty much all of you that clicked on this video already know about what's happened with the Dr. Disrespect situation. To catch you up to speed with the briefest previously on Dragon Ball Z recap, Dr. Disrespect was the face of Twitch. In 2020, he was mysteriously banned from the platform and not a peep had ever been uttered about why. This was a secret more guarded than the Krabby Patty formula. I really thought we'd never know the reason that Dr. Disrespect was banned. I thought they'd be taken to the grave. I thought we'd crack faster than light travel before we ever learned what the reason behind it was. But then from out of nowhere on just an average quiet Friday night, a former Twitch employee dropped a bombshell allegation claiming that Dr. Disrespect was banned due to sexting a minor through the Twitch Whispers service. Now, there was never any screenshots or evidence provided to support that claim. However, some other parties came forward saying that they had all heard a similar reason behind the ban. Dr. Disrespect then made a response to that statement, which was less than satisfactory for most people with a functioning frontal lobe because he talked very vaguely about it and didn't actually outright deny the claim at all. So then he made a follow-up statement which aimed to provide a little more clarity, but it was still pretty vague, and both of these seemed to have like a lot of legalese talk to him to try, like, kind of tiptoe around the topic itself. So both of his responses, like the tweets, weren't received overly well. It was like he just kept stepping on a rake like in a cartoon and hitting himself in the face. He wasn't doing himself favors with his statements. But then the credibility of the source of behind this allegation started to be called into question because people did digging through their Twitter and found out they'd actually been dangling this carrot in front of their audience about they know the reason Dr. Disrespect's been banned, and if you buy tickets to their concert, they might reveal it. So then people started to question that, and then today, Dr. Disrespect released another statement where he admitted to the claim of talking to a minor through Twitch Whispers inappropriately. However, he denies that there was any real intent behind the messages, which is a crazy thing to say. Like, if any of you have watched To Catch a Predator, you'll recognize that tactic, that little maneuver right there, because that's something that was pretty frequent on that show. When a predator went down and talked with Chris Hansen, a lot of them said that same thing pretty much. Like, oh, no, I didn't mean any of that. I was actually just teaching them a lesson about talking to strangers and the dangers of it. There was never any real intent behind the things that were said. Like, that's a very weird thing to try and say. So let's just go through his statement first, though. The Twitch ban. Hello, I'd like to make a statement. Let's cut the bullshit. As you know, there's no filter with me. I've always been upfront and real with you guys on anything that I can be upfront about, and I'm always willing to accept responsibility, which is why I'm here now. First and foremost, I do want to apologize to everyone in my community, as well as those close to me, my team, and everyone at Midnight Society Game Studio. For those that don't know, I forgot to mention this in my, lore exposition on this. His company that he founded, Midnight Society Game Studio, which had been working on a game with him for a long time, announced yesterday that they were going to be terminating him after they conducted an investigation, and after they assumed his innocence, found something through their investigation that made them uncomfortable keeping him around, so they let him go. So that's why he's mentioning them here. A lot of people have been left in the dark about what happened yesterday with Midnight Society and I, and we made the painful decision collectively to have me step down. Our team is full of incredibly talented and good people that have high career ambitions and families. I'd never want to jeopardize the culture we have carefully crafted. Now, before getting into the rest of this, I do want to mention, Midnight Society themselves said that he was terminated. Here he's saying that he stepped down like it was a mutual decision. I don't know if this is like a you can't fire me, I quit type of situation, you know, turn in the badge and the gun and go your separate way as a lone wolf, or what? Like, there's just a bit of a discrepancy whether he was terminated by Midnight Society or if he himself and them left on good terms where he agreed to step down. Ultimately, the point is, He's no longer associated with that studio anymore after they conducted their own investigation into the subject. Everyone has been wanting to know why I was banned from Twitch, but for reasons outside of my control, I was not allowed to say anything for the last several years. Now that 2 former Twitch employees have publicly disclosed the accusations, I can now tell you my side of the story regarding the ban. Were there Twitch whisper messages with an individual minor back in 2017? The answer is yes. Were there real intentions behind these messages? The answer is absolutely not. These were casual, mutual conversations that sometimes leaned too much in the direction of being inappropriate, but nothing more. Nothing illegal happened, no pictures were shared, no crimes were committed, I never even met the individual. I went through a lengthy arbitration regarding a civil dispute with Twitch, and that case was resolved by a settlement. Let me be clear, it was not a criminal case against me, and no criminal charges have ever been brought against me. Now, the doc actually edited this statement twice. So initially, he posted it with the word minor in it, saying, were there messages with an individual minor? The answer is yes. But then shortly after he published it, he edited the word minor out of it. So he removed that. He redacted it like a fucking CIA document, trying to bury it, just snapping it out of existence. So then it read, were there messages with an individual? The answer is yes. But people were quick to notice the edit, and you can actually check edit history on Twitter, which I didn't know you can do, but you could clearly see that the original no longer matched the current one because he took the word minor out. So when people caught him red-handed, he just edited it one more time to put the word minor back into it. Now, there is a lot to say about just that small chunk right there, but I'm going to finish reading the statement first before we really dive into the weeds of it. Now, from a moral standpoint, I'll absolutely take responsibility. I should have never entertained these conversations to begin with. That's on me. That's on me as an adult, a husband, and a father. It should have never happened. I get it. I'm not perfect, and I'll fucking own my shit. This was stupid. Now, with all this said, don't get it mistaken, I've seen all the remarks and labels being thrown around so loosely. Social media is a destruction zone. I'm no predator or pedophile, are you kidding me? Anyone that truly knows me knows where I stand on these things with those type of people. Fuck that. That's a different level of disgust that I hate even hearing about. Don't be labeling me as the worst of the worst with your exaggerations. Get the fuck out of here with that. But I think I've said what I needed to say regarding the ban itself. That's it. That's why Twitch made the decision in 2020. To my team, community, industry friends that have supported me, I apologize. I wish I could have said all this sooner. You guys have always shown me and my family love and support throughout all these years. We love you guys like you can't imagine. I have the best community and circle. If any of this has made you uncomfortable, I get it. You don't have to support me anymore, but just know you have always been greatly appreciated. Trust me when I say this. To all my haters that live and breathe social media with zero real-life experience, I don't give a fuck about you. Finally, if you're uncomfortable with this entire statement and think I'm a piece of shit, that's fine. I'm not going anywhere. Actual Wolf of Wall Street energy. I'm not fucking leaving. And I'm not the same guy that made this statement all those years ago. I'm taking an extended vacation with my family as mentioned on stream, and I'm coming back with a heavy weight off my shoulders. They want me to disappear. Yeah, fucking right. He tries to close this statement with a really hard, cheesy 80s action movie one-liner. They want me to disappear. Yeah, fucking right. Granny shifting, not double clutching like you should. You're lucky you didn't blow the welds off the intake. I'm not leaving. It's really kind of ridiculous to put that there with accusations like this. These are super serious. Like, this isn't something people take lightly at all. In his own statement, he has openly admitted to messaging a minor and had conversations that were inappropriate, or as he said, leaned into being inappropriate. Now, what's not clear, and what a lot of people are coping with, is that maybe Dr. Disrespect didn't know the age of the person he was communicating with, but I truly feel if that was the case, Dr. Disrespect would have mentioned that, saying that he had those communications with this person that he believed was of age but turned out to be a minor. I think if that was the reality of that situation, if he truly communicated with someone that he thought was of age but turned out to be a minor, I think he would have mentioned that in this statement, but he didn't. He didn't say that he was under the impression he was communicating with an adult. He just says that he had conversations with an individual minor. He doesn't say anything like, oh, they were actually one day away from being 18, or I really thought they were, in their 20s, or anything like that. And I think if that was what happened, it would have been mentioned here. I really do. But there's no mention of that. So it's hard to give that benefit of the doubt that he didn't know, because I think he would have mentioned if that was the case. I also think it's pretty telling that some of the closest people to Dr. Disrespect are coming forward saying how unacceptable it was and distancing themselves from him, because if he didn't know that he was communicating with a minor, he probably would have told them at the very least, but they're not saying that either. So here's Robert Bowling, one of his business partners here, saying, "If you inappropriately message a minor, I cannot work with you, period. I promised to only act on facts, and I did." So I just really don't think there's a whole lot of wiggle room about Doc not knowing that he was communicating with a minor. Like, I feel like there's been plenty of opportunities now for that information to have come out from somewhere, but nobody is saying that other than people theorizing and hoping that maybe that's the case. But Doc himself has never said that that was a possibility. He'd never even hinted that he didn't know the person's age, and the people closest to him aren't saying that either. So I really think that it's likely that he did know that, and he still had these conversations that lean to being inappropriate with someone he knew to be a minor, which is fucking disgusting. Now, there are people still defending this, saying, well, he didn't go to jail for it, so what's the big deal? Can't wait for the next stream, Doc. Firm handshakes. Like, there's people that are just dismissing this as not a big deal, which is insanity. I think that is pure lunacy. I can't fucking believe some of what I'm reading here from people that are just writing this off as not a big deal because it's a streamer they like. An adult communicating inappropriately with a minor is bad. Full stop. It's inexcusable. No matter how you spin it, that is a horrible thing. Now, he may not have met up with the minor in question. However, was that his decision? Was he the one that decided not to meet up with him? Because with the information that's been come out, now, again, keep in mind, we don't have access to the chat log, like the conversations that took place, but from all the sources that have come out from, like, Bloomberg and all of that, it sounds like the conversation they had did talk about meeting up at TwitchCon. So, that right there shows pretty real intent to meet up with this person. And who knows, maybe it was the minor that ultimately got uncomfortable with this whole thing and called it off, not the doc. We don't know for sure. The only thing we do know for sure with what the doc just confirmed is that he was talking inappropriately with a minor, which is a terrible, terrible thing. And even his closest friends are saying they can't defend it, it's inexcusable. And they're right. It is inexcusable. But there are still people trying to defend it, as pathetic as that is. And Dr. Disrespect claims that he's going to come back at some point. And I have no doubt when he does, he's still going to have a massive audience. I can already tell, based on the amount of people jumping through hoops trying to find ways of justifying this and spinning it in ways where he doesn't look evil. Which is impossible, but they're doing their best. So I know when he comes back, he will probably have tons of viewers and tons of donations out the fucking wazoo, saying things like, keep your head up, Doc, don't let cancel culture get you down. It's just a fucking cancel culture mob that came after you. You're a victim of that mob, that's it. Which is just so unhinged. He has openly admitted, in his own words, to inappropriately talking to a minor. It's just craziness. So, that's the update to this whole Dr. Disrespect ban situation. That's really about it. So, yeah. Yesterday, there was a war fought on American soil that I'm sure many of you have seen by now. A one-man army barged into a local smoothie place, assaulted the young workers, got racist, got arrested, and subsequently fired from his very well-paying job. He was one of the top 25 highest-grossing wealth advisors in Connecticut, and he threw all of it away over what was ultimately his fault when it came to a smoothie dispute. This battle was up there with the Battle of Troy, but instead of being fought over a woman, it was fought over a smoothie. To briefly break down the situation before sharing the video, or at least some of the video, I can't share all of it because he gets racist and I'm not going to show that. So just to briefly sum up the lore here, there was a father who had ordered a smoothie from this smoothie place earlier in the day. He mentioned he didn't want any peanut butter in it, so when he got the smoothie, he brought it to his son who has a peanut allergy, and his son had an allergic reaction to the smoothie and ended up in the hospital. Sometime after this, the father then went like full-blown fucking vigilante mode, goddamn trying to emulate John Wick, went back to the smoothie place to demand to speak face-to-face with the person who made the smoothie, but the 4 girls that were working there at the time were not the 4 employees that made that smoothie, so they didn't know who it was. So then the father got very upset, yelling and screaming, treating it like a 2009 Call of Duty Xbox Live lobby, just absolutely shouting, being racist, and tried to kick down the employees' only door, I imagine, to try and like beat them up or some shit. Then police got involved, he got arrested, lost his job. The whole thing honestly played out like a fucking Dhar Mann video over the last 12 hours. Father gets angry, gets racist, gets fired, lives to regret it. Now, I want to make it clear, I think the father is totally in the right to be mad about the situation, but nothing justifies racism and, like, trying to assault people that didn't even have anything to do with the situation in the first place or any of that shit. The most important part of this story is the father never specified he didn't want the peanut butter due to allergies. He never specified that it was due to, allergies to peanuts that he wanted the peanut butter excluded. So the workers may have made a mistake of blending it in a blender that had already had a peanut butter smoothie in it at some point. But nothing excuses how the father handled this situation at all. It's terrible what happened to his son, and what the father should have done is handle this legally, professionally. The dude's a fucking wealth advisor, at a very reputable place. He shouldn't be some kind of troglodyte homunculus who thinks the only solution here is to, goofily march into the smoothie place, fee-fi-fo-fumming, ready to fight some high school girls. It's absolutely outrageous the way he handled it, and there's no excuse for it. Now, from what I understand, most restaurants do have a policy when someone asks for anything regarding nuts, like leave off, the peanut butter or whatever, the assumption is supposed to be made that it is due to allergies, which is why they have, like, a special blender at smoothie places from what I was reading. So yes, the smoothie place is at fault, which is why the father should have handled this legally, not as some kind of, agent of chaos or whatever. Let me go ahead and show you the video now.
Please don't yell at us.
Yeah. Don't videotape me.
You have no room to yell at us.
I want to speak to the fucking person who made this drink. Is that you?
No, it wasn't
we don't know
me.
who made it, so.
You don't know who made it?
There's 4 of us here, so we obviously don't know.
Fucking stupid, fucking ignorant high school kids.
Okay, bye.
I want to speak to the fucking
Bye.
manager.
Okay, you can call corporate whenever you want. Goodbye.
John, stop. You're on camera. You're on camera. You're on camera.
Fucking bitch.
No, I don't care.
Give it to me right now.
What? Really?
I'm calling the police. I'm calling the police.
Fuck you. I want the fucking telephone number right now.
Gianna,
I want the telephone number. Shut the fuck up.
You shut up. Get out. You can call corporate whenever you want. Bye.
You're a fucking idiot.
Okay, good for you. Fuck out. You're going to jail. You're going to jail, you racist piece of shit.
I want the fucking telephone.
Bro, call the police now.
Like I said, I'm not going to keep any of the racist shit he said in here because obviously I don't want to keep that in here. So, this is the worst way of handling any situation ever. I talked about it on stream last night, so I'll play some of those clips. But there's nothing that excuses this behavior. I've seen quite a few people almost defend him, saying like how emotional he must have been with his son. And yeah, that's a horrible thing that happened to his kid off of a mistake from the facility here. But this is not the way you go about it. And nothing justifies racism and like attacking people, especially people that had nothing to do with what happened in the first place. And if he was really that emotional about his son, why wasn't he with his son at the hospital at this point? I'm assuming when this was happening, his son was still at the hospital. This probably wasn't like 18 hours later, or, the next day or anything. So he sent his son to the hospital and then immediately came over here like it was some kind of revenge movie or something. It's disgusting. I don't think they maliciously put peanut butter in his smoothie after he asked not to. It was probably just using a cross-contaminated blender that had peanut butter in it. Just sue. Exactly. He could have handled this legally or anything other than whatever the fuck he thought he was doing here, like Liam Neeson. Fair, but if I was a dad, I'd get just as angry, just without the racism. He absolutely had a right to be angry. I don't think anyone disputes that. But he doesn't have a right to be racist, or go to the place and threaten high school girls. And, throw a smoothie at them, call them all kinds of horrible names, and then try and literally break down the door to, I assume, beat them up. Most places, when they hear no peanuts/nuts of any kind, they're supposed to assume allergies due to how common it is. That would make sense. He was the wealth management advisor, and managing director for Merrill Lynch. Yeah, that's what it was. He only worked with clients with $1 million or more. I remember that. I guess you can't control emotions when your son is in the hospital. What? What? I mean, no matter how mad you get, there's never an excuse for racism. What do you mean? It's not like, my son, time to go be racist. Dude looks way older than 48. doesn't look that much older than 48. Like, it's not like a good 48 he's rocking, but it's also not, like, terrible. You clearly haven't met a 48-year-old in Florida. Yeah, so as I mentioned, this father only worked with clients who had $1 million or more worth of, like, assets in their account or some shit like that. So this guy he was big money. He wasn't making peanuts. This guy was making, like, fucking fat, big old stacks, and he lost that job, like, hours after this video surfaced. Overall, this whole situation was awful. Feel really bad for the kid. Both parties were at fault, but the father was significantly more in the wrong for how he handled this. There is just no excuse for this behavior whatsoever. So, yeah, that's about it. So, yeah. EDP445 has issued an apology for the cupcake incident from 2 years ago. Not exactly the quickest response time, but it's a little bit faster than Valve responding to Team Fortress 2 issues. So I probably don't even need to give you the lore dump here. The story of EDP445's fall from grace is a more well-known story than Little Red Riding Hood by this point. But just in case, 2 years ago he was caught in a child predator sting operation, which also unearthed a lot of other repeated instances of him being inappropriate with minors in his community. For this, he lost his entire career, and since then he has desperately been trying to claw his way back to the internet because it's all he knows. It's his only home, so he pathetically comes back like every couple of months for the last 2 years, like clockwork, with a new pitiful attempt at reviving his internet career. There's only a few certainties in life: death, taxes, and EDP coming back when no one wants him to. He's posted videos on every platform that allows video sharing capability. I wouldn't have been surprised if he tried to make a career out of streaming on Xbox 360 Arcade Uno, where they used to let you use the Xbox fucking Kinect or whatever in order to, like, have a webcam chat in Uno servers. Wouldn't have been surprised if he tried that. He has gone to every platform ever and has been banned from all of them. Because what EDP did is unforgivable. This is not something you can ever come back from. He should be counting his lucky stars he's not in jail. He must have had fairy godparents and they granted him one last wish, and it was to avoid jail time. The only reason he's not there is because the investigation and all of the evidence was conducted online, so authorities usually don't use that in like actual prosecution or anything. So he must have collected all the fucking Dragon Balls and made a wish, and Shinron kept him out of jail. Because the amount of proof and evidence of not only the cupcake incident, obviously, where he actually went in person to meet a child for sex, not only just that, but like a repeated history of having similar circumstances with being inappropriate with kids, all of this very well documented. The fact that all of that exists and he's not in jail is beyond a miracle for EDP. And now he is once again doing his standard song and dance, trying to get back his internet career and find redemption. He's made a couple other videos in the past addressing it loosely, like where he's like eating a cupcake, so literally leaning into being a pedophile, I guess, and acknowledging it. And then only a handful of months ago, he made a statement on his website that was perhaps one of the wildest ideas ever cooked up by a human brain. He said that the whole cupcake incident, that whole scenario, was actually all acting. He was hired for an acting job to play a pedophile, and he committed to the role, and he had no idea it was going to be used as like a legitimate thing. He thought it was all just a Shakespearean play, basically, just part of, you know, the acting craft. But this is the first video he's made where he's apologizing and talking about it, like actually talking about it. And I've seen a lot of people saying, oh wow, finally, he's taking accountability. He's starting to, you know, grow now, and you know, maybe he can move on from this. What a bunch of hooey. That is a load of fish paste. He doesn't, in his entire 8.5-minute apology video, he doesn't once refer to what actually happened. When he's talking about being caught in a child predator sting operation, he calls it that YouTube shit.
I want to take full responsibility for my actions that happened on April 21st, 2021. The entire YouTube shit that went down, the entire YouTube incident, you know what I mean, that went the fuck down. I'm not even going to get into it. You guys already know what the fuck happened. I'm taking full responsibility, full accountability for my actions.
He doesn't even say what he did and what he like is guilty of. He just loosely refers to it vaguely and brushes it off quickly. That is the opposite of taking accountability. He doesn't even fucking address it directly. Now, he states one of the reasons for the tardiness behind this apology is because he's been in talks with lawyers over the last couple of years about what he can and cannot say. And I'm just going to slap down the Phoenix Wright objection. I'm calling baloney, because if he did have a team of lawyers behind him after all these years, I'm assuming they would have advised him to not make any of the statements he's made over the last couple of years. Especially the one where he faked emails to try and confirm that all of this was actually just an acting moment. It was all just a ruse. It was supposed to be a movie, not real. It's all fake. Or the other statement he made about how it never happened in the first place and just outright denying it. I feel like if there were lawyers behind him for the last couple of years, they would have told him, do not do that. But let's play ball with that idea for a second. Let's assume he's being truthful. If the lawyers have told him to not mention any of the specifics of the incident, then you can't come on this video and pretend like you're taking accountability or responsibility. If you're not willing to actually tackle what happened and what you are guilty of and actually talk about it directly, then you can't pretend that you're somehow taking accountability or responsibility in the situation. I didn't want to talk about this apology video because I don't think there's any value here. I've already made a few videos talking about EDP over the last 2 years with every attempt he's made to try and come back to the internet, and this is just another one of those. A desperate Hail Mary to try and monetize an internet career again because it is all he has. It is the only home that he knows. So he keeps trying, but this is just not something that you can come back from.
Taken the proper measures and the proper steps forward to seek out help, to try to, get my head on right and to make sure that, in the distant future that I do not hurt, my loving, caring, supporting friends and family, because they are the ones that hurt the most. They are the ones that suffer the most.
No, they're not. The actual victims are. What do you mean? Yes, of course, they did get caught in the crossfire here from everything you did online, but you should really be apologizing far more to the actual victims. Not just the cupcake incident, but the actual children that you've been inappropriate with over all the years. He mentions that he's getting help to try and, not be a danger to children anymore, which is good, taking those steps, but even if they do cure the pedophile, it doesn't mean that you can come back as some kind of content creator again. You cannot have an internet career again after what you've done. Period. Full stop. There is no coming back from that. I do find it very upsetting that when he does make these attempts at comebacks, he does usually find an audience of delusional weirdos that downplay the severity of what he's done in his past, talking about how pedophilia is not even a big deal and there wasn't any real victims, which is categorically false. He may not have actually met a child during the cupcake incident. It was all a sting operation, but there were very real victims to EDP that most people seem to forget. Actual children he was being inappropriate with. There are victims. It's not just that one time with the sting operation, the fucking Chris Hansen have a seat to catch a predator moment for EDP. There was many more. It's just not something you move on from. Now, he does mention at the very beginning of the video that he's come close to hurting himself and ending it all over the last couple of years as a result of everything that happened with this whole situation. And he mentions that he's extremely remorseful for all of it and recognizes that it's all his fault. And he also mentions that his family has been harassed a lot from all of this. And overall, yeah, it's sad to hear that, but again, it is all your fault. You can't come back to the internet after all of this. You are a danger to children. You preyed on kids in your audience. You can't come back online from that. You should have been in jail, but got extremely lucky to avoid that. So you should have been satisfied with just being able to stay out of jail and completely cut ties with the internet. Buckle down in the real world and just do something else and never come back online. Now, I understand over the last 2 years he has tried getting other jobs, but some people have recognized him and felt unsafe because, shocker, child predators are a danger in society. So he did lose his job, his other couple of jobs he's had over the last couple of years, but that doesn't mean you just quit and then just go back to the internet to try and monetize there for your career. You cannot come back from what you did online, period. So you should have just kept trying to find a job that you can hold down where people aren't going to recognize and harass you, and just stay pursuing that. He also does mention that the reason he's making the apology is because he wants to eventually have redemption online, which I think what he's done is irredeemable. I really do. I feel like most people probably do as well. It's an unforgivable act, but he keeps trying. And I don't even think this apology is genuine. This feels once again like another plan of his to try and crawl back online, because he has done it so many times before. This is not really taking accountability or responsibility. He keeps saying that it is, but he can't even address the actual issue itself. And like, not only the cupcake incident, he doesn't even mention the other victims outside of that either. So he doesn't actually even take any accountability or anything like that. So I don't even think it's coming from a place of like genuine remorse or anything. It really seems like it's coming from a place of desperation to find a career again online. So yeah, that's about it. So yep. I mean it when I say I didn't really want to talk about today's topic. It's just some medium rare internet beef that I think is just kind of worthless to go over, but so many people keep bringing it up to me that I feel I should at least talk about it to some extent. So I'll go ahead and cannonball into the septic tank and doggy paddle around for a bit. The main topic involves a banned YouTube creator that I'm sure you've all heard of before. His name is Sneako. A lot of people compared him to like a diet Andrew Tate. He recently got banned, and he still does make content elsewhere. And recently he started targeting me because I made jokes about his friends on the Fresh and Fit podcast, whom I think are beautiful clowns that do some very silly stuff that is entirely entertaining to make fun of. But Sneako didn't see it that way because he's a very sensitive guy, and he started writing their wieners to try and defend a blatantly outrageous story that one of them told about meeting a basketball player at a party, then being invited by that basketball player to a mansion and then fucking a ton of girls at that mansion thanks to the basketball player, which sounds like something a Tumblr account would have made up, and ending with "and everybody clapped." It was such a goofy piece of fan fiction, it felt like he was begging to be humiliated and made fun of, so I started throwing some balls at the clown and dunking them in the tank. I made a video talking and joking about it, and Sneako saw this and he wasn't too happy, so he got offended on his friend's behalf, which of course is a very alpha male thing to do. I know Sneako doesn't like that nomenclature. He never calls himself an alpha male and thinks that it belittles him, but his fan base is and has been red-pilled and thinks of him as like a no-nonsense kind of guy who tells it like it is, a man's man. And yet Sneako cries more than a 12-year-old going through puberty and has very public temper tantrums like a child who didn't get the Spider-Man toy they wanted for Christmas. So he was upset because I was making fun of them. He then makes a big rant about me, calling me a bitch, saying all kinds of things. He doesn't really make any points, he just insults my appearance a lot and makes very bold assumptions about me not going outside and shit like that, which of course has nothing to do with anything I was saying, nor does it debunk any of my points. Not that I was even really making points, I was just making jokes about a silly fucking story, and he's taking it as if I just gave a TED Talk on monogamy, because for some reason he somehow gets lost in like this Winter Soldier episode, like this delusional fantasy, where he starts making a statement on monogamy, which of course had nothing to do with the video I made.
I'm not gonna say names. Someone texted me. He's in a monogamous relationship. This is his girl. So there you go. I mean, I told you, like, I could hear it in your voice. The fact that someone doesn't have to abide by those rules. Someone could go and fuck a lot of bitches. That it's so foreign to a lot of people's ideas, because when you get brainwashed, when you get told that monogamy is the answer.
What the fuck are you even talking about? What does this have to do with anything? What does bringing up a picture of me and my girlfriend have anything to do with anything that has happened? And where is monogamy even coming from? You're fighting an invisible enemy right now. You're fighting ghosts that aren't real. Like, none of this had anything to do with the video itself of me joking about a stupid fucking story that this guy told. Like, it's so weird, and he's been mad ever since, as I understand it. I, of course, don't really watch him, but I keep getting updates on Sneako not being happy, wiggling his finger, saying, I don't really like this Charlie guy anymore for this. Now, like I said, because so many people keep bringing this up to me every day, I felt obligated to at least, you know, talk about this a little bit and engage with the drama, even though I don't really want to. What I do want to talk about, though, is the Black Friday Moist Global merch sale, baby. A lot of great merch on moistglobal.com is a lot of money off right now, so go to moistglobal.com to get some fucking beautiful items, and we even have some really fun, goofy ones that are in stock right now, such as this wonderful Happy Coat, which is kind of like a bathrobe. It's fantastic. And we also have some Yu-Gi-Oh! Inspired designs available right now as well, which are just fun items, and once all of these are sold out, they won't be restocked, so if you're at all interested, go to moistglobal.com, the link's in the description. I'm gonna keep this on for the rest of the video. The only thing I'm missing now is a cigar, so really get into character here. I'm gonna go ahead and talk a little bit more about this. I am pretty familiar with Sneako, probably more so than a lot of his more modern fan base is. I first became aware of his content when he got mad at me a couple years ago because I was criticizing a movie called Cuties. For those that don't know, Cuties was a movie that went to Netflix, and it was basically just softcore child porn. It was a movie that focused on twerking and a coming-of-age film that used real children in real positions of, like, sexualization, where during, like, a twerking contest, they'd have cameras that would go, like, right into their ass and zoom in. It was fucking disgusting stuff. And I made a whole video talking about how fucked up it is that not only does it exist, but Netflix has promoted it and it's on their service. Regardless of what the intention was or what the message aimed to deliver from the director, it completely missed the mark. By using real child actors and doing the things that they did in the film, it became a movie that was only enjoyed by legitimate, real, self-admitted pedophiles. And I made a video talking about how gross that whole situation was, and Sneako made a response to it saying that the outrage around this film is misplaced and it's actually a good movie.
Americans are like, this is deplorable. I saw this commentator, Penguinz0, who I actually like. There's not a lot of good commentators, but he's like, this movie is deplorable. There's nothing good about it. There's nothing. And it's like he didn't even watch the movie. It's just like he only saw the clips that were gonna piss him off. Or he just got so triggered by the provocative imagery that he just, deplorable. Come on, man. Like, don't you see the reasons why she's doing what she's doing?
Sneako has said multiple times, even in his most recent rant, that he does like my content, though I'm pretty sure he just says that to cushion the blow and, like, tiptoe around it, like, before insulting me. Just in case there's anyone in his chat that likes my content, he wants to make sure to not make them upset, so he makes sure to preface it by saying, well, I actually do like him, but... and then goes on to get super personal about it. This was my first real exposure to Sneako, and it's also the reason I don't care what his opinion is of me, because it's coming from a man who likes cuties. So why the fuck would it matter if he thinks I'm a bitch or anything like that? It legitimately couldn't mean less coming from a guy who openly defends a softcore child porn production.
Okay, if I ever wanted to get canceled, this is the video. I saw Cuties last night and it was pretty good. It's a pretty good movie. I went in ready to hate like everybody else. I saw the cover and I got clickbaited. So did you got clickbaited. The thing about Cuties is it's not an unrealistic film. Like, yes, it shows children in a sexual way, but this is not unusual now. And the people who are really mad about this aren't Gen Z.
Now, the reason I'm showing this isn't just to debate a multiple-year-old Sneako video that he completely ate shit on and had the worst possible take of with this whole cutie situation. The reason I'm showing this is because I haven't liked him since I saw this side of him. I was aware that he made other content, and apparently some of it was pretty good a couple years back, but once I saw this video, it just showed me a really weird guy who it seemed like really just wanted to be contrarian for the sake of it, and makes terrible points in defense of this film for some reason. Like, even in your own video, you openly admit right there that yes, it sexualizes children. Full stop, that's not okay. That's a problem.
Like, this girl, at one point, she takes a picture of her vagina and posts it on Instagram. Kids naturally just rebel. I like this movie because it's extremely provocative, but it's realistic. A major criticism of this film was that it's child porn, that they were just showing these kids and that it's gonna bring a bunch of pedophiles in. I don't think so. I don't think so. Not more than anything else that's on the internet now, or not more than beauty pageants in America, which still exist and are exactly what you see in the film.
Do you go to beauty pageants to watch the kids, Sneako? I certainly hope not. Just because the beauty pageants, which are fucked up, completely agree, just because those exist in the real world doesn't mean that that's justification for this movie. I feel like that should be obvious. You can't use this whataboutism like, oh yeah, Cuties has a lot of sexualization of children, but what about, you know, child beauty pageants? I mean, those are out there in the real world, so what's wrong with Cuties being on Netflix? I won't show you any more from this video. It's dog shit all across the board. But there is one more thing I'd like to highlight. Even when Sneeko started to rise to popularity, I didn't pay too much attention because, again, in my mind, he will always be that guy that for some reason fights for this film, which is just fucking weird. So he's always just been kind of a weird person to me that I don't pay too much attention to, but I couldn't help but take notice of one of his more recent viral clips where he openly defends getting cucked.
So I wanted to break this down, like, because this was, imagine seeing the girl you love, like, get fucked. You love her? Yeah, I do. I love it. Yeah, I love her. I was about to say I love this bitch. I'm like, nah, let me not say that. I love my
Queen.
wifey, my queen.
And you allowed the love of your life to get fucked by another man.
What happened to the other agreement?
I'm crazy. The first time, as soon as I saw like 3 pumps in, I just got up and walked out. I'm just like, I can't do that. Like, feeling traumatic thoughts, like seeing her with another person. It's a lot. But I think it's something everybody should do just to test. You know what?
It is a legitimately super sad thing to sit there and listen to because Sneeko is very clearly bothered by that whole situation, but is trying to play it off like a deeper message, like, no, this is actually a good thing, and in fact, I recommend every guy out there try letting their girl get fucked by another man. Then you'll know if it's real, if this is the person you want to spend the rest of your life with. It is fucking tragic to listen to. Now, I want to be clear, I have absolutely no problem with open relationships. I think everyone should be completely within the right to handle their relationships however they see fit and whatever makes them happiest. Contrary to what Sneeko thinks about me, I have legitimately no issue with open relationships at all. But what Sneeko's talking about here isn't so much an open relationship, it's cuckoldry. You have watched your girl get fucked in front of you on at least 2 occasions that he talks about here. And you were right next to her, watching her get fucked, and one time you were so upset about it you had to leave the room after the 3rd pump, you said. You're clearly not really alright with this situation. You're for some reason forcing yourself to be okay with it. Like, I'm not trying to sit here and be an armchair psychologist like you try to do against me during your rants, but it really seems like you don't like it. And yet, for some reason, you're also trying to celebrate it and promote it like a good thing. It's just super sad. Like, if you're fucking other girls and she's fucking other guys, that's one thing, but you being in the same bed that she is fucking another man in and watching her, and then even talking about how, like, upset you were about how much she was moaning and the deep eye contact she was making with the man she was fucking in front of you, like, you're not really okay with it sounds like. So stop trying to pretend to be, and stop trying to make it seem like this is a good, healthy thing for everyone that everyone needs to try. It's just pretty sad. So this is always in the back of my mind when he starts critiquing my relationship, or really any relationship for that matter. Like, what really gives you the right, especially when you're clearly in a very complicated situation in your own mind with your relationship? So, like I said, I didn't really want to talk about this, but he apparently keeps shitting on me and making a big hoopla about it, and people keep bringing it up to me, so I felt like I should at least address it in some capacity. So this is me talking about it, and that's about it. See ya. Hey. Good evening. Yeah, played a little Texas Chainsaw Massacre. It was alright. I only played a little bit, and it seemed very, very hard for survivors to win in that game. You broke your collarbone. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Wishing you a speedy recovery. Thanks to 10 letters. And thanks, Brent. You gonna play Armored Core 6? Of course I am. Welcome, cheese. And thanks, nickname. Yeah, Paxton's great. No big plans. Playing it by ear. Welcome aboard, Jira. Yep, I watched the Little Nightmares 3 trailer. I'm looking forward to it. I think it's a strong franchise, and I don't think they're gonna fuck it up or anything. Thanks for the 20 West. You coming to the live event, Mint? Awesome. Looking forward to meeting you. Did you see the pink sauce lady made a GoFundMe? Matt just sent me that. I was going to read about that. So apparently, the pink sauce lady is claiming that she is broke. I don't know how that's possible, considering she got a big payout from Dave's Gourmet or whatever it's called. Bill's Sauces, I forgot. I think it's Dave's Gourmet. I think I got it right the first time. So I don't know how she could possibly be broke now. She's claiming it's a faulty deal, I guess. I don't even have enough money to buy my kids food. Veronica Chef P was all over social media last summer thanks to her viral pink sauce condiment. It was bottled botulism. And it did pop off. That much is true. Thanks, Geode. I use Redkin. And yeah, of course I'll do more Dark and Darker. I'm a big fan. Welcome aboard, Dusty. Thanks for a long time of watching, Montgomery. And Billy. The bubblegum-hued condiment was a concoction that Shaw devised in her kitchen while working as a private chef in Miami, often finished her TikTok videos by slathering whatever she cooked in the mystery pink sauce. Although Shaw never revealed the sauce's ingredients, her followers demanded it, so she began selling the sauce for $20 a bottle, which quickly sold out. As orders quickly came in, the backlash followed. Customer complaints about inadequate food packaging and alleged contamination began to damper the hype around the viral sauce. What an understatement. She was shipping biological weapons. All of the ingredients that were listed on there, minus the chemical X of her secret formula, were all highly insufficient for long-distance transportation in hot temperatures. It was a disaster. Truly. Which I think helped propel it into the mainstream even more. And no, I still stream on Twitch occasionally. Like even earlier today I was streaming on Twitch. I do both. Did you hear about the person who got a spear thrown at their car in Texas? I did not. It's fucking wild though. Welcome aboard, Warlock. Thanks, Fiction. And Gallon. The most significant blow was when Shaw went live to address followers questioning if her sauce was FDA approved. She responded, "What do you mean FDA approved? I don't sell medical products." Yep. I remember all of this. And no, I didn't see that digital announcement at all, Deep. In January 2023, Delish announced that Shaw had partnered with Dave's Gourmet. The condiment company added pink sauce to its portfolio, selling it on Walmart.com and in 4,000 locations nationwide until July. Which was a shocking development. Because again, this got so big because it was basically shipping poison. It'd be great for assassinations, but as for actual sauce, probably not wonderful. We actually did buy a bottle of it in order to see how yucky it would be. Not to taste it, but to like put it to the test, like take a Geiger counter to it, see how radioactive it is. See if it could be used to take the paint off of one of our cars due to like really high acidity or something. See if it could replace acetone. But we never ended up doing it. We still have the pink sauce somewhere, fermenting, like a fine wine. Thanks, HD, and welcome, Clef. Hope you're enjoying your your Warhammer painting. I haven't seen enough from the South Park game to tell you. Seems like an odd direction to take it. The sauce was now in a new bottle, providing the standard nutrition and ingredient facts. Walmart.com also stated that Shaw's pink sauce is made at an SQF and FDA-approved facility. Cool. Okay, here we go. On August 17th, Shaw took to her Instagram announcing the launch of her GoFundMe page and asking for financial assistance. She alleged that a partnership left her in financial ruin. As a young entrepreneur with big dreams, I followed my intuition and went forth toward my dreams to create something new. I made a few mistakes on the way, which led me to trust a company that is trying to take everything away from me. They lied to me. They are not paying me and are not being transparent about records. I have tried on multiple occasions to try and come to one accord with them, but they refuse to reimburse me for marketing expenses that I spent my own funds towards. That's not surprising to hear at all. I don't know enough about Dave's Gourmet, but there are tons of shady companies that'll take advantage of young people selling shit, give them the worst deals ever. This is a deal they shouldn't have even made in the first place, though. Pink sauce was an absolute disaster. And I guess she didn't have anyone look over the contract or anything, so she got roped into a terrible deal. I don't know what that game... Oh, Q-Wop. I was wondering what game you were talking about, Billy. And I haven't played No Man's Sky. Welcome, Coffin. She then claims that she was silenced and sabotaged. She does not name said company in the video or social media, and she wrote that it has been difficult for her to care for and feed her children. I don't know how that's possible, though. Even if she did get the worst deal of all time from Dave's Gourmet, and I'm assuming that's the company she's talking about because that's the one that bought her pink sauce concoction, that alchemy, I don't know how she would lose all of her money on it, considering Dave's Gourmet picked up all of the production costs. And it's not like it takes a lot of money to go live on TikTok and say, hey, my sauce is in Walmart. So how the fuck did she lose all of her money? I don't see where it goes here. Unless there's like some clause in the deal she signed with Dave's where he has access to her bank account or something. That's a tough question to answer, Nalo. I have no idea. Sleep well, Brad. And I haven't seen the new Netflix One Piece behind the scenes. I work at Walmart and they advertised that her sauce was in the store. Yeah, no, it had a big marketing push when it made it to Walmart. I know. Which is why I'm saying, again, like, it's not like she paid for that. That would have absolutely been on Dave's Gourmet. So I don't know how the fuck she lost all of her money in this bad deal. I need legal help. They are refusing to pay me the royalty that is owed to me. I don't know what else to do. I can't give up. I need help. So if it's not paying her the royalty, how is she actively losing money? If it's just the royalty on sales. Hello, Nate. Welcome aboard Axiom and Twisted. She probably got sued by someone that got sick from eating the biohazard. No, she didn't. That lawsuit would have been highly publicized. It probably would have been like a class action lawsuit. There would have been a ton of victims coming forward all claiming that they got violently ill. Even if they didn't, they would have absolutely come forward and said they did. So I don't think that's the case at all. Shaw also claimed the company is removing her Instagram posts where she's outing them. That might very well be the case. But I just don't know what marketing expenses she endured. Again, it's completely free to go live on TikTok or post Instagram videos about your sauce. Cost no money. Solid, Ducky, thank you. Appreciate it, Mike. Hey, Jason. And welcome, Chunky. I haven't watched the Destiny showcase yet, so I don't know if you missed anything. And we went over the Space Laser Hawaii or Maui conspiracy already. I've been silenced and financially sabotaged. I'm a single mom and do everything for my kids. Right now, I don't even have enough money to buy my kids food on my own. My mom is on disability and has been giving us $20 just to get by on a daily basis. School is a few days away. I haven't been able to get my kids clothes or anything. I'm currently facing an eviction that has gone into default. The sheriffs can come to my door any day now. I need legal help. They're refusing to pay me the royalty that's owed to me. I don't know what else to do. I can't give up. I need help. Horrible story to hear. Assuming it's all true, that's awful. Sorry to hear that, Chef P. But what the fuck does that have to do with Dave's Gourmet? If they really stiffed you on a bad deal, it's not like they somehow took all of your money away. Where did the money go? She got a big payday in order to just sign with Dave's Gourmet. How the fuck did it all fizzle up? Appreciate the 10, Alyssa. Hope you had a good night. And Anbu. Yep, I know about murder drones. Talked about that a few times, actually. And I don't know what chair this is. I don't know if they come together, Daniel. I'm actually not sure. That's a good question. They should if they don't, though. I'll have to double check. I know we talked about that at one point, but I don't know if it ever went live. Thanks, Andrew. Would I make my own sauce? No, man. I can hardly cook at all. Last thing I would want to do is make a sauce. Oh, appreciate that, Tyler. Thank you. Charlie, put on the glasses. You got it. Welcome, dork. Whoa, she wants 100K. Oh, I didn't even notice that. Wait, what? 921 raised of 100K goal. Holy shit. What the fuck? Wow, Chef P. Goodness gracious. That's a big one. That's a big old load of barnacles there. That's really aiming for the stars. Has a GoFundMe ever raised that, like, on purpose? Usually the ones that pop off are the ones that people make for others in the event of a crisis. Best movie of 2023, I'd have to really think about. And just started, Tyler. And we talked about the banana that got eaten, the $120,000 banana. And thanks, Existence and Anbu. No, Full Sail was a lot of fun to shoot at. Appreciate the 20, Will. 100K to make another sauce brand. Yeah. Very interesting. I wonder what Dave Gourmet is going to say about this. Because they'll have to come forward, right? We already talked about Killer Bean Game a lot. Thank you, Tim and Chad. Yeah, we talked about Charles Martinet becoming the ambassador and no longer the voice of Mario. And appreciate it, random dude. I don't think it's going to be Chris Pratt taking over for Mario, though, like some people seem to think. Quick text message. Okay, now I'm back. Yeah, I'm going to be playing the Cyberpunk DLC when it comes out. And welcome, Face. I will be, Dylan, yeah. Not tonight, though. Thank you, Joy. What's your $1 million GoFundMe idea? Like if I was to do a real GoFundMe or like a meme one. Because if you really wanted to game GoFundMe, I think you've got your work cut out for you. There's plenty of GoFundMe scams, but it's become so common these days that they're not guaranteed to work anymore. So I actually have no idea. You know about the DLC for Pokemon Scarlet and Violet? Heard about it, don't care. I'm not going back to Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Can we talk about how Scooter Braun has lost his entire talent team? I actually totally forgot that that happened. Have they said why? Doesn't look like it. Seems like it's still speculation. On Friday, rumors circulated Justin Bieber was leaving Braun, longtime manager. Days that followed, other high-profile clients like Ariana Grande, Demi Lovato were parting ways. So they have no idea why. I actually don't know shit about this guy. I just always heard his name. Is he a weirdo or something? I'll eventually watch the Destiny showcase to get caught up, but not tonight or anything. Thanks for a long time watching, Kevin. And Jay. And I'm a big sandwich guy, so ham sandwiches are good. And thank you, Samara. Look up what happened with Taylor Swift. With Taylor Swift and Scooter Braun. Did he get weird with her or something? Again, I don't know shit about this guy. All I know is that his name has always been tossed around in the celebrity sphere. A Taylor Swift fan shared their theory that the chorus of Karma references Scooter Braun's most prominent artists, and they might be onto something. Now we're getting deep into a giant web here. Let's see the Swiftie fan theory. Scooter shot to prominence when he discovered Justin Bieber via a YouTube video back in 2007 when Justin was 13. That was him? I thought that was Usher. Or who was on Baby with him? He had a feature with someone on Baby. Ludacris. I thought it was Ludacris that found him. Oh, goddamn, Gumbo. Really appreciate the big drop. Jesus Christ. God damn. Thank you, man. Appreciate it, John and Baron. Okay, so it's all just pure speculation, nothing concrete. Where's the theory? I want to read the game theory here. Oh, he had some kind of feud with Taylor in 2016. God, this is way too much to keep up with here. I'm just going to assume he's a bit of an odd guy, a weirdo, so everyone's leaving him. Never heard of that game before, Xander. Thanks, Billy. Thanks, Pebbles. Basically, Scooter bought Taylor's masters in one of the sleaziest business deals of all time and attempted to screw her over again in the fine print when he offered to sell her work back to her. So he's a piece of shit. So now everyone's leaving. He sold Taylor Swift's masters. Okay. Well, that seems simple enough. What's with all, like, the whispers and rumors? Why not just come out and say, yeah, this guy's a piece of shit, I'm moving on? You see that pillow fighting is becoming a profession? Where have you been? It's been a profession for years. There's a whole circuit for it. The PFC, baby. That's nothing new. You telling me you don't keep up with the professional pillow fighting league? Appreciate that, Clef. Any plans for Moist Esports? Yeah, we've got our first live event coming up next month, where we'll be launching the World Championship for our Apex team. There's still tickets for sale. Here. That's our most recent big plan. Drop the link in chat. Nothing too much, Tone. I hope you're having a good night, Isabella. Io's sleeping. What's your opinion on Eminem's new music? I haven't really listened to it. I listened to that one song he made that became a problem on Twitter. And it was like a mediocre song. He made fun of Gen Z or something, so then people started making fun of him, and it was just a giant nothing burger. What was that song called again? He had like literally 3 lines that made a joke at Gen Z, which is like the lowest hanging fruit ever, and it was apparently some big hoopla. Realist, that was the song I heard. It was mediocre. Past that, I don't have any opinions on modern Eminem music. Well, that was extremely wholesome, Player One. Thank you for that. I hope your life's going super well. And thank you, Isaac. Yeah, we were just talking about the pink sauce lady, Chef P. Thanks, Jesse. It's just a normal thumbnail. There's nothing crazy about it. Thanks for a long time watching, Duck. You doing the new day 1 raid with the boys? Nope. I am not. I just can't stomach Destiny 2 right now. I want to. Like, I want it to be in a great state. I want to come back. I want to have little stars in my eyes, super happy again. But I just can't stomach Destiny right now. So it's been like 3 months since I played. Maybe a little less, actually. We've talked a lot about that already, Chef. Have you ever watched any scary scuba diving stories? Super specific, but not really. And thanks, Brian. Welcome. Have you ever made a homemade hamburger helper? I mean, long time ago. Have I been on the Mummy ride at Universal? Of course I have. Medieval weapon of choice would absolutely be a spear. Thanks, Zane. We went over the Linus Tech Tip stuff quite a bit. I don't think there's been any new developments on the investigation from the workplace harassment claims or anything. At least not that I've seen. But everything's certainly not looking good for the LMG group. A lot of bad stuff. Yeah, we've talked about Killer Bean Game a lot. Can I show you some card party tricks so you can get pussy? It's been a long time since I've done card magic. I made a whole tutorial, though, on card magic that'll get you laid like 3 years ago. Just refer to that. That's the only card trick you'll ever need. I appreciate the generosity, Billy, but yeah, don't worry about that at all, man. The watching's just fine. Thanks for the resub, Zach. Yeah, we're gonna be streaming it as well. So the live event will also be streamed, as well as in person. And I'm gonna play the Cyberpunk DLC, of course. Honey mustard's fine. I'm not a fanatic for honey mustard, but it's alright. Yes, Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, I think, is probably going to win Game of the Year if Baldur's Gate doesn't. I really liked it. I thought it was amazing. Don't know if you follow MLB, but have you heard of the Wander Franco situation? Yep. He's the guy that has been in some hot water for allegedly dating a 14-year-old. And he plays for my team, the Rays. So, that sucks. Welcome aboard, Warrior. And I'm not sure, I'd have to really think about it. 1,000 Year Blood War's been really good so far. Welcome aboard, Ramen. Or, thank you, Ramen. And thank you, the generosity, Upright. Bikini Bottom news. Be more specific. There's a case going around about a criminal in Essex who has done nothing but steal pacifiers from literal babies. Wait, what? Let me see that. Man 23 charged with snatching dummies from babies in Essex. Dummies? You guys call pacifiers dummies? It just sounds like you're insulting your kid. Why not just call him a pacifier? That's a stupid slang term right there. That is awful. A man will appear in court charged with snatching dummies out of the mouths of babies. What a cartoonishly evil plan. Does he at least sell them or something? Like, what's the motivation besides just making a baby cry? I appreciate that. Thank you, Ant. And I've been really enjoying it. Hear more. And appreciate that, kid. Goddamn, thank you. Josh Gilder was arrested on Monday on suspicion of theft from a person, robbery, and using threatening behavior to cause alarm and distress. This happened on 4 occasions, apparently. The serial pacifier burglar. What does he do with them? Does he just take them out and run away, or does he take them out and put them back? Like, what does he do? I need more information on this guy. There's got to be a motive. Probably not, Jason, but it's got to be up there. Thank you, Psycho. And thank you, boy. Glad to hear that. It's very sweet. Oh, here we go. We got some more information. All right. The story just took a really interesting twist. So according to this, well, according to her, he uses the dummy to soothe himself. So what he's doing, and this is a revolting thought, he is taking the pacifiers out of babies' mouths and then sucking on them himself. Sucking on the pacifier, not the baby, I guess. Unless he starts, like, using the baby's head like a lollipop or some shit. That is fucking gross. Holy shit. He said he would take the dummy and then go sit in a tent and use the dummy, describing the thefts as purely acquisitive. Acquisition, so acquisitive. That is unhinged. And thank you, Bob. And Gould. Goulder also admitted causing harassment, alarm, and distress to a police officer the day he was arrested. He told the officer, "If my stuff gets broken, I swear I'll kill you." He denied 3 charges of assault relating to 3 of the 5 children who he took dummies from. Good lord. What an interesting criminal. What a very interesting criminal. I'm looking forward to Stalker 2. They took all the NFT shit out, right? So I'm looking forward to it. And Halo 2 multiplayer during its heyday, I think, is still the best shooter ever made. And have a good night, Melissa. Thank you. Why couldn't he buy his own? Well, he was apparently a homeless man. So it's not like it would have been easy to just go in and buy a pacifier. But it's still shouldn't be stealing them from babies. Bit of a hot take there from me, but, you know, I'll say it with my chest. Stealing from a baby is... well, that's pretty low. You know, I'm just going to say, he's a jerk. He's a bit of a jerk. Well, thanks for a long time of watching, Saltine. And I'm very familiar with King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. He's using... yeah, it's just an awful situation here, man. Can't even bring your baby around without having to worry about the pacifier getting taken. I still remember the it wasn't in this area. I think it was somewhere in like Poland. There was a poop thief, or not a poop thief, Jesus Christ. A poop thrower. His thing was he would go around, I think it was a train station at the time, and he would just throw his feces at people and run away. And it became a big, like, manhunt to catch that guy. There's sometimes just criminals that want to watch the world burn. And that's it. Thank you for the big drop, Feld. Appreciate that. And Taco. I work at Target, and one day we found that somebody had peed on a mannequin. Turns out he'd been hitting other Targets in Minnesota and peeing on mannequins. The guy has not yet been caught. Don't worry, I'm on the case. Let's see. Wow. How... I just looked up urinating on mannequins, and the first thing that came up was a Wikipedia page called Mannequin Piss. Is this him? Does he have his own Wikipedia page? Oh. And here's a urinating mannequin, which is an art piece. I think I found the culprit for your phantom pisser that keeps coming in and urinating on the mannequins. I think it's this guy. Got him. Appreciate it, Chronicles. Thank you for the big drop. And thanks, Cole. Very cool piece. I haven't looked into that at all, Nader, but probably won't win, would be my guess. I don't think he'll win the race, but maybe. Who knows? Cow pie tossing is the name of that upright. The sport is called cow pie tossing when you toss fossilized cow shit. Or cow chip, not cow pie. It's a sport where you throw fossilized cow shit. And thanks, Glaucoma. Why not just use balls? Because it's a lot cooler to throw cow shit. Who's gonna watch just like a normal ball throwing competition? There's nothing cool about that. No, I haven't played Cyberfunk yet. Or Bomb Rush Cyberfunk. And no, I haven't seen that at all, Fernando. Is that new? And that's sweet. Thanks, Hintron. And tell your mom thanks. I'm familiar with MMA for medieval suits of armor. Or MMA in medieval suits of armor. It's called M1 with the knight fighting. I don't think so, Ethan. Your opinion about the Gideon and Logan confrontation? I mean, Logan's just a giant fucking L of a person, man. I have not liked him for a long time. Like, which isn't a hot take or anything. So that confrontation with him and Gideon, I think, is just another big L for him. He was calling Gideon two-faced, meanwhile he himself is like one of the fakest people ever. So it was very, very silly. Have you heard of the Kai Cenat Rush Hour movie? Oh, I saw the trailer, like a clip from the trailer on Twitter. I didn't know if that was real or not. Is that an actual movie they're making? Overall, I think there's only a few good seasons. Like, I think Bleach has a couple of good seasons, Saving Rukia being its best, but right now 1,000 Year Blood War is going super hard, and I think that could end up being like one of their best seasons. It's really good so far. Would I be willing to fight Ewan McGregor? Sure. Why is he challenging me? I love that guy. Well, rather, I love his work. He's not exactly like the best guy. I don't want to ruin anyone's day who might be a huge fan of Ewan McGregor, but I remember he like cheated on his wife so he could marry a younger woman. It's actually a pretty fucked up situation. Or something like that. Maybe I'm misremembering now. Or maybe he divorced his wife so he could be with a younger woman or something. I don't remember. Oh no, it wasn't a affair. McGregor, 51, had been married to Eve, 56, for 22 years when he embarked on an affair with Winstead, 37. And then he finalized the divorce in 2020 so that way he could be with her. The girl, Winstead, is from Scott Pilgrim vs. the World. This is not the Jedi way. True. Yeah, I was actually really upset when I read that. He always seemed like such a good guy. And probably not, Aaron. Oh, I'm very familiar with the I'll have what he's having fast food challenges. That's the Doug Doug challenge, right? Yeah. I don't think I'd do it, but it is cool to watch. Maybe at some point, Wayne, but I don't know what to. I appreciate it, Garlic. He has fallen to the dark side, unfortunately. The dark side's methods can be very persuasive. I still do 8T. Just not the same way. The Island was a banger. Such a slept-on movie. Well, I haven't seen it in a long time. Maybe it sucks ass now. But this movie was so good. Not any of this. What is all of this? This movie was fantastic. Appreciate the 20 Pippin. I have no idea. Probably a lot of stuff. Have I seen The Last Voyage of the Demeter yet? No, I forgot that it came out. Have I heard about the new Toxic Avenger reboot? What's Toxic Avenger? I don't really remember this. So no, I don't know anything about it. That was wholesome. Thanks, Mauricio. Do I follow the MCU? Yeah. I don't watch the shows, though. I can't be bothered with the shows anymore. They're so fucking lame. I still watch the movies. Hey, Billy. I remember that from Full Sail. I still don't know what it means. My night's gone alright, Landon. Hope you're having a good night. You liked Loki, though? I did like Loki. Loki was good. I will watch season 2 of Loki. No, I haven't heard of that at all, Flo. It sounds like a terrible situation, though. And nothing on the immediate horizon, Floyd, but eventually we'd love to get into Counter-Strike. Have you seen Billy McFarlane just got out of jail and is selling tickets for Fire Festival 2? I made a whole video on that when he got out of jail. He did that immediately. This isn't news. Oh, well, it is news, but this isn't new, is what I meant to say. He even tried to do a Crypto Island NFT scavenger hunt, but now he's just going back to calling it Fire Festival 2. This is from 1 day ago, though, so I haven't read this. Fire Festival organizer and fraudster Billy McFarland announced a ticket drop on Monday for a sequel festival. We all know about Firefest. After teasing the follow-up festival early this year, 100 pre-sale tickets went up for grabs on August 21st for $4.99 apiece. Tickets will continue to increase incrementally, with the last round selling for $7,999 each. For $1,500 or less, you could get 4 VIP tickets to Coachella with accommodations and a ready-to-go Lake El Dorado tent. If anyone buys tickets to this, you deserve to lose your money. You absolutely deserve to get scammed. Legitimately. You 100% deserve it. Thanks, Nexus. I have still not seen the new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle video yet. Ticket sale predictions for Firefest 2. I think it probably will sell out 100%. People will do it for the meme. Those 100 tickets have sold out, according to an email from organizers in McFarlane's social media, despite the event having no lineup of artists, exact date, or location. So he literally sold them nothing. He actually sold them nothing. That's so hype. All 100 people that bought this should be investigated. Like, that's criminal levels of stupidity and recklessness. It's been the absolute wildest journey to get here, McFarlane said while wearing a white bathrobe, wireless headphones. It all really started during the 7-month stint in solitary confinement. It looks like he learned so much, too. He continued that during his incarceration at Federal Correctional Institution Elkton in Lisbon, Ohio, he wrote a 50-page plan to parlay interest and demand into Fire into new projects. There was a mention of a new Fire documentary and a Fire Broadway music festival. Now there's Fire Festival 2 slated for the end of 2024, with pop-ups and events across the world. What a fucking weirdo. Jesus Christ. I will be watching that, Bullseye, yeah. And appreciate it, Warrior. Have I heard about the Canadian farmer's thumbs up emoji that led to a $62,000 fine? What the fuck? No, I can't say I read about his emoji leading to a huge fine. And yeah, I have seen that picture, Hippo.
What's up, guys? This is a big day because as of right now, Fire Festival 2 tickets are officially on sale.
Yeah!
It's been
Woo!
the absolute wildest journey to get here, and it really all started during the 7th-month stint in solitary confinement. I wrote out.
Hey, Billy, I'm not your PR guy. I'm not on the board here. Why would you mention solitary confinement? Hey, guys, Fire Festival 2 is coming out. By the way, I am a convicted criminal. I spent 7 months in solitary confinement, but that's when I went on my spiritual journey and I really found myself. So I'm doing it again.
I wrote out this 50-page plan of how it would take this overall interest and demand in Fire and how it would take my ability to bring people from around the world together to make the impossible happen, but how it would find the best partners in the world to allow me to be me while executing Fire's vision to the highest level.
You just shouldn't be you. Like, that's the big problem, is you. You are the problem. This doesn't inspire confidence, Billy. God damn it.
In my first year, I partnered with one of the biggest and best TV companies in the world to produce a documentary called After the Fire. I've also worked with one of the biggest production companies to sign a deal to produce Fire Festival, the Broadway musical.
I still think that's such a great idea. He's actually selling nothing now. He's selling imagination. Like, he's selling the idea of things, which is so fucking cool. And people are buying it. Amazing. Appreciate it, Christian. Thank you for that. I'll look up the farmer thing in just a little bit. I want to finish the Firefest 2 news here. And yeah, I've kept up with the Sniper Wolf and Jack's Film stuff pretty closely. Thank you, Justin. Do I have any advice on getting into competitive natural bodybuilding? I do not. I'm not a bodybuilder. I lift every day, but I don't lift for powerlifting or bodybuilding, so I'm not the right person to ask. There's tons of free resources, though, online from much more knowledgeable people than me. Thanks, LJ.
And finally, today we are announcing Fire Festival 2. We spoke to people as far away as the Middle East and South America, and ultimately we decided that Fire Festival 2 is coming back to the Caribbean. We are targeting Fire Festival 2 for the end of next year, and in the meantime, we'll be doing pop-ups and events across the world. Guys, this is your chance to get in.
Let's go.
Everything I've been working towards. Let's fucking go.
My man. Who wouldn't want to go? Billy? You know what? Let me take a peek here. For only $7,999, I can go to a completely make-believe event. Let's see, what's his newest post?
Completely changed my life. As I'm sure you've heard by now, the tickets sold out really, really fast. And this is definitely going to frustrate a lot of you, but we now have 6,900 people on the wait list for Fire Festival 2. I have gotten emails.
Do you think this guy's ever told the truth about anything in his life? I don't think he's even capable of being honest. Like, he was made in a lab to only tell lies. Why can't I pause this video? There we go.
I have gotten emails with offers for crazy money to buy tickets, but we are not selling any more tickets until we do the announcement with our partner. However, today we are dropping Fire Festival merch. Here's one of our old hats. And I am picking 5 people who buy merch this week and comping you each 2 tickets to Fire Festival 2. Thank you guys for all the love. Thank you guys for all the hate. Together, you are creating the absolute perfect storm, and I can't wait to give the rest of you a front row seat as I fly right through it. 72 hours.
Is there anyone less honest than Billy McFarland, I wonder? So he made a single hat. I think there's a 0% chance there's merch to buy, and if there is, if you buy it, it should be like some kind of litmus test that immediately identifies you as a potential, like, criminally stupid threat to society. What is this one? He already put out an apology? Oh, no. This is... Why did I think this was an apology? It's him going even harder on the Firefest 2 scam. So hype. That's so fucking hype. Welcome aboard, W. In Mogul. You hear the murder of Seth Jackson in Ocala? No, that sounds terrible, though. Billy dropping killer deals of $600 a ticket for Fart Festival. Show some goddamn respect. It's $7,999 per ticket. Don't you dare make him sound like a cheapskate. Oh, let me check something real quick. Let me take a little peek here real quick. Oh, I'm sorry. It's $7,999 in the next go around. He already sold the $600 tickets. How much is that hat going for? Because his link was, or not his link. His page didn't have it.
72 hours.
Shut the fuck up, Billy. Stop it. I'm doing research. Oh, here it is. His own website doesn't come up when I type it in on Google. Okay. Fire Festival 2 pre-sale the Caribbean December 6, 2024 at 12 p.m. Where's the merch? Ah, here we go. $40 hat, $60 shirt, and... Okay, here. This is looking amazing, actually. Sorry to have not placed my faith in Billy McFarland and his team. And by team, I mean Billy McFarland and his 6 other alter egos. So he's got great options here. The $40 festival hat. This badass shirt. Beautiful hoodie. Oh my god. Hold on just a minute, sports fans. We've got a deal on our hands.
Guys, this is a big day because as of right now, the world also worked.
This is the same video. I didn't see that, Sway, but that sounds cool. And I'm very familiar with the Lucy Letby situation, the nurse that killed all those babies. $10 says he bought all of his own tickets and will scalp them. No. He didn't buy his own tickets. Are you out of your mind? You think Billy McFarland has ever spent $1 in his life? No. He is literally just lying. They don't have tickets. They don't have anything. There is nothing. He is making shit up. That's all it is. It's imagination. It's SpongeBob and Patrick in their box. That's Billy McFarland's brain. That's his whole life. It's all make-believe. There is nothing real about this. Or him. Welcome, dog. Of course I played Paper Mario. I love Paper Mario. Did you hear God might be real? Yeah, and his name's Billy McFarland. This guy is making hundreds of thousands of dollars selling nothing. Actually nothing. He has legitimately made so much money selling nothing. He's a deity. Not through this, though. I don't think he made any money off this. I'm talking about in general, before this. No, these glasses are special. Isn't that one guy that made the festival where the only food was some random ass sandwiches? Yeah, among many other things, yes. Fire Festival is still to date probably the most disastrous event ever attempted. He's basically the Kickstarter potato salad in a more professional looking light. Yeah, kinda. There's a video of them crying on the bus going to it. To Fire Festival? I don't remember that. I remember when they got there, there's tons of videos showcasing how awful it was. Well, because, I mean, it didn't happen, clearly. But I mean, like, everything they had there was terrible. Have you seen the Mr. Nightmare's new dating video? No, I have not. Hypothetically, if it was legit, would you buy a ticket? Man, no. Shit, no, I still wouldn't. Absolutely not. I'm not sure. Today's only like day 2 with the glasses on. I did sleep better last night though, so maybe it's because of the glasses, maybe not. I'm not sure. Yeah, I saw the Wagner plane crash news. Can't they investigate him again if he pulls this stunt? Yeah, and they probably will. Would love that. I've played basketball with Mr. Beast before. Him and his crew are very good. It'd be really fun to play basketball against them again. I still think DashCon and Tana Mojo's events tie for worst event. I don't know, man. At least with TanaCon, I can't even think of a single positive. At least with DashCon, some people had fun. The ones that were like ejaculating into the pool. That's DashCon, right? Or the ball pit. The ones that were coming in the ball pit. Fire Festival, no one had fun. It was just a scam top to bottom. Oh, true, and they weren't stranded on an island. Yep, I've talked about the Killer Bean game a lot. Was it peeing in the ball pit or ejaculating? I thought it was ejaculating in the ball pit, but it's been so long since I went over the lore of DashCon that I could be misremembering. Thanks, Scion. I don't know if Nathan has diabetes or not. Hope you're alright though, Nathan. Thank you, Hera. It was piss in the ball pit? Okay. Either way, they had fun at least. No one had fun at Firefest. Nobody. So I still think Firefest is perhaps the biggest disaster of an event ever held. Like on the big stage. Thanks, taxi cab. Have you seen Owl House? I've heard of it. I'm familiar. Yeah, I talked about the TF2 update. It's cool to see it. It was getting a lot of love the other day. I watched Germa, Vinny, Lud, Stir, and Doug and Poke play it. Welcome, Terry. Do I think alien ghosts exist? Well, I don't believe in ghosts. But I'm very confident there's aliens out there in the universe somewhere. But if ghosts are real, then there's no reason why aliens wouldn't also have ghosts when they die too. So yeah. If ghosts are real, aliens would probably have them too. I just don't think ghosts are real. Well, thanks for a long time watching, Brad. And thanks, Tom. Hey, Simple Flips, good to see you. Hope you're doing well, man. Welcome aboard, Stuart. And Simple Flips, thanks. My girlfriend and I had this conversation. Do aliens have a soul? Would God forgive alien sins? Why wouldn't they have a soul? Everything would play by the same rules in the universe if we're talking on a spiritual level. Unless there's multiple gods, like it's Dragon Ball Super or some shit. They wouldn't be on different rules. Welcome aboard, Wonder Boy and Toast. Goddamn. A lot of new members tonight. Thank you. I haven't seen the new Adventure Time show yet, but I'm always excited for that. Congratulations on the huge weight loss, Simple Flips. That's huge. Congratulations. I said that back-to-back twice like an NPC malfunctioning, but I kept reading your statement, and then I got lost. That is massive, though. Hope you're feeling good. Welcome aboard, Saline. And thanks, Daniel. We talked about the Australian woman with the death cap mushrooms poisoning her family. I still think it was deliberate murder, but don't know for sure yet. Does your pops believe in ghosts or just aliens? Just aliens. But I mean, I think most people believe in aliens. It's just a matter of, do you believe aliens have ever visited us? And for me, that's a no. Welcome aboard, Worthington. And Mad. And Daniel. Have I heard of Bit Brigade? Yeah, I've heard of Bit Brigade before. Someone mentioned them in a stream a while back, so I looked them up. Welcome aboard, Kinjamin. And Axel. Did you see the body cam video of the 3rd grade teacher that got arrested for being drunk on the first day of school? No. Is it wacky footage or something? Why would I have seen it? It sounds like a local story. That's sweet. Thanks, Kiara. And hey, Zach. Hope you're both doing well. I've never heard of Wild Tales. Welcome aboard, random guy. Kinda sad. I mean, that's very sad. Police video shows 3rd grade teacher being arrested after allegedly being drunk on first day of school. What a rough start to the school year. Welcome aboard, Def. If you had to survive a 6-hour barrage of attacks in your home against either a poltergeist or an alien, which would you choose to survive against, and why? Man, what? That's the easiest question ever. A poltergeist. Ghosts are so weak. Let's assume... Okay. Let's assume for a second ghosts are real. Those motherfuckers are so weak it's laughable. All they can do is move plates, slam doors, or move chairs. I can easily withstand 6 hours of that. It'd be annoying, but it's not that big of a deal. Like, it's not painful. Like, okay, he moves a chair. Okay, maybe the ghost moves a chair as I'm going to sit down and I hurt my ass, whatever. Aliens, though, if aliens are attacking, you're dead. If the aliens get here and attack, everyone's dead. Whereas a ghost is powerless, truly powerless. They don't do shit. They are so weak in the movies, and for some reason in every single movie they allow the main characters to just do the one thing that defeats them while they watch. Welcome aboard, Hazmat and Raz. And I don't know, I haven't used C4 pre-workout in a really long time. I haven't seen that footage either, LJ. Welcome aboard, CR. Ghosts are scarier. They are... What the fuck? How would a ghost be scarier than an alien? How? They'd be significantly more annoying, but they're not... If an alien is here, you're dead. If the alien is hostile, you're dead. Nothing you can do. A ghost, they're so weak. They are so weak. Someone just mentioned that, Moldy, so I just pulled that up a second ago. And thank you, Rodrigo. Have you seen the preschool teacher cussing out... Or have you seen the preschooler cussing out a teacher at graduation? I saw that on Twitter a while ago. Assuming it's the same video. I don't know how often that happens. A mouthwash tier list? Eh. Happy birthday, River. Hope you had a good birthday. How do you think you would handle yourself against an alien invasion or zombie apocalypse? Again, anything alien, if they're hostile, is game over. Zombie apocalypse, probably go to an island. I'd try and find some kind of island, go there and wait it out. Because eventually they're going to run out of energy, fatigue, whittle away, and then I'll go back to mainland. There was a movie or a show that did that, and it was the most rational plan. So I'd probably just emulate that. Oh, holy shit. That is fantastic news, Dragonfly. That's amazing to hear. Fuck yeah. I'm really happy to hear that, Dragonfly. And I'm sorry about that, Pineapple. I hope you find a better job soon. Stay strong. I'm wishing you the best. Pre-workout or protein powder tier list? Maybe at some point down the line that could be a fun one. And I've been really enjoying Baldur's Gate 3. Oh, that's sweet. Hope you had a good birthday dinner, Temperate. Welcome aboard, cool guy. If you consider a ghost weak, would you rather survive a 6-hour barrage attack against one alien or 5 ghosts? 5 ghosts. These are not hard questions. These are not brain busters. One alien, if he has made it here, would be able to wipe out everybody. 5 ghosts maybe move a few plates. Maybe slam a door. Maybe make a loud noise. That's easy. These are easy questions. It's such a softball. There's a right answer to it. Thanks, Ben. I don't know what that means, EJ. Hey, glad you're liking Godslap aspect. Fuck yeah. What about a demon or an alien? I don't know how powerful a demon can be, I guess. I don't know. If they have like superpowers though, that'd be a little tough. Well, hopefully that's not true, Ian. Probably is though, but it doesn't hurt trying. Winning the lottery, I'd say, Jam, for sure. I appreciate it, Julio. Hope you're well. Welcome aboard, Adam. You should stay the night in a super haunted place. Yeah, we plan on it. Aaron's dad is a professional ghost hunter. Okay, that's a little exaggeratory. He has his own ghost hunting unit. So we're going to do some ghost hunting. He's going to kind of guide us with what we need, and eventually we'll do that. But you have to keep in mind, we're in reality. We're not in fiction. If we do that, it's going to be a stream of just us going to a haunted hotel or something, walking around with nothing happening, and then going to bed. It'll be so boring. Thanks for the 10 toasts. Interested. Thank you, Pan. Yeah, Farming Simulator esports have been around for a while. It's actually kind of hype. I've watched that entire championship. They used to have LAN events and everything. I don't know if they still do. Alien Ghosts would probably be the same thing. They probably would still only be able to like move plates and shit. They wouldn't be able to use their weapons in the afterlife. What's heavier, a kilogram of steel or a kilogram of feathers? They weigh the same. They're both a kilogram. That's a classic. That's Lemmy, right? It's from the Lemmy show. I haven't caught up on a current affair in a while. And thanks, A and Cole. Appreciate it, Mike. Definitely couldn't do that, I don't think. What's your bench PR? Haven't maxed out on bench in a while, but it's probably still like 185 would be my guess. I don't think it's gone up or down. Would love to do that, Castillo. At some point. I appreciate it, Lance. I was doing well. Any hope for Destiny, the final shape after the showcase? Like I said, I haven't seen the showcase yet, so I'm still working off of how disappointing it's been. Maybe it'll get better, but I didn't watch the showcase, and I'm not doing day one for the reprised raid. Have you seen the video of the Little League coach giving a speech on how it's all about winning, and if their dads say otherwise, they're losers? No, I've got to watch that now, though. How do I find that? Is this like a new thing? Little League pregame speech, your dad's a loser. Is it this?
Okay. Our goals are when we step on this field. Jackson with an X. What's one of our goals when we step on this field?
To do your best stick.
No.
Not even close. Blaine with a Y. Blaine's not here. Blaine.
Oh, this definitely
You know
seems like a
Blaine
skit.
yet? Okay, good. What's one of our goals when we step on this field?
We do our best and try to win.
I like the second half.
There's no way this is real.
Nate, you got another one? Rylan, you don't have any other
This
goals,
is super
Aiden?
fake. No shot. Still cool though. It is all about winning. You gotta teach kids that early. That do your best garbage, that's for losers. That's loser talk. Oh, that was super sweet. Thank you for the huge drop, Jake. God damn. And thank you. Welcome aboard, Nitro. Hope you're doing well, Jake. I've talked about the Killer Bean game a lot. I'm hopeful but a little worried because there was no dialogue, meaning I'm thinking there might not be a story, so it could end up just being like a tech demo. I'd probably be scared if I met a real ghost. I wouldn't exactly be excited. It's just I don't think ghosts are real. So I don't think there's any possibility of that. You hear about the Toronto police that had an in-house bar they were forced to shut down after a drunk driving incident? Can't say I heard of that. I feel like a lot of them probably have bars though. Can you... Isn't salt, like the salt circle, isn't that for demons? Or is it for ghosts? I don't think you could avoid ghosts with a salt circle. I know you can, like, exorcise them with salt, though. But I think the circle's for demons. And probably not, Simple Dude. I followed it, but I didn't get all of the information because there was so much, so I wouldn't be able to. I appreciate that, Mim. Thank you. Welcome, Johnny and Jake. No, I want to get into 40k lore, I just haven't yet. I know Bricky makes really good 40k lore videos, though. So that's where I will start when I do finally decide to take the plunge. Read the screenshot where the guy had sex with a live fish. Why would I read that? It sounds awful. That sounds fucking terrible. Have you seen the video of the guy swallowing a live frog? Man, no, I can't say I've seen that either. Jesus Christ. Oh, salt circles are used for more than that? Oh, okay. And thanks, no one, yeah. That shit's just sad. I still haven't watched Lamino's JFK video yet. I still really want to. And who do I think killed JFK? I think the CIA had a very large part in it. At the very least, in making sure that it happened instead of preventing it. They had that big disclosure of the old JFK assassination documents. That's some fishy shit. But I haven't watched Lamino's video on it yet, no. Hey, have a good night, Jake, and thanks again. Getting forklift certified would be cool. Maybe at some point I'll do it. Bro thinks he's wise with the glasses on? What do you mean, man? They're not even, like, actual glasses. They just block blue light, apparently. I'm not acting more sophisticated or wise or anything. The Tampa Mafia killed JFK? Probably not, but who knows? And for sure, Tony. Wendigoon got some really good videos about JFK and the MLK assassinations. He also covered this, didn't he? The JFK... Oh, I don't even think I can pull this up on stream because it's a banned game. I think he covered the JFK Reloaded game, right? I think that's where I learned that that game was made to try and recreate the magic bullet theory. And you get scored on how close it was to the magic bullet. I did not see that servo. Must have been earlier today. Thanks, Alex. Hope you win, Rusty. Good luck. How are the blue light glasses working? It's only been like 2 days. It's hard to say for sure. Yeah, I think Nexpo's great. And I do know about the hurricane that hit California. Yeah, we talked about it. What do you say to people who've legitimately lived with poltergeist activity? I have and was skeptical before I did. It's just hard to believe that that is a thing that happened. It's like the people that think they were probed by aliens because they had sleep paralysis. So it's a hard thing for me to take at face value, since there's legitimately no evidence in any capacity of ghosts and all that being real. A cryptid tier list? I didn't do a tier list. But I know like every cryptid ever. I'm a huge cryptid fan. Mothman, Goatman's one of my favorites actually. Goatman's one of the only cryptids that actually killed somebody. Obviously he's not real. I know that. But he's a urban legend. And he's across a bridge. And some teenagers were looking to hunt down Goatman. And one of them fell off the bridge and died. So he's like the only cryptid with an actual kill to his name. If you could talk to one person, dead or alive, for an hour, who would it be and what would you talk about? I don't know, I'd have to really fucking think. I have no clue. Yeah, there's a lot of good games right around the corner. I'm looking forward to Starfield and Lies of P. Cautiously optimistic for Starfield, very optimistic for Lies of P. And Mortal Kombat 1's pretty close now, too. Nope, not even then, Panned. And I haven't played Hearts of Iron. Doesn't Slenderman technically have a ton of kills by proxy because of all of the IRL fanatic followers? If you're talking about the Slenderman stabbings, no. No one actually died. You're talking about those 2 teenage girls. They didn't actually kill their victim, luckily. She survived. With like 40 knife wounds, too. It was crazy. This is a really fucked up story. There's interrogation footage. Oh yeah, there is. Didn't JCS cover it at some point, or am I totally misremembering? A ghoul? Welcome aboard, Rhino. Are ghouls like super strong? Yeah, they stabbed her 19 times in an attempt to appease Slender Man. There is so much depth to this story. The whole thing is tragic. It is scary. Baldur's Gate 3's been great, yeah. And I haven't caught up on Baki yet, but I will. Yeah, the girl survived the stabbing, that's what I was saying. So I don't think there's any Slender Man deaths. Whereas Goat Man actually did lead to someone dying. Can't say I heard of Ronald Gene Simmons. That is scary shit. Jesus Christ. One of the girls was released this year. Yeah, right here. Did you know about Boswell High School stabbings in Texas from 2 years ago? I did not. Jesus Christ. That sounds pretty awful. Thanks, Wyatt. Thanks, Mirage. No, we were talking about cryptids. That's how we ended up on the Slender Man thing. I haven't seen the Sinister movies. I hear they're actually pretty good, though. And thanks for a long time watching, Lance. I am looking forward to Spider-Man 2. I think it's going to be a good game. I think it's got its work cut out for it to win Game of the Year, though. It's been a stacked year. Have you seen all the hate the new Snow White movie is getting? A little bit. I know it's because of Rachel Zegler saying that she didn't like Snow White or something. Or was afraid of it. And she hated the ride because the ride was scary. So they completely like redid Snow White. I don't know. I didn't actually watch too much of it. I've just seen all the headlines and hoopla. But I do know people are not happy with it. I think it'll just be another soulless Disney remake cash grab. And nothing more. As every single live-action remake is. I think they're all fucking bad. Well, that is a very sad story, stop motion. Jesus, man. Christ. Yeah, we were talking about the pink sauce girl. How she has a GoFundMe now because apparently she lost all of her money. and blamed it on Dave's Gourmet for a bad deal. Oh yeah, this was a huge story when it happened. I don't know what that is, Pand. Have you heard of TikTok bullying a young child with a soft bone disease? Osteogenesis imperfecta, and you're talking about this kid. Yes, I saw. How do you spell his name? Here. King Abor. I saw this. This was super sad. I'm not gonna play the video, it's fucking heartbreaking. But yeah, I saw. He's a young kid. He has a debilitating condition where he has extremely brittle bones, meaning he can't do a lot of things that most kids do. And apparently on TikTok, a lot of people were trying to get him banned for something. I don't really know why or exactly what, but he posted a video, you know, saying like, why? I'm just here trying to have some fun, like I'm not faking it or anything like that. And he was crying, and it was just really sad. He's doing fine now, though. Like, his channel is blown up and everything, and a lot of people are showing a lot of support. It's just classic internet literally bullying a child. Like, it's fucking terrible. But he seems to be a good kid. He seems to be taking everything all right. And I haven't watched Ahsoka. I have no interest in Star Wars. I might check it out if it's anything like Andor, but otherwise I just don't care to see it. And no, I'm certainly not hyped for the conclusion of Destiny Light and Dark Saga. They have let me down one too many times, so I don't have a lot of faith in them. Yes, I'm familiar, Jasmine. And I don't know who that is, Grady. I'll play Bomb Rush Cyberpunk at some point. It's a very cool looking game. It's like Jet Set Radio Tony Hawk. I know all about it. Island Boys got arrested. No shot. What'd they get arrested for? Stop kissing your brother. You're going to jail, weirdo. Did they take the incest too far? Where are you seeing they got arrested? I don't even know why I bothered Googling it. One of them got arrested a while ago for the domestic battery. We talked about that. Yeah, that was another really sad one, Steve. That one popped off on Twitter a while back. Oh, Jesus, holy shit. Really appreciate it, Impossible. Yeah, I've never even heard of that story before. What's it called? Would I even look up for that? Really appreciate the huge drop, though, man. All that comes up when I look up the werewolf attack is about a group of loggers that claim that they got attacked by a werewolf. Which I don't think is it. Yeah, I know. It's sad what happened with Destiny. I miss the Bungie from the Halo Reach days as well. And the Persona 3 remake, probably won't play it. Maybe Actually, I don't even know why I'm saying maybe. I'm actually just lying. I'm not going to play it on stream or anything. I might play it eventually just because I really like Persona, but it won't be something I stream. And I'm good, Austin. I'm just redecorating my room is all. Well, redecorating that area. I've got something cool to put there. Have you heard about the Pokemon ball toy that killed a bunch of kids? What? Reflecting on the Burger King Pokemon disaster of 1999. What? I've never heard of this. That sounds like some Burger King shit, though. What a crazy thumbnail to use for the... Or not thumbnail. Crazy article cover to use for this. Some of the most iconic toys of the 90s showed up on greasy trays across the country, but perhaps the biggest frenzy arrived with a series of Pokemon collectibles from Burger King at the turn of the millennium. Pokémania hit a fever pitch in 1999, and the frenzy had a body count. Time magazine helped introduce the Japanese imported phenomenon known as Pokemon to the mainstream. Okay. At the very center of their page, a space normally occupied by heads of state, religious leaders, and business magnates, Polyworld leaped out at the reader. I actually vaguely remember this cover. Where's the toy? Ooh. Doing alright, Jarrett. Hope you're doing well. And welcome, Leo. Oh, here we go. While parents, journalists, and psychologists were mulling the attitudinal impacts of the fad, a far more banal polka danger was emerging. On December 11th, 1999, 13-month-old Kira suffocated to death in Northern California. A Pokemon toy from Burger King Kids Meal was believed to be the cause. The company had begun a massive Pokemon promotion in connection with the Pokemon the First movie, which debuted on November 10th. The 56-day promotion, one of the largest in history, was intended to run from early November to end of December. The Kids Meal prize during that 2-month period was one of 57 different Pokemon toys. Making the promotion all the more exciting was the fact that the toys were encapsulated within the immediately familiar red and white orb of a Pokeball. Burger King had plans to distribute over 25 million toys in this clever format for free with any Kids Meal purchased. Let me see what they look like.
The Kids Meal. It has more of the great tasting food your kids love. Not to mention a little something else your kids may enjoy.
She's even in body armor. They knew this was dangerous.
Now inside every Burger King Big Kids Meal you buy, your kids not only get more of the great tasting food they love, they get Pokemon toys and limited edition trading cards from Pokemon the First movie.
Damn, wait, that's actually kind of crazy. That's a huge promo. Did they have all 151? How? Damn, Burger King used to go hard. As far as Kira's death was concerned, the toy itself, as it turned out, wasn't the problem. She died after one half of the plastic Pokeball, measuring just under 3 inches in diameter, became attached to her face. She had somehow gotten it stuck over her nose and mouth, forming an airtight seal. Holy shit. Her mother took a shower for about 20 minutes, and when she emerged, her daughter was dead. Jesus. Spokesperson for Equity Marketing, the toy maker that had partnered with Burger King, would later state that the toy meets or exceeds all federal safety guidelines. And Charles Nicholas, a spokesperson for Burger King, argued it was not concluded that the ball was the cause. I mean, it seems like a completely freak incident, but I mean, the ball was literally the cause. It suffocated her. But it's not the design's fault, I don't think, right? Like that's truly a freak thing from the sound of it. I haven't heard of that, Kakashi, but that's fucking terrible. And thank you, Puppet. Well, yeah, of course, if there was proof of it, Benjamin, for sure. This was in 1999. 10 days later, on December 23rd, it happened again. An 18-month-old girl in Kansas almost suffocated. By the time her father pried the half of a Pokeball from her face, the girl's lips had turned blue. When we found out about the first death, there was a realization that this could be a huge national concern. This was the worst-case scenario. A major fast food chain, not just a toy store, distributing these toys by the millions. How is it happening, though? It doesn't look like that'd be a really easy situation to find yourself in. And also, who's letting 13-month-old and 18-month-old babies eat Burger King alone? Also, what do they eat from Burger King? Aren't you still basically on mush? Maybe not at 18 months, but 13 months? When do you stop having, like, mush? When's the cutoff period? Usually around 11? Okay, so they might have just graduated from mush. But even still, graduating from mush right into Burger King, what a fucking awful combination. And no, I don't know that creepypasta avocado. Why is every major fast food controversy about Burger King? Because Burger King it's actually a scourge. Burger King needs to just be shut down. They make the worst fucking food imaginable. And I don't know if Unrecord will be a good game at all, but it's very interesting. The promotion was already proving to be a resounding success. Some of Burger King restaurants were each selling thousands of kids' meals a day. Numerous locations were inundated with crying, screaming children, frustrated parents in tow after selling out of all of their kids' meal supplies. It's not a question of whether another death would occur, but when. Regulators criticized Burger King for acting too slowly. The success of the Pokemon tie-in, it seemed, was why the chain appeared to be dragging their feet regarding a potential recall. Burger King have come around now, but we did have to push them. Oh, they have a recall commercial.
Burger King and the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission want you to know about the voluntary recall of this Pokemon Pokeball. The ball may pose a suffocation hazard to children under 3. Throw the ball away or return it to Burger King. The safety of your child is of the utmost importance to us.
It was such a different time back then. They had to make another advertisement in order to advertise the recall. Nowadays, they'll just make a tweet, be like, hey, we're sorry we killed some kids. Like, what more is there to say? We're sorry. Like every game dev that comes out right now when they release a pile of shit. Sunday's not a day when there's a lot of press about something. The CPSC intended to do a joint press release with Burger King on December 29th, allowing the organization time to develop. Consumers were urged to immediately take the Pokeballs from children and either return or discard both halves. You'd even get a free small order of French fries for each Pokeball, and kids still got to keep the Pokemon toy inside. So was there one death and one close call? Oh, nope. January 25th, 2000, a month after the recall began, 4-month-old Zachary Jones was found dead in his crib in Indianapolis, Indiana. He too had been suffocated by a Pokeball. It's hard to believe that you go to get the kids something to eat, you bring home a lethal toy. How is a 4-month-old eating Burger King? And unmonitored by their parents? Now, of course, there clearly is something wrong with the design here, I think. Maybe the pictures aren't doing it justice for what the Pokeball actually looks like. But what the fuck? This is a 4-month-old with Burger King? And no supervision? Holy shit, that's a recipe for disaster even if it wasn't Burger King lethal Pokeballs. He only used the toy? Why did he say this? It's hard to believe you go to get the kids something to eat and you bring home a lethal toy. It sounds like he went to Burger King, got his kids something to eat, and it happened to have the toy in it, and the baby died from it. God damn. Yeah, I've never even heard of that. Welcome aboard, Anthony. You can try bringing one back. Maybe you'd still get the fries. This is the same era of bullshit, such as Satanic Panic, Stranger Danger, Razor Blades, and Halloween candy and similar. Satanic Panic never stopped. That's still going on today. Thanks, Mario. Are they just clipping it around their nose like a pin? So from the way it describes it, it seems like what was happening is the baby would be playing with the Pokeball and the half would get caught on its face like a fighter pilot, basically, with their mask. And it created an airtight seal that suffocated them. Horrifying. Welcome aboard, US. I'll have to check that out then. I didn't know Gamer from Mars made a video on it. Yeah, of course I've seen the new Mortal Kombat trailer. I've seen them all. Have you heard about the people eating Borax? That's... Alright. We went over this on stream, but it was a little while ago. I'll bring it up. That's a false flag operation, I gotta tell you. I was really excited to see the borax eating trend on TikTok. It's not real. That was completely manufactured. I looked all over TikTok for a single person eating borax. Not one. Every TikTok video there is people either making a meme out of it or saying why you shouldn't eat borax. I didn't find evidence of a single person eating it. A couple people claim they did, but no one actually showed it. So I think that's just a complete fucking lie. I do believe people are dumb enough to do it, but I don't think anyone's actually doing it right now. Starfield's definitely not going to flop. It's just a matter of if it's going to live up to the hype or not. And I know all about the water speed record. I made a whole piece on that, actually. That's the most dangerous record anyone can ever try to break. I think it's like 5 out of the last 7 attempts have resulted in someone dying. Oh, god damn. Jesus Christ, Yeti. Thank you for the big drop. Thank you for the generosity. Thank you. Hope you're having a good night. And I don't know about that recall at all, Keith. Maybe at some point, Owen. You see, Logan Paul was just arrested for assault. I don't know why I'm even going to bother Googling this. I know it's not true. Yep. What do you know? Not real. But I Googled it. You got me. Yeah, I haven't seen the new Adventure Time thing yet. I know that it's either out or coming out pretty soon, but I haven't really looked into it. Hard call to make, Lance. I don't know. I'd say maybe just wait. Who's your favorite basketball player? Allen Iverson. Voice crack. Tom Kinney said it's the most emotional thing he's recorded. The new Adventure Time? Is that what you're referring to? What's your least favorite song ever? How the fuck am I supposed to choose a least favorite song? I have no idea. Don't know what yet, Owen. Usually it's just perusing Steam new releases for some dog shit. I don't know any bull riders. Hard to say, Kayla. They both have their pros and cons. Like I said, I'm looking forward to Stalker 2. They took out all the NFT garbage, so I'm hoping it'll be fun. I'm expecting it to be fun. 1 year sober this week. Congrats, man. That's huge, Adam. Do you believe in the conspiracy that deja vu is actually just the Matrix or simulation loading a save game file? Wait, that's not even a real conspiracy. You just made that up. That's your conspiracy. Hey, Charlie, do you believe in what I thought was cool? I know there's a theory that deja vu is like something in the simulated universe theory, but not with the overriding save file. The answer is no, though. I think deja vu's more easily explained with your brain that's accounting for long-term memory accidentally putting it in short-term. Sorry, mix that up. The part of your brain that's responsible for retaining short-term information accidentally putting it in the place that's responsible for long-term. The overlap causing deja vu. I think that's a lot more rational than a save file of the simulated universe overwriting itself. Probably the Team 10 house on that one, Pan. I really don't like James Corden. And thank you, Sume. It's not looking good for LMG. The Linus Tech Tip stuff is not looking good. And I haven't tuned into Darman in shit like 2 years now. Appreciate that, chicken. And no, not that one, chicken. Don't know anything about that cool guy. What's your favorite Source game? I don't know, you have to give me a minute to think on that. I like most big Source games. It's a great engine, actually. Well, great's a very generous term. It's an engine with a lot of character. Who is the craziest YouTuber? Hold on, let me find his name again. 2 seconds. It's this guy. I made a whole video on this guy like a year or so ago. He has uploaded, I believe, 3 million YouTube videos. 2 million. Way over 2 million YouTube videos, though. And it's always pretty much the same intro. And it's usually just an general, like, tech advice thing that's randomly generated to try and game the algorithm. I wouldn't even know where to begin. Diabolical, there's a ton of information. I'd say watch Gamer Nexus's video on it to get the beginning, and then there's a lot of other allegations outside of that as well. And yeah, I know about the Wagner plane crash. He's uploading almost every hour, and he has been for about 3 or 4 years. I don't remember when he started. 4 years. Over 2 million YouTube videos he himself has uploaded. Well, his account has uploaded. He absolutely has a bot doing it for him. That's an interesting crossover, Brian. Was he weird in real life, too? I imagine most pickup artists are. Search the Takata recall. Okay. The Takata airbag safety recall. This was recent, too. Tens of millions of vehicles with Takata airbags are under recall. Long exposure to high heat and humidity can cause these airbags to explode when deployed, and they've caused injuries and death. I never even heard about this recall. Happened in 2019. That's scary. Favorite God of War game? I don't know. It's hard for me to say. It's either God of War 3 or God of War 2018. I really liked Ragnarok, but I think I'd still either give it to one of those. Actually, I probably like Ragnarok more than 2018. It solved like every issue I had with 2018. So either God of War 3 or God of War Ragnarok. Welcome aboard, Drew. I don't know if I'll play Mario Bros. Wonder. Maybe. Have you heard about the milkshake that killed 3 people? Let's see. Oh, this just happened. Poorly cleaned ice cream machine tied to 3 listeria deaths in Washington. What the fuck is listeria? This is so scary. This is so fucking scary. This reminds me of the gas station cheese that killed 8 people, I think, with botulism. Or gave 8 people botulism. I don't know if all 8 died. Milkshakes from a Tacoma burger joint tied to listeria outbreak that killed 3 people. Poorly cleaned ice cream machines at a Washington-based burger joint were linked to a listeria outbreak earlier this year that landed 6 people in the hospital, 3 of whom died. 2 of those who were hospitalized told investigators they had milkshakes from the same restaurant before getting sick. The Washington State Department of Health says it found the same strain of listeria in ice cream machines at a Frugal's restaurant in Tacoma that was responsible for hospitalizing 6 people during a foodborne listeriosis outbreak earlier this year. All 6 individuals between 40 and 70 had underlying conditions that left them more susceptible to the disease. Okay, let's start with what the fuck is Listeria? It sounds like an old 90s band name. Listeria is treated with antibiotics. Okay, so it's fever, muscle aches, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea. Looks like it can come in mild and severe forms. Unlike botulism, where botulism's all kind of just one form, fucking devastating. It's very rare. Roughly 1,600 people are diagnosed with it each year. But what foods can it be found in? It seems like cold foods, right? Considering this was the ice cream machine. So it's a bacteria that can be in cold foods, perhaps? Yep. Listeria monocytogenes can grow at refrigeration temperatures where most pathogens cannot. Those dirty bastards. Just when you thought it was safe because it was refrigerated. Now that's going to live in the back of my head. Now I'm not going to trust anything cold anymore. Shame. The bacteria's ability to withstand cold conditions can allow small communities to reproduce and form colonies large enough to cause illness or serious infection. When stored at proper temperatures at 40 degrees or below, Listeria bacteria replicate slowly, but the longer foods are stored in the refrigerator, the more the bacteria has the chance to grow. The greatest food-based risk for Listeria is ready-to-eat foods, meaning foods that don't require cooking, that have been sitting around for a while in a person's home or in some other food storage environment like a convenience store cooler. Deli meats, soft cheese, unpasteurized dairy products, smoked meats, sprouts, and melon have all been sources of Listeria outbreaks and considered high-risk foods. I eat deli meats like every day. I put them on my sandwiches. Now I'm never going to trust it. Now I'm living in fear again. Wish you just didn't even tell me about this. Welcome aboard, Tyler. And thanks, Stentrick. God damn it. At room temperature, Listeria will double every 20 minutes. And in a refrigerator, they double once a day. Holy shit. Now, oh my god, I'm actually just going to be timing myself anytime I eat something out of the fridge. I'm going to be speed eating forever. This is awful. This is absolutely devastating. Alright, let's go back to the ice cream machine now. Before I keep reading about fucking listerosis. I gotta stop reading. I've gotta stop reading. Okay. Okay, no, I'm done reading. No other Frugals restaurants are thought to be affected, and the Tacoma location stopped using 2 ice cream machines on August 8th, but Listeria can take as long as 70 days to make a Oh my god, it has such a long gestation period too? It can stay in your system for 70 fucking days? This is nightmarish. Why? Why? This is awful. Ugh. The health department said it in a news release that it found Listeria bacteria in all of Frugal's milkshake flavors. I wouldn't be able to sleep. I don't know what Frugal's is. That's a terrible name for a restaurant, by the way. That just sounds yucky. But if I had a milkshake from there, you wouldn't catch me sleeping for 70 days. Welcome aboard, Mark. I use YouTube mainly for music. I don't use Spotify for shit. I have no idea, Diabolical. I don't know if that would kill the listeria if you'd boiled it or fried it. Probably would, though. Though most people who eat food contaminated with listeria won't get seriously ill, the department recommends those who are pregnant, 65 or older, or have a weakened immune system call their doctor if they've consumed a milkshake from the Tacoma restaurant. The restaurant said in a statement on Saturday that it's cooperating with the health department investigation and is sending the 2 Tacoma site ice cream machines off for thorough cleaning and sanitization. And out of an abundance of caution, Frugal says it has shut down milkshake sales at all of its other restaurants and is having all of its ice cream machines tested. Smart. That's the right action to take. Is there like an easy listeria testing kit that I can buy so I can test all of my food right before eating it? I'm gonna need to have like a forensic expert like on standby anytime I go to eat a meal. It's bacteria. Welcome aboard, Block. Don't go down the bacteria germ rabbit hole, you'll never sleep. They'd never clean the ice cream machine, they just threw new mix in. Look up Bluebell ex-CEO charged. 3 people died from listeria. I'm just never eating ice cream again. Actually, that's totally fine because I've been dairy-free, gluten-free for like 2 weeks. I don't need ice cream anymore. So if I just... As long as it's not in deli meats. That's all I really care about. As long as it's not in fucking deli meats. That's the one that'll be actually detrimental to my eating experience. I need to, like, train the dogs to sniff for listeria so they can signal me if there's listeria on my turkey. Past outbreaks of listeria have been linked to raw and unpasteurized dairy products. That's fine, I don't eat dairy anymore. Raw or processed fruits and vegetables, as well as raw or undercooked meats and fish. You're telling me it can get on fruits and vegetables too? What the fuck? And the FDA says the longer these foods sit in the fridge, the greater the chance the bacteria has to grow. That's just so fucked. Like, we were born into this world under the belief that if something is cold and in a refrigerator, it's safe. Damn it. Now they're throwing all of it out of the window. It's saying, forget everything you thought you knew about refrigeration safety. Damn you, listeria. Bastard. I still have it up, Raphael. I haven't played it yet, though. And thank you for the 20 starfish. That's why you cook? Oh yeah, let me just go ahead and cook my fucking fruit bowls. Just to cook the listeria out of my fucking bundle of mixed berry fruits. I have not seen his lore videos on Risk of Rain 2, but I do really like Risk of Rain 2. To keep your food safe from listeria at home, the FDA recommends setting your refrigerator to 40 degrees Fahrenheit and freezer to 0. Wipe up and disinfect spills inside your fridge quickly, and be sure to clean the walls and shelves periodically with chlorine water mix, and always wash your hands with warm soapy water before and after handling food. Yep, tomorrow morning I'm taking Clorox wipes to that entire motherfucker in my fridge. Everything's getting sanitized. I'm gonna have that thing looking like it's straight out of Dexter right before a kill. Everything's getting sanitized. I'm going to war. So basic hygiene. Man, you can suck my dick. What do you mean basic hygiene? I don't think to just take a Clorox wipe period. Let me restart. I usually don't anticipate having to take a Clorox wipe to my refrigerator for no reason. Only in the event of like a spill or something. Not as a preventative measure against the invisible enemy, listeria. Thanks, Lizard. Yeah, hopefully. Nothing too new there, Tyler, but thank you for that. You don't clean your fridge regularly? Not with, like, full sanitization. Usually just, like, simple cleanup. I usually don't bother going, like, every nook and cranny in the fridge out of nowhere unless there's a reason to. Otherwise, it's just normal general fridge maintenance. Like, just general cleanup. Nothing too intense. Thanks, Lacey. Oh, I'm not worried about getting listeria on me during the cleaning. I can just wash that shit off. That's got no defense against soap. Yeah, I'm caught up on Jujutsu Kaisen. I'm loving it. Season 2's been going so hard. I have Krispy Kreme from January still in my fridge and a pre-cut cantaloupe from December of last year. God bless. Best of luck to you. That's amazing. I hope it tastes fantastic. Actually, Google Bluebell, they went bankrupt over it. No, they didn't. Bluebell's still around. And they are some of the best ice cream in the game. I'll look it up, though. Bluebell sold ice cream tainted with listeria that killed 3 people. I don't think this was on purpose. They probably weren't shipping a weapon. Oh my god. Why CBS? Like, I don't think they were trying to wage biological warfare on Bluebell fans. The 2015 listeria outbreak linked to a company's ice cream killed 3 in Kansas and sickened several others. Former president of Bluebell Creameries has been charged with wire fraud for allegedly trying to cover up a 2015 listeria outbreak linked to the company's ice cream that killed 3. Okay. So he was engaging in a cover-up, which is what they arrested him for. 7-count indictment charging Paul Cruz with 6 counts of wire fraud and 1 count to commit wire fraud. Very different case here. Thanks, Jay. Doing all right. Hope you're having a good night. Thanks, Ezekiel. You ever wanted to learn a different language? Of course. It's just not easy. I used to be really good at Spanish. I took like 8 years of Spanish. Doing well, Trooper. That was sweet. Did you hear about the 8 people who were trapped 900 feet in the air in a cable car in Pakistan? No. Is that new? Yeah, this happened 1 day ago. Pakistan cable car. Relief as all passengers are brought to safety. It ends up looking like a pretty cool ride, actually. Like a zip line adventure. All 8 people who were stuck in a cable car dangling hundreds of meters above a ravine in Pakistan's northwest for many hours have now been rescued. In a slow and dangerous operation, a military helicopter rescued 1 child while teams on the ground recovered the rest of the group after dark. They were helped to safety along a zip line with a huge crowd on top of the hillside celebrating their rescue. The group were on their way to school when one of the cable car's cables snapped. It was left hanging precariously 900 feet above ground. Wow. Well, good work saving everyone. I've been enjoying it, Coots. It's been fun. I appreciate that. Thank you, Hunt. They go to school by cable car. Yeah. Appreciate that, Starfish. Might take you up on that at some point. That sounds fun. How different is YouTube chat to Twitch chat? YouTube chat is so primitive. Like, the technical side of it. They still haven't figured out how to make the chat work well. I don't know how they still haven't fixed it. Yeah, I don't know. They're just very... apprehensive might not be the right word. Maybe they just think the YouTube chat is in a good place, which I think would be delusional if they thought that, but they usually move pretty fast on a lot of their other live streaming changes, but have still never touched the live stream chats. And it's one of the most glaring issues with it. What are you talking about, Pan? Why would a chair spontaneously combust? And hello, Everett, and thank you for that, Pebble. Didn't watch it, rallied. I hope everyone's okay, Mike. That's scary. You hear about the police officer that stole Pokemon cards in uniform? Yeah, we talked about him. We went over it. Thanks, Mo. And Gavin. Don't know what chair this is. Couldn't tell you. Did you see that they're supposedly making the remaining Demon Slayer seasons into movies? That's just a rumor right now. I don't think it's confirmed. But my take on it is, who cares? As long as the quality is great, like as long as it's still really good. Imagine just 3 Demon Slayer movies to the same level of Mugen Train. I think that's a huge W. It's a real phenomenon with chairs exploding. It involves a gas pump in the chair. What the fuck are you talking about? Why would chairs just randomly explode from a gas pump? Well, there is a whole video on it. How sitting on a gaming chair tragically killed a 14-year-old. Well, I'm not sitting in a gaming chair. I'm in a normal chair. We don't have those dangerous gamer gas pumps and shit. Thanks, Finboy. I get that reference. That's the Reverse Flash one. Yeah, I watched Gamescom. I saw everything. No crazy moments, like announcements or anything, but overall I thought it was good. It was mainly just more information on things I was already looking forward to. And I've heard of neither of those movies, Riley. Nice, Lazy. True. Did you see Disney being sued for lying about box office numbers? Is it about Elemental? Disney sued for lying about box office numbers from 5 days ago. Oh, wow. They've been hit by a lawsuit in Los Angeles Superior Court by film financer TSG, which claims that Here, I'll pull it up on stream. I don't know why I'm reading it over here. This is on a Reddit post, so I'm going to have to go here in a second. Which claims the media giant used nearly every trick in the Hollywood accounting book to hoard hundreds of millions in profits. Huh. What do you know? L. Claude. Yeah. Claude's just been a lie this whole fucking time. Just a cog in the Disney propaganda machine. Yeah, true, DS. They gotta fix it. You see there's a website that counts the days since Logan Paul promised to pay back investors in CryptoZoo. Yep, launched today, I saw. We achieved fission for the second time? Today? I feel like that'd be huge news. You see the video about the 26-story Xintiandi building that caught fire in China yesterday? No, I didn't hear that. Hopefully everyone was alright. That sounds like a well-made game, Angry. Definitely not checking it out tonight, though. I'm on Thriller Bark in One Piece. I'm towards the end of Thriller Bark now. You get into the good stuff? Mm-hmm. We're getting there. Do you actually play the card games that you collect? All but Pokemon. I'm big into Yu-Gi-Oh! And I've recently been learning Magic because I really want to play Commander. The only card game I haven't played that I collect is Pokemon. But Yu-Gi-Oh! Is my main bread and butter TCG. Have you heard about the guy who's made over 1,000 songs about poop? His band is called the Toilet Bowl Cleaners. I'll take a peek. The Toilet Bowl Cleaners. The poop song, poop in my fingernails, butt cheeks, butt cheeks. Oh, you've lied. This is called the pee song. So it's not just poop. He has 14 albums. And the front man for the Toilet Bowl Cleaners also has 70 bands. Wow. He's also been doing this for 11 years. Gotta poop, puke, and pee simultaneously. I don't want to get DMCA'd here. I'll check this out later. You gonna stream your D&D campaign? Yep. We were actually just doing a test run tonight. Getting used to our characters and their abilities. I'm super excited for that. It's really fucking fun. So that'll be within the next month or so. Within about 4 weeks, I'd say. 4, maybe 5. Hopefully. I did talk about that quite a bit, Eli. And happy birthday, Jared. Hope you have a good birthday. Thanks, Billy. Yeah, I'm excited for Mortal Kombat 1, so of course I'll be playing it when it drops. You still using AI art? We were never using AI art for the D&D thing. The only thing we were going to use AI art for initially was for the, like, terrain, like during a fight. But now we don't even need to do that. Now we're just going to use Roll20 and just do, like, quickly made custom terrain. So no, there's not AI for anything. All commissioned. Yeah, everything Mortal Kombat 1 related that's come out has been really good looking. Yep, absolutely will, horse. Yeah, no, I think Mortal Kombat's going to be very good. I'm optimistic that it'll be like Mortal Kombat 9. What's your D&D setting? I am not being told by our DMs. It's going to be a surprise to all of us. All I know is our hub worlds as well as like the general vibe of the universe. So everything will be new to me as well. Have you seen the rumors about Silk Song silently dropping tomorrow? That's the biggest lie I've ever heard. That's not happening. And yeah, we've talked a lot about the Killer Bean game. Thanks, Rodolfo. Did Disney actually get sued? Seems like it. I forgot to go to the actual source, but I think Deadline's pretty reliable, so I imagine that it is a real lawsuit. And it is definitely something Disney would do, so it's super believable. You should do a mini painting stream with Matt for D&D stuff. I don't know about that. Cute idea, though. Probably won't do it, though. And no, not really, Nikolai. I'm hoping Starfield lives up to the hype. I am cautiously optimistic. Hey, yo Moist, I just became someone's sugar baby and they're paying me $500 a month just to spend money on me. Hey, huge congrats. You should really haggle for more. Be like, hey, this 500's nice, but what the fuck? Are you like poor or something? I'm raising my price. Start haggling. Great position though. So don't do it if it's going to compromise your setup here. But I think you could get more. Have you ever looked into the Phantom Killer? Thanks for the 20, Orton. I've heard of it. I don't think I've ever looked into it. Oh, it's very, very different. Car camo. Not even close. Welcome aboard, Seth. If there was one game world you could live in, what game would it be? Any game where they've solved immortality. There's quite a few that have that kind of setting, so any of those. Do you think if Starfield flops, Xbox will be in the shitter since nothing really has worked for them? If Starfield flops, yes. They will be very much in the shitter. 100%. But I think there's no world where it flops. I have not watched the new Destiny showcase yet. Welcome aboard, Dragonfly. And again, great news. I was super happy to hear that. So I hope everything keeps looking up for you, Dragonfly. You ever seen the video about the 40-year-long D&D campaign? Mm-hmm. That was a cool video. That one blew up on Reddit. Bionicle Mask of Power is the fan-made game, right? I'm pretty sure it is. We talked about that a little while ago. It actually looks very well made. Have you heard about the guy who made over $1 billion selling fake designer clothes off Panda Buy? No way. That sounds completely made up. I don't. What is Panda Buy? I've never. What is that? What is Panda Buy? This fake Sneaker King operation made millions on Reddit. I don't see anything about a billionaire from Panda. Oh. Authorities seize $1 billion worth of fake designer goods in Southern California. Says nothing about Panda Buy though. But this is like the only thing that's even close to what you mentioned. $1 billion worth of counterfeit products. I appreciate the generosity again, Dragonfly. And yeah, I can imagine. I'm super happy to hear that. Hope everything continues looking up. A scorpion dragon was found in Google Maps. I'll have to look it up later. Historically, illegal actors have sold counterfeit products on illegitimate websites and in underground outlets. However, the rise of e-commerce offers a haven for criminals who are now able to hide behind seemingly legitimate listings on well-known websites. Don't see anything about Panda Buy, but yeah, Looks like there was $1 billion of counterfeit designer shit. Welcome aboard, Onion. Heard about the guy that robbed the bank in Penn and wore lemon juice as a disguise. He expressed his disbelief to officers, uttering the baffling words, "But I wore the juice. Yes." We talked about that a long time ago. Yeah, I know that guy. Why a bank robber thought covering himself in lemon juice would help him get away with it. This was back in 2017. How time flies. Oh, wait, it happened in 1995. I don't remember that. He didn't wear a mask or any sort of disguise. He smiled at surveillance cameras before walking out of each bank. Later that night, police arrested a surprised MacArthur Wheeler. When they showed him the surveillance tape, Wheeler stared in disbelief. "But I wore the juice." Wheeler thought rubbing lemon juice on his skin would render him invisible to videotape cameras. After all, lemon juice is used as an invisible ink, so as long as he didn't come near a heat source, he should have been completely invisible. That's so fucking cute. Welcome aboard, New World. And yeah, I saw the trailer for the new Persona game. And I'm sure they will over time improve it, Terry. They're just very slow. Armored Core reviews are out. Are they good? Let's just go to Metacritic. IGN gave it an 8. Here we go. Here's the roundup. GameSpot 8, Destructoid 9, Inverse 10 out of 10. Wow. I fucking love that. Basketball's been going really well. I think we're all getting real good. Eurogamer gave it a 10 out of 10? Wait, isn't Eurogamer the one that's only ever given out like 6 10 out of 10s? Or am I getting them mixed up? How often do they give out 10s? Welcome, Flan. They do pretty often. Oh. Looks like VG247 is the lowest with a 6 out of 10. Overall, pretty good reviews of the few that have reviewed it. I'm expecting it to be good. I'm a little nervous that it's going to be a little boring if there's not a lot of enemies to fight, which a lot of the previews make it seem like there's not a ton of enemies, but I'm hoping it's just that's from early game. I have complete faith in FromSoft, so I'm expecting it to be good. Low score is baiting for clicks. Or maybe they just really didn't like it. I don't know. I don't know enough about VG247. Huh. Welcome aboard, Bunny. Yeah, I'm happy to see Armored Core's apparently pretty good. And I don't remember old double stuffed Oreos, so I have no idea if they've changed much. I imagine they haven't. But who knows, maybe they have. It's possible. Cut costs. Everything's cutting costs. Look up the Shiva crater. It's an extraterrestrial impact structure. What? An extraterrestrial impact crater. I'll look into this later. Thank you, Deuce. You gonna play Little Nightmares 3 when it comes out? Yeah. I love Little Nightmares, so I'll definitely be playing Little Nightmares 3. I'm assuming it'll probably still be good just like the other two. Alright, I'm gonna call it a night though. Now I'm starting to get a little tired. Alright, thanks for tuning in. I will see you all tomorrow. Have a great rest of your evening, everybody. Hope you all have a wonderful night. Also, we are just a little over or under half of these tickets left, so if anyone wants to go to the live event in September, I put the link there. It'll be September 8th through the 10th. It's just a big old party, meet and greet, and celebrate, hopefully winning the World Championship for Apex. Alright, have a great rest of your night, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow. Sleep well. Thanks again.